starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Damn, how many masterminds are there behind this? This news is a bit scary. After hearing what Jiraiya said, Uzumaki Naruto almost couldn't stand. Lecherous sage, this joke is not funny at all. If Uehara is a member of Akatsuki, then what have we been doing? What a joke. How could Uehara Naraku be a member of Akatsuki? Not to mention that Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to believe it. No one present dared to believe it. Even Tsunade's face was a little surprised and doubtful. Jiraiya, is this certain? Do you know what this means? This kind of thing had better be false. Uehara Naraku is the member of their alliance who knows Akatsuki best and has even been providing them with information about Akatsuki, which has helped them a lot. If Uehara Naraku is a member of Akatsuki, then the ninja world has become too absurd. I don't want to believe that such a thing would happen in the ninja world. Jiraiya showed a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head helplessly and said, but there are people like Uehara Naraku in the ninja world. Jiraiya looked up and sized up the faces of everyone present and said softly, Uehara Naraku has been hiding his identity, and it seems that he has hidden it quite well. If I hadn't sneaked into the hidden rain village under his control, we would never know this secret. If it's true. Tsunade's expression gradually calmed down, and she whispered, then he knows almost all the information about our allied ninja villages. That's right. Jiraiya nodded and continued in a deep voice, this identity is extremely beneficial to him. He can even use us silently, such as arranging for us to step into a trap, so as to easily capture Naruto. After all, Akatsuki's goal has always been the tailed beast. Really? Tsunade rubbed her brows and whispered, isn't that kid lurking too deep? He didn't arouse our suspicion for such a long time. Even now that I hear this news from you, I still can't believe it. After all, Uehara Naraku's performance was too perfect. His disguise was too good. Hatake Kakashi also nodded slowly and whispered, if I hadn't heard this news from Master Jiraiya, even if someone else said it, I would hardly believe it. After all, Uehara really helped us a lot. Uehara-senpai. Hiruno Sakura frowned slightly. Uzumaki Naruto tugged at his hair, thinking of Uehara Naraku's face that always squinted and smiled, and couldn't help but say, but why did he join Akatsuki? He is obviously powerful and is good at many medical ninjutsu, and he also helped save Gaara. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed softly. If their purpose is to get the Nine Tails, his actions seem to be easy to guess. It's nothing more than to gain our trust. Jiraiya looked at the people present and continued, now it seems that his goal has almost been achieved. After that, Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was still depressed, and said softly, don't think that Uehara is really a good person. He was the one who saved the 5th generation Kazekage of Sand Village, but he was also the murderer who destroyed the entire Sand Village. The people present fell silent again. They all knew the actions of the Akatsuki organization. Whenever they captured the tailed beasts, they almost directly invaded the big country ninja village and destroyed a ninja village. Jiraiya slowly raised his head and whispered, Uehara Naraku has already presided over the destruction of Sand Village, Mist Village and Rock Village. The next ones are Cloud Village and our village. That brat will definitely not be merciful. After a long time, Uzumaki Naruto slowly nodded. After all, he had experienced the level of betrayal by the 3rd Hokage before, so Uehara Naraku's betrayal of friendship didn't seem to be a big shock. Okay. Tsunade patted the table, and seeing that everyone present had a somewhat unpleasant expression, she shouted to Jiraiya, okay, Jiraiya, have you received any other information? Didn't you mention Uehara Naraku's teacher just now? Yes. Jiraiya slowly clenched his fists and whispered, the 3 orphans we rescued in the Hidden Rain village were also the 3 disciples I accepted back then. One of them is dead, and the other 2 are the top leaders of Akatsuki. Konan is Uehara's teacher, and Nagato is the leader of Akatsuki who is manipulating the scenes. Where is Obito? Hatake Kakashi suddenly raised his head, stared at Jiraiya and asked, "If I remember correctly, the rumor in the ninja world has always been that Obito is the leader of Akatsuki." After saying this, Hatake Kakashi slowly lowered his head again, smiled bitterly. Yes, the fact that Obito is the leader of Akatsuki was originally told to us by Uehara and Naraku. What a brilliant idea. Uehara and Naraku blamed all the things done by Akatsuki on Uchiha Obito, the so-called leader of Akatsuki. How could Konoha doubt this? This is not wrong. Jiraiya glanced at Hatake Kakashi and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Obito is indeed manipulating Akatsuki from behind the scenes. Even the establishment of Akatsuki and all its actions are under his control. His goal is to secretly obtain the power of the tailed beasts collected by Nagato and others." After that, Jiraiya continued, "Originally, Uchiha Obito and Nagato should have been high-level members of Akatsuki. Because Uchiha Obito tried to kill Uehara and Naraku, he was expelled, but Uchiha Obito is still secretly controlling Akatsuki through undercover." Everyone present was a little upset. Can it be played like this? What kind of operation is this? There are spies inside the spies? Jiraiya sighed and whispered, "After being expelled from Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito has been trying to return to Akatsuki to control the power of the tailed beasts, so he wants to use our hands to get rid of Nagato, Konan and Uehara and Naraku. Killing with a borrowed knife." Tsunade frowned. "Yes." Jiraiya nodded, looked at Tsunade and said, "Uchiha Obito doesn't have enough power to get rid of them, so he wants us to get rid of Nagato. If we get rid of Nagato, he will regain control of Akatsuki. That means..." Hatake Kakashi pulled his forehead protector and whispered, "That means after we get rid of the current Akatsuki leader, we have to find a way to get rid of Uchiha Obito, and this war will be over, right?" "No." Jiraiya shook his head. His face gradually became more and more solemn. "After getting rid of Uchiha Obito, we have to get rid of Uchiha Madara, who is controlling him behind the scenes." Everyone present fell silent again, and everyone's mood was a little broken. Is this Akatsuki organization endless? Are these behind the scenes people playing a nesting doll game here? One layer within another, one ring within another. How can they play so well? Aren't they playing a level breaking game? In the future, after they finally defeat an opponent, the next opponent will immediately fill in. Who can stand this? Tsunade's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Jiraiya fiercely and said, "Wait. Uchiha Madara, wasn't he killed by the great-grandfather in the Valley of the End a long time ago? So this news is questionable." After Jiraiya nodded, the solemnity in his expression still did not ease, "But according to my feeling, Uchiha Obito should not have lied. For a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara, it is not too much to be cautious in dealing with it." "Well." Tsunade nodded slowly. The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes twitched slightly, and he said with a strange expression, "After we defeat that Nagato, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara, there shouldn't be any new enemies appearing, right?" "Shouldn't?" Jiraiya's face was also slightly puzzled, but he still said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Madara was once one of the two people standing at the top of the ninja world. There shouldn't be any more powerful enemies than him." After Jiraiya finished speaking, his face returned to that solemn expression. "But it will be very difficult for us to get rid of Nagato, because Nagato was the most talented disciple I have ever seen in my life. He was able to master all attribute changes at the age of 15, and even possessed the legendary eye technique bloodline such as the Rinnegan." Jiraiya's fists gradually clenched, and he continued in a deep voice, "Now, not to mention his power, even the few puppets he controls can use part of the Rinnegan's ability, and I have only obtained information about the abilities of 2 or 3 of the puppets." After saying this, Jiraiya slowly said, "And it seems that there are more members of Akatsuki. Our intelligence should also be changed. It is difficult for them to deal with it. A Yakushi Kabuto who can use the Ryuchidang Sage Mode, and a Uchiha Sasuke who has obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan and even opened Susanoo." "Sasuke?" Uzumaki Naruto slowly lowered his head. After a moment, Uzumaki Naruto rekindled his fighting spirit. "I have successfully practiced the Sage Mode. This time I will definitely bring Sasuke back." Jiraiya hooked the corners of his mouth and said nothing. "This war will be very difficult to fight. If you want to use Konoha's power to deal with the Akatsuki organization, it is nothing but a fool's dream. Even Jiraiya, who has always been confident, is not optimistic about his own side. Even if you don't mention Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito who are hiding, and don't mention Nagato who has never taken action, just those dozen S-level rebel ninjas can turn the world upside down. And the 6 puppets controlled by Nagato, each of which can exert strange abilities beyond imagination. After all, no one has ever seen the power of the Samsara Eye. Those eyes are the eyes of the legendary 6 Paths Sage. Alright. Jiraiya looked up at Tsunade and whispered, "Tsunade, now I have brought back information about Akatsuki from the Hidden Rain Village. Nagato will never give up. He should soon launch a plan to invade Konoha and capture the Ninetales." Yes. Tsunade nodded hurriedly and said in a deep voice, "Let's make a plan now to ensure that we are foolproof when we encounter the invasion of Akatsuki. As for you, go to the hospital to recover first." Just as the people of Konoha village were nervously preparing to deal with the upcoming invasion of the Akatsuki organization and face their first opponent in the Hidden Rain village, Uehara Naraku was lying on his bed with a faint bitter smile on his face. "Oh, others have reunited, but I can only stay here and become stronger silently. I'll send you 2 updates first. There should be 4 more updates today and more in the afternoon and evening. I'll write the reward list in the evening." Chapter 277. The Alliance talks without Uehara Naraku from the Hidden Rain village. A war is about to break out. Konoha began to urgently summon personnel to prepare for war. Tsunade sent people to Sand Village and Mist Village to seek allied reinforcement, and even planned to unite the 5 major ninja villages. According to Tsunade's idea, the 5 major ninja villages can even directly launch a siege against the Hidden Rain village from all directions, and even gather a large number of troops or even the 5 shadows to jointly besiege and eliminate the Akatsuki organization. Unfortunately, only Sand Village and Mist Village responded. Because the Hidden Rock village suffered a heavy blow, the 3rd generation Tsuchika Jinoki did not want to see Konoha safe and sound. This is what is called not worrying about the lack of people, but the imbalance of people, right? The 4th generation Reikijaya of the Hidden Cloud village, perhaps out of confidence in his own strength, after receiving the information sent by Konoha, he only protected the 8-tailed Jinchuriki in the village, Killer Bee, out of concern for the Akatsuki organization. Alliance? The Hidden Cloud village never needs allies. Tsunade was almost pissed off by the Hidden Rock village and the Hidden Cloud village. When she received the reply, she was so angry that she threw her table off the Hokage building on the spot. 2 bastards. Tsunade clenched her fists and cursed with gritted teeth. To short-sighted guys, until now they only care about their own village. Don't they know that once Akatsuki's plan succeeds, the entire ninja world will be in crisis? This is also normal. Jiraiya's injuries gradually recovered, but his mood became heavier day by day, because Akatsuki organization has not yet been dispatched, and those monsters are like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. This sword will fall sooner or later, but the waiting time is the most disturbing. Jiraiya looked at the irritable Tsunade and soothed her emotions. Even if they have witnessed the horror of Akatsuki with their own eyes, they should choose to form an alliance with us only after Konoha suffers huge losses. Jiraiya sighed and continued, "After all, this is the first time that the 5 major ninja villages have formed an alliance. This has never happened before. Humph, it will be too late when that time comes." Tsunade clenched her fist and said coldly, "Forget it. Anyway, I have never expected their reinforcement. After we defeat Nagato, we will ask them to convene the 5-cage conference." Yes. Jiraiya nodded slowly. During this period, reinforcement began to gather in Konoha. Gaara, the 5th generation Kazekage of Sand Village, is a solid ally of Konoha. After receiving Tsunade's letter for help, he immediately led the elite ninjas in the village to come. Meditarumi, the 5th generation Mizukage of Kirigakure, came to support because she knew that the threat of Akatsuki was too great. Kirigakure was now extremely weak and there was no possibility of defeating Akatsuki. There was only hope of uniting with other ninja villages. However, when they held the alliance meeting in the Hokage building, Meditarumi and Gaara looked a little surprised. Why didn't they call the Hidden Rain village this time? Gaara looked up at Tsunade and asked directly, "Why haven't you met Senior Uehara Naraku? The Hidden Rain village is also a force that cannot be underestimated, right?" No, the reason why the Hidden Rain Village was not called. Tsunade's brows frowned involuntarily. She thought of every alliance meeting against the Akatsuki organization. Uehara and Naraku would be present, watching the three cages discussing how to encircle the Akatsuki organization, as if watching a monkey show. It's really disgusting. I feel aggrieved just thinking about it. Tsunade looked at Meditarumi and Gaara's puzzled eyes, gritted her teeth and said, because the Hidden Rain Village has long been occupied by the Akatsuki organization, and the ninja demigod Salamander was also killed by that kid Uehara Naraku. He is also a member of Akatsuki. Oh. Meditarumi's expression moved slightly. As someone who often gets information from main Jetsukizuki, Meditarumi has guessed this kind of thing. Although she is also very surprised, she is not unacceptable. Maybe Uehara Naraku is also an undercover agent? After Gaara heard what Tsunade said, his expression collapsed on the spot. Hokage, are you joking? How is this possible? I'm not joking. Tsunade slowly closed her palms and whispered, I know that it was because of the help of that kid that the 5th Kazakid survived, but the Sand Village, the Mist Village and the Rock Village were all destroyed by that guy Uehara Naraku. After that, Tsunade ignored the shocked eyes of the two people and continued in a deep voice, this is the information that Jiraiya of our village got from the Rain Village, and that guy Uehara Naraku is the next leader of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade's words were like a strong medicine. Gaara immediately pressed his forehead. His face became extremely ugly. In other words, have we always treated our enemies as friends? The Sand Village has always been grateful to Uehara Naraku. Because Uehara Naraku chose to help the Sand Village regain their 5th Kazakid when the Sand Village was in the most difficult time, so that the Sand Village could support it. As a result, the culprit who destroyed the Sand Village was Uehara Naraku himself. Did that guy always play with the entire Sand Village like a monkey? When the Sand Village invaded the Rain Country, Uehara Naraku killed his father, the 4th Kazakid, and chased him and Maki all the way. Later during the Chunin exam, Uehara Naraku bullied him, and Temari and Kankuro, and his behavior was extremely arrogant. It was not until Uehara Naraku came to the rescue, when Gaara was in the most dangerous time, first helping to find the so-called Akatsuki organization base, and then fighting with several members of Akatsuki at the cost of his life, that he regained Gaara's body. Since then, Gaara has forgiven Uehara Naraku. Not only that, but when they met again several times later, Gaara almost always showed respect and kindness to Uehara Naraku. Gaara thought that their relationship had changed. What the hell had changed? That bastard was even worse than before. Gaara remembered that he had greeted Uehara Naraku cordially every time, and even often mentioned that, if he ran into trouble, everyone in the Sand Village would take the initiative to help. What about the expression of that bastard Uehara Naraku? Well, he always had a kind, squinting and smiling face. So that guy was actually laughing at their stupidity? Gaara was really furious. The yellow sand behind him floated around him little by little, and his face became gloomy little by little. That guy. Sure enough, he is still the same bastard as when I saw him when I was a child. It's really surprising. Terumi Mei also rubbed her eyebrows. To be honest, Terumi Mei thought more complicated. If Uehara Naraku really will become the next generation leader of the Akatsuki organization, then what is the relationship between him and main Jetsukizuki? Has main Jetsukizuki been deceiving her all the time? Originally, Meditarumi thought that Manzuki Hazuki was an undercover agent planted by the Hidden Mist Village in the Akatsuki organization. Who would have thought that Manzuki Hazuki was actually a double agent? He had been hypnotizing her with intelligence, but in fact, he was laughing at her in his heart. This is too much. Meditarumi slowly bit her lips with her teeth, pinched her fingers into her palms little by little, and her face became cold. Arseholes. We must kill them. Tsunade glanced at the expressions of the 5th Kazakid and the 5th Mizukid, and sighed helplessly. Uehara Naraku had done too many bad things. Okay. Tsunade slowly waited until they regained their composure, and then spoke softly. Now let's discuss the specific battle plan. We have sent out the Anbu and reconnaissance forces to investigate the border of the Rain Country. Once there is any unusual movement in the Rain Country, it's useless. Meditarumi and Gaara shook their heads at the same time. After the two looked at each other, Gaara coughed lightly a few times and explained, if Akatsuki attacks Konoha, they will definitely choose to attack by force, because Akatsuki has a terrifying summon beast in its hands that can break through any defense from high altitude and land directly in Konoha village. When he said this, Gaara frowned again and continued, and that summon beast can even use a terrifying technique that can destroy a ninja village with one blow, so the civilians and ordinary ninjas in the village must be evacuated first. Yeah. Tsunade nodded and said in a deep voice, we have assigned shelters to the villagers as much as possible. Once a battle breaks out in the village, they will be immediately organized to rush to their designated shelters. After that, Tsunade frowned and continued, as for high altitude defense, we have also considered continuing to install anti-aircraft weapons recently. The ground also needs defense. Meditarumi gritted her teeth and continued in a deep voice, back then, the Hidden Mist village was almost destroyed by a hooded Akatsuki member because he released a group of flaming techniques that erupted from the ground, catching us off guard. Yes. Tsunade nodded again and continued softly, in addition, we have also gathered more than 5,000 ninjas, which are enough for ground combat. The more people, the better. Meditarumi frowned and continued to make her own suggestions. As long as we gather enough people, we will be able to deal with Akatsuki's actions to destroy ninja villages everywhere. This is Meditarumi's experience. Because the ground in the Hidden Mist village suddenly burst into fire, the entire village was insufficient for rescue ninjas. If it weren't for the heavy snow and hail, the Hidden Mist village would have been burned down long ago. No, the fewer people, the better. Gaara shook his head and said in a deep voice, because if there are too many people, not only will the powerful ninjas on our side be restricted by the number of people and unable to perform powerful spells, but they will also waste chakra because they need to rescue the weaker ninjas on their side. Gaara is really tired of the Sand Village. When the Sand Village gathered to rebuild the ninja army, tens of thousands of ninjas gathered here, but they were unable to play any role, and even suffered heavy casualties and wasted resources. Tsunade looked at the expressions of both sides and decided to adopt a compromise plan. Then I will arrange the elite team to fight in the village first, and the other ninjas will be arranged outside the village, and they can be transferred in to help, or transferred out to take refuge at any time. Okay. Gaara and Meditarumi nodded. The two did not act pretentiously and took the initiative to lead their subordinates to participate in the defense of Konoha. They were also too strong reinforcement. Adding one more point of strength would be a chance for Konoha to win. The only disagreement was about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade believes that Uzumaki Naruto is a rare powerful ninja in Konoha village, and he has practiced the Sage Mode. He should participate in the battle, which is also Naruto's own expectation. However, Gaara and Meditarumi do not think so. They both think that Uzumaki Naruto should be protected so as not to lose the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki if the defense of Konoha fails. Unfortunately, Tsunade does not agree with this opinion. Uzumaki Naruto is first of all a ninja of Konoha. In this respect, he is no different from a Hokage of Konoha. They are all loyal to protect Konoha until death. Besides, this is also Naruto's own wish. He must participate in the battle. Tsunade clenched her fists, glanced at Gaara, and said in a deep voice, isn't it the same for the 5th Kazekage? He stood up to protect the village at the most dangerous time. In this regard, Gaara could only smile bitterly. No one in the Sand Village can stand up. There are 3 more chapters to come, and I will continue in the evening. I can pay it off today. Chapter 278. Don't be disrespectful to Uehara-senpai. The base of Akatsuki. While Konoha was preparing for war, Akatsuki had completed their preparations, and all members were fully armed and full of energy because they wanted to win the battle this time. The last 8-tailed Jinchuriki and 9-tailed Jinchuriki were left in the entire ninja world. These 2 Jinchuriki were the most difficult to defeat, so their defense was the most strict. We should have launched the plan earlier. Black Zetsu's voice became a little gloomy. He looked up at Tendo Pain standing on the outer path demon statue and said in a deep voice, now Konoha has gathered many ninjas from the Sand Village and the Mist Village. It is said that the 5th generation Kazekage and the 5th generation Mizukage have also arrived. It doesn't matter. Tendo Pain looked down at the circle of members wearing auspicious cloud black robes below, slowly reached out, and stroked the samurai in his eye sockets, and said softly, "My purpose is exactly for this, to let them give them a devastating blow, when they think they are the strongest." This was also stimulated by Uehara Naraku. Because Uehara Naraku destroyed 3 major ninja villages in succession, Nagato didn't want to be worse than his juniors, so when he learned that the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Sand village were dispatched, he was even a little excited. After all, this is the first official appearance of the samurai. In front of the most powerful ninja village in the world, the power of the samurai will be fully unleashed, allowing them to feel the horror of the samurai and experience real pain and despair. Nagato has sufficient confidence. In the face of a power of the level of Pain's 6 paths, the advantage of numbers does not mean much. Even if there are more ninjas, they are just some embellishments to show strength. Not to mention the strongest of them, the heavenly path Pain. The final explosion of the Shura path alone can destroy the entire Konoha village. Is the leader finally going to take action himself? Deidara said with a chuckle. If the elite forces of the Hidden Mist village, the Hidden Sand village, and Konoha gather together, it will be difficult for us to rush in head on. Hehe. Fiden looked at Tendo Pain with a chuckle, stroking the sickle in his hand. Then can we finally see the leader take action this time? In this case, I'm looking forward to seeing the leader's results. After Fiden finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly became a little sinister. If a leader's strength is too weak, I might take the leader's life and offer it to the evil god, to wash away the shame of my joining Akatsuki. Snap. Snap. Fiden's head suddenly fell to the ground. Ringo Uehara chopped off Fiden's head with a sharp knife. She put away her thunder sword, and took a bite of the apple without changing her expression. Too noisy. Hey, you bastard woman. Hiden's head was on the ground, looking up at Ringo Uehara, and he cursed, "If you have the guts, don't sneak attack. Sooner or later, I will offer you, a bastard woman, to the evil god." Shut up. Kakuzu frowned, and his arm suddenly stretched out to grab Hiden's head, and sewed Hiden's head back to his body, while sewed Hiden's neck. Kakuzu turned his head to look at Ringo Uehara. "Next time if you can kill him, it's better to kill him on the spot. I'm tired of stitching up wounds for this bastard." "Hey, Kakuzu." Hearing his teammate's words, Hiden glared at Kakuzu in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean? We are teammates. What I want is a teammate who can help me make money." When Kakuzu said this, he glanced at Uehara Naraku, and then turned his head to look at Hiden with disgust and said, "Not a teammate who will cause me trouble at any time." Damn, Hiden is a retard. Can you scold Pain casually? Many people in the Akatsuki organization are a bit lawless, but Kakuzu is an old man who has lived for more than 90 years. He knows who to provoke, and who not to provoke. Hazuki glanced at Ringo Uehara with a smile and praised, "Uehara, your sword is getting faster and faster. It's a thunder sword after all." Hashiga Kikisane grinned, revealing his mouth full of shark teeth. "Not fast enough." Ringo Uehara was like a rodent, biting the apple in her hand clean. Biting the apple core and swallowing it, then turned to look at Mainjetsu. If it was Mainjetsu senpai, the thunder sword should be able to be faster. Mainjetsu looked at his brother, shook his head and said, "Drawing the sword is just the basic skill of using swordsmanship. There is nothing worth bragging about." TSK. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen who were exchanging swordsmanship with disdain. Except for Hashiga Kikisane, he didn't take the others seriously. After all, Sasuke himself was very good at swordsmanship, and the Uchiha style swordsmanship was more than a little bit stronger than the wild ways of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, didn't say anything, just slowly pushed his glasses, and lowered his head. Karin also put on a black robe with auspicious clouds, stood beside Kabuto Yakushi, and imitated Kabuto Yakushi, pushing her glasses with a cold face. Kaguya Kunmero and Haku were like little transparent people. They just turned their heads and looked at Tendo Pain, waiting for Pain's order. Tendo Pain looked at the members below and said in a cold voice, "Tell me about the next plan." "Xiaonan and I will go to Konoha to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone else will follow Uehara to the Hidden Cloud Village to seize the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki." Huh. There was an explosion below. Everyone looked at Tendo Pain in the air in disbelief. They thought that their leader might choose an ordinary team to attack Konoha together. Unexpectedly, Pain only brought his teammates. This courage is too big. In any case, it is also the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. What's more, Konoha now gathers the 5th generation of Hokage, the 5th generation of Mizukage and the 5th generation of Kazukage, as well as the high-end combat power of the 3 major ninja villages. Is the leader really not going to give his head? The powerful Linoop of the 3 great ninja villages, even if Deidara is skilled and brave, even if he is allowed to control the ancient dragon of Uehara Naraku, he is not sure. Lord Pain. Uehara Naraku looked up at Tendao Pain and said in a deep voice, I still suggest that we capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki first, or I will go to Konoha with you. During this period of time, Uehara Naraku has persuaded him many times. After all, he really wants to collect the 2 extreme chakra nature changes of lightning power and fire power, so that he will only lack the yin power and yang power. At that time, he can use Uzumaki Naruto and Senju Hashirama to do experiments and find out how to obtain them. Alas, if Nagato insists on going to Konoha by himself, won't Uehara Naraku have to destroy Konoha himself? Uehara Naraku himself doesn't care. I just don't know if the psychological quality of Konoha ninjas is high. Uehara. Tendo Pain's eyes fell on Uehara, and he retorted softly, don't worry, I'm absolutely sure. Maybe by the time you come back, after capturing the 8 tails, we will have already brought back the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Tendo Pain interrupted what Uehara Naraku was about to say, and said in a muffled voice, if nothing else, you can get ready to go. After saying that, Tendo Pain turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Uehara Naraku frowned, and turned to look at Konan beside him. Teacher, there is no need to be so anxious, right? I have already advised him. Konan showed a trace of worry on his face, and said softly, but he insisted on doing this, perhaps because he had been waiting for too long, and could no longer suppress his anger. I thought he would at least go with the other members. There is no need for that. Konan shook his head, and whispered to Uehara Naraku, except for taking you, Pain is not confident about anyone else. If you are taken, someone must personally supervise the capture of the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Pain is worried that there are spies of Uchiha Obito in the organization. I know. Uehara Naraku nodded, slowly closed his palms and said, I will set out to capture the 8 tails Jinchuriki now, and find you as soon as possible. Okay. Konan nodded seriously. After that, Konan left the Akatsuki base and went to meet Nagato, because the signal of the chakra sensor was too weak for ultra long distance combat. Therefore, Nagato had to set out with Pain's 6 paths. But this time, the 2 of them should not need to disguise themselves. After all, Nagato's legs are intact, and he has a very strong fighting power. When Konan left, Black Zetsu stood beside Uehara Naraku and said sinisterly, don't worry about them. The power of the Samsara is more powerful than you think. Besides, even if there are any problems, the Moon Eye project can make this world what we want. Uehara Naraku was a little speechless. Black Zetsu, this bastard, was telling the truth, but this was only half the truth. Although he despised Black Zetsu in his heart, Uehara Naraku's face finally eased a little of his worries. Then I will trouble Senior Zetsu to help survey intelligence for the teacher and others. I will go with others to capture the 8 tails Jinchuriki first. Don't worry. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly and nodded. This mission to capture the 8 tails Jinchuriki was not a big deal, and Uehara Naraku did not set off with all the people like Nagato. Uehara Naraku glanced at everyone present, and said in a deep voice, this time, I want to take Uchiha Sasuke alone to capture the 8 tails Jinchuriki. We should quickly get rid of the 8 tails Jinchuriki to avoid any accidents. The others should stay in the base for the time being. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly showed a satisfied smile on his face. What? Deidara pouted his mouth in dissatisfaction. He held a dragon clay in his hand and retorted loudly, I finally molded a super large dragon. Isn't this a waste of my art? Uehara Naraku looked at Deidara speechlessly, supported his forehead and said, then Adu and Scorpion Sr. Okay, they are also old friends. And Uehara Naraku gets along well with Deidara and Scorpion. Hey, Uehara. Hidden waved his sickle and stood in front of Uehara Naraku. If I can't offer sacrifices to the evil god, what's the point of me staying in this organization? Click. Hidden's head was chopped off again. Uchiha Sasuke showed off his sword with a cold face and inserted his ninja sword into the scabbard in a cool manner and said calmly, "If you dare to be disrespectful to Uehara Senior again, I will use Amaterasu to burn your body to ashes." Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke was talking about the strongest fire escape ninjutsu in the ninja world, but his voice was as cold as ice and snow, making people feel cold involuntarily. Ringo Uehara watched Sasuke put away his ninja sword. A light flashed in her eyes, and she praised softly, "TSK, this sword is really handsome." Uehara Naraku patted his forehead. "Why do I feel that Sasuke has been led astray by him? There are 2 more chapters, and they are the same as the extra chapters of the 100,000 rewards from the boss Gangzi Kyanji yesterday. Chapter 279. Deidara, are you reliable?" Hidden stopped talking. Hidden was actually a sensible guy. Because Hidden had seen the horror of Amaterasu, perhaps the Amaterasu eye technique was the only technique that could threaten him and burn his body clean. "Okay, let's go." Uehara Naraku rubbed his brows and said softly, "Senior Kakuzu, help your teammates clean up." "Well, no hurry." After nodding, Kakuzu looked down at Hidden's head and said in a muffled voice, "Since he was rude to you, let him reflect on it here." Hidden. Damn, Hidden felt that everyone in the Akatsuki organization was targeting him. Outside the base, when Uehara Naraku put his hands together to summon the ancient dragon, Deidara hurriedly stopped him and threw the dragon he had made on the ground with a chuckle. "Hey, Uehara, this is something I worked hard to make for a long time." Before he finished speaking, a cloud of smoke rose from the ground, and an ugly, oversized clay dragon appeared in front of them. Just looking at its size, it was exactly the same as the ancient dragon. Deidara pointed at his new work with some complacency and said, "How is it? Is it similar to your summoning beast? So ugly." The red sand scorpion shook his head in disdain. Deidara turned his head away in dissatisfaction and said with a gloomy face, "Hey, scorpion, give me a little praise. This is a work of art that I worked hard day and night to make. Then I'll give you a favor." The red sand scorpion looked at Deidara speechlessly and helplessly jumped onto the back of the ancient dragon. Uchiha Sasuke and Uehara Naraku did not refuse. Deidara looked at this scene with a smile on his face, flew onto the back of the clay dragon, raised his finger and said, "Then let me show you my new work of art." The clay dragon flapped its wings a few times, managed to fly into the air, and staggered towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. However, the clay dragon made by Deidara seemed to have just been completed and had not yet been tested for flight. Clay of varying sizes fell along the way, making people a little worried that the clay dragon would suddenly fall apart while flying in the air. Deidara scratched the back of his head with sweat all over his head and began to follow the clay dragon on a clay bird, constantly filling in the places where the dragon dropped clay. To be honest, it was a bit heartbreaking to watch. Deidara was very dedicated to making sure his friends had a pleasant journey on this clay dragon. Uehara Naraku was too embarrassed to ask for a change of mount. After a long time, Deidara landed on the back of the ancient dragon again and said with a chuckle, "Okay, it should be no problem to get to the hidden cloud village." "Really?" Scorpion glanced at his teammates speechlessly and carefully persuaded, "If it really doesn't work, let's switch to Uehara Naraku's summoned beast." Uchiha Sasuke's expression was a bit hard to describe. To be honest, this clay dragon has a lot of problems, but this dragon is really ugly, not as domineering as Uehara Naraku's ancient dragon. How can Deidara have the nerve to say that this is art? "Don't worry, it will be fine." Deidara pursed his lips, looked at Scorpion and Uchiha Sasuke with dissatisfaction, and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. "Uehara, do you want to change your mount too?" Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. "Deidara has tried so hard, Scorpion Senior. Sasuke, let's go this way first. This is my friend." Deidara patted Uehara Naraku's shoulder with a smile, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. Obviously, the parts of the clay dragon fell off again. Deidara's smile slowly faded, and he took out his clay bird again, stepped on it, and whispered, "You sit slowly, I'll go fix it." Okay. The 3 people were really helpless. Can this clay dragon really fly to the hidden cloud village? This is pure dreaming. We haven't left the rain country yet. It may fall apart. It's really scary to sit on it. This guy Deidara is really unreliable. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku has already agreed to Deidara, and Deidara is also very motivated to fill his clay dragon. Seeing Deidara working so hard, the three people really feel embarrassed to criticize him. The red sand scorpion watched Deidara flying up and down to fill the clay dragon with clay and said with a gloomy face, "Next time, I can no longer meet his requirements." Well, Uehara Naraku nodded. Uchiha Sasuke sighed faintly, looked at the clay dragon and said, "I really hope this dragon can fall apart quickly so that we can ride on Uehara Senior's summoning beast." Although this clay dragon does not look reliable, but Deidara, who made the clay dragon, is still very reliable. Because Deidara repaired it all the way and filled it with clay everywhere, this clay mount can still continue to ride, carrying them forward slowly. If nothing unexpected happens, with Deidara's enthusiasm, this giant dragon should be able to support them to the hidden cloud village. I shouldn't have agreed to him earlier. Uehara Naraku rubbed his eyebrows, quietly raised his fingers, and controlled the fourth Hokage who was far away near the Akatsuki base to wake up. Akatsuki base. Kabuto Yakushi sat in his laboratory, tapping his fingers on his desk. He was waiting for the remote order from Uehara Naraku and the helper sent by Uehara. Hashiga Kikisame sat next to Kabuto Yakushi. He was sent by Black Zetsu to monitor Kabuto Yakushi, and now he was chatting with Kabuto Yakushi. "Mr. Kabuto, Mr. Kisame, I've made you some tea." Karen rushed in, put the tea tray in her hand on the table, and hummed an unknown little song to help them pour tea. Hashiga Kikisame glanced at Karen, then at Kabuto Yakushi, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said softly, "Karen, I'm going to go out in a while. Please help me sort out my notes from yesterday." "Yes." Karen nodded seriously, and after pushing her glasses back like Kabuto Yakushi, she walked into a laboratory. Ever since she was rescued by Kabuto Yakushi from a group of grass ninjas, Karen has always had a good impression of Kabuto Yakushi, and now she has become Kabuto Yakushi's assistant. Karen feels that her life is good. There are a group of Akatsuki members outside, and she doesn't need to fight and kill. She just needs to help with chores and organize notes in the laboratory occasionally. Hashiga Kikisame slowly picked up the teacup and said boredly, "TSK, the job of monitoring Mr. Kabuto is really not suitable for me." "It's okay." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and shook his head and said softly, "I specially invented a barrier for White Zetsu. If White Zetsu invades this laboratory, Kisame will get rid of it immediately." "TSK." Hashiga Kikisame sighed. "It's really boring to let your own people monitor your own people. I really miss the days when I was ordered to monitor Uchiha Itachi." Just when Hashiga Kikisame wanted to say something, a figure wearing a divine robe appeared in front of them. It was the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uehara Naraku manipulated Namikaze Minato to send out a message. "Kabuto, you can set off. The fourth Hokage will take you to Konoha to meet up with Uchiha Obito. The affairs of Konoha will be handed over to you." "Yes, Lord Naraku." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and asked softly, "Should we take this opportunity to destroy or take away the Katamatsukami Sharingan?" Obviously, Kabuto Yakushi wanted to release Uchiha Itachi and use Uchiha Itachi to lure out the Katamatsukami crow hidden in Naruto Uzumaki's stomach. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while controlling the fourth Hokage who was reborn by the impure world reincarnation, and then he said softly, "If I haven't arrived in Konoha yet, don't release Uchiha Itachi easily, wait until I arrive in Konoha." Once Uchiha Itachi was released, Uchiha Itachi would definitely lose control after seeing Katamatsukami, so at that time, Uchiha Itachi must be eliminated immediately to prevent him from causing any trouble to the plan. Uehara Naraku was a little worried that Kabuto Yakushi would fall into Uchiha Itachi's trap. After all, Uchiha Itachi was very good at fighting, so he must be defeated with absolute strength. "Yes, Lord Naraku." Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously. Kabuto Yakushi just wanted to experiment whether Katamatsukami would let Uchiha Itachi escape the control of the impure world reincarnation after changing his will. If Kabuto Yakushi was willing to ask, Uehara Naraku would definitely give him the correct answer. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi only wanted to try it himself. When Uehara Naraku's will left, the resurrected Namikaze Minato grabbed the figure of Kabuto Yakushi and took him away from the laboratory. Kabuto Yakushi, the resurrected Uchiha Obito, and the resurrected Namikaze Minato. The three of them will be responsible for monitoring all the details of Pain's invasion of Konoha, even including the victory or defeat of Pain's invasion of Konoha. In a sense, they are the final protagonists of Pain's invasion of Konoha. If Uehara and Naraku didn't arrive in time, in the Hidden Rain village, the heavy rain in the sky stopped because the person who was responsible for raining all year round had to leave the village temporarily today. Nagato walked out of the tower where he lived step by step, took off the hood on his head, and looked up at the sunlight falling from the sky. The 6 paths of Pain walked out of the shadows one by one and stood behind him. The animal path of Pain closed his palms, and a huge Archaeopteryx summoning beast stopped at the edge of the tower. Nagato walked step by step with the 6 paths of Pain to the head of the Archaeopteryx summoning beast, turned his head to look at Conan floating in the air, and whispered, "Conan, let's go." Yeah. Deidara is so fun. Continue to add more chapters for the 100,000 bounty of the young master Kainji. Only one chapter left to finish. Happy. Chapter 280. Let's get started. Konoha Village. When Nagato and Conan rushed to Konoha with the 6 paths of Pain, the village had been on alert for quite some time, and the village was filled with a tense atmosphere before the war. Only one place was still quiet. The memorial stone in the back mountain. The reincarnated Uchiha Obito sat in front of Nohararin's tombstone, carefully wiped the dust off the tombstone, and placed a bouquet of flowers on the tombstone. Well, so you still remember that she liked bellflowers the most? Hatake Kakashi's voice came from a distance. He slowly walked in from outside and stopped in front of Nohararin's tombstone. Kakashi took every step evenly. It was as if he had walked through this memorial stone area countless times. I will never forget everything that Lin liked. Uchiha Obito slowly stroked his mask, lowered his head and said, "Kakashi, why are you here? Shouldn't you all be waiting for the invasion of Akatsuki at this time?" "It doesn't matter, I'll leave soon." Hatake Kakashi slowly squatted down and sat in front of Nohararin's tombstone. He looked at Uchiha Obito and said, "I just happened to come here and take another look at Rin. I may die in this war." Hatake Kakashi looked up at the sky and said softly, "If I can die, I can see Rin often in the underworld in the future. Don't even think about it." Uchiha Obito immediately interrupted Hatake Kakashi and said coldly, "If you die in the war with Pain, I will send your body to Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru, and let them resurrect you." "Okay, let's not talk about that." Hatake Kakashi stood up again, bowed to Nohararin's tombstone, turned around and left here, walking towards another grave. After a while, Hatake Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned around and asked, "Obito, I'm going to see Teacher Minato and my father. Do you want to stay here?" Uchiha Obito was silent for a while, slowly turned his head, and looked at Hatake Kakashi. "I thought that, when you saw me here, you would ask me about Pain or Nagato, or ask me if I'm willing to go back and help you resist the invasion. Then will you help us?" Hatake Kakashi asked immediately. Uchiha Obito stood up and left Nohararin's grave, shook his head and said, "No, I have helped you rescue Jiraiya. That's enough." Hatake Kakashi tilted his head and continued to ask, "Then, will you tell us the information about Pain or Nagato?" "Huh, still the same." "Kakashi." Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, and the Sharingan under the mask stared at Hatake Kakashi closely and said coldly, "Sure enough, you are the most qualified ninja in Minato's class, and you are always so unscrupulous." After saying that, Uchiha Obito spread out his palms and chuckled. "Since you helped me deal with the traitor, I will tell you a secret." A strange red light appeared in Uchiha Obito's scarlet Sharingan, and his laughter became a little more sinister. "The only people who came to invade Konoha this time are Nagato, Conan and the 6 paths of Pain. I believe you should be able to seize this opportunity." "What?" Hatake Kakashi frowned and whispered, "So, have the other Akatsuki members gone to attack the Hidden Cloud Village to capture the 8-Tails Jinchuriki?" "That's right." Uchiha Obito slowly lowered his arms and continued in a muffled voice, "Because the power of the Samurai is strong enough, Nagato is absolutely sure to defeat Konoha. This information is very helpful to you, right?" Hatake Kakashi nodded silently. Indeed, this information came from Uchiha Obito's mouth, and it was still highly credible, which could be of great help to them in resisting the upcoming invasion of Konoha. In this way, Konoha can deploy ninja troops in a targeted manner. Just when Hatake Kakashi no longer wanted to pay homage to the tombstones of Namikaze Minato and Hatake Tsukumo, he was about to turn around and leave immediately to report this information, which he didn't know whether it was true or not. Uchiha Obito called out to him again, "Kakashi, you are really trying to get information from me at all costs." After Uchiha Obito sneered, he looked at Hatake Kakashi and continued, "By the way, if you are willing to help me put a bouquet of flowers on the tombstone in front of teacher Minato, then I can give you another piece of information." Okay. Hatake Kakashi slowly pulled his mask. After a while, Hatake Kakashi took 2 bouquets of sunflowers and placed them in front of Namikaze Minato's grave and said softly, "Can you tell me now?" Of course. Uchiha Obito turned his back to Hatake Kakashi and said in a cold voice, "If you win this battle, then be prepared to face the revenge of Uehara Naraku. That kid is not like us. He is a guy who can do anything to avenge his teacher. And that kid is a very diligent genius ninja and has a ninjutsu talent that is no less than Nagato. If I guess correctly, perhaps he has already fused a bloodline limit in his body through the change of chakra properties, but he just kept it a secret. He may even have more than one bloodline limit in his body." Wait. Hatake Kakashi's eyes were a little surprised, and he asked aloud, "Do you mean to say that Uehara Naraku is actually a more difficult enemy to deal with than Nagato?" "That's right." Uchiha Obito nodded coldly and continued in a deep voice, "Uehara Naraku has been following Nagato and Konan since he was 12 years old. They also regard Uehara as a successor of Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain village. The relationship between them is very deep." After Uchiha Obito said this, he slowly clenched his fist. "Uehara Naraku has always regarded Konan's words as the truth. So when you defeat Nagato and Konan, you'd better not be careless and prepare in advance to deal with Uehara Naraku's attack on Konoha. Is that so?" Hatake Kakashi pulled his mask and said softly, "I know, but you just want to kill Uehara Naraku with our help, right?" "Yes, I want to kill him too." Uchiha Obito nodded, loosened his palm little by little, and said in a voice that sounded a little unreal, "I dream about it." This sentence is a real truth. Unfortunately, Hatake Kakashi didn't hear anything. He just waved his hand and turned to leave, going to report the information he got from Obito. But after Hatake Kakashi took a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at Uchiha Obito. "Hey, Obito, are you really not going to come back?" Uchiha Obito's figure turned into a time-space vortex and disappeared. Hatake Kakashi looked at the empty space with a sense of loss, turned around and left the area of the memorial, and didn't know how much he remembered. On the other side, the clay dragon was still flying bumpily. Deidara was still diligently repairing his art. To be honest, if they were not afraid that Deidara would be so angry that he would directly detonate the clay dragon, the red sand scorpion and Uchiha Sasuke would have scolded him to death. Yes, the situation has changed again. Uchiha Sasuke finally couldn't stand it anymore. After mocking Deidara for a few words, Deidara threatened to detonate the clay dragon to let Uchiha Sasuke taste the taste of art. How the hell can this taste? This is to let people taste it with their lives. Isn't this to die together? Of course, Uchiha Sasuke would not admit defeat because he felt that he was good at lightning ninjutsu, which was just enough to restrain Deidara's clay bomb. The question was, would he be in time? Once this huge clay dragon exploded, even Susanoo would not be able to withstand its power, and the puppet core of Scorpion would definitely be blown up. Damn, why is this business trip so exciting? Scorpion finally relied on the majesty of his senior to make the two of them quiet down, and finally shut up. Only Uehara Naraku sat quietly on his back. Uehara Naraku ended his control over Uchiha Obito, quietly loosened his fingers, and sighed softly. "It's really a bit shameful to praise my own strength." Yes. Just now, when Uchiha Sasuke and Deidara were arguing, Uehara Naraku was remotely controlling Uchiha Obito to leak secrets to Hatake Kakashi. Even Uehara Naraku let Uchiha Obito show up at the memorial just because he happened to observe the traces of Hatake Kakashi. All this was designed by Uehara Naraku. Logically and emotionally, this meeting between Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi was a flawless reunion of old friends. Uehara Naraku did all this just to let Hatake Kakashi know one thing, that is, he has a very deep relationship with Nagato and Konan. Uehara and Naraku listened to every word Konan and Nagato said. As long as Konan and Nagato choose to reconcile with Konoha in the war, then Uehara and Naraku can also easily reconcile with Konoha, and can even help deal with Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. After a night, Deidara's voice woke everyone up. Ha 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 ha. We are almost to the land of lightning. Uehara and Naraku couldn't help but open his eyes and glance at Deidara. Deidara's face was full of fatigue. It was obvious that he had worked hard all night to make sure his clay dragon could continue to fly. It seemed that Deidara really loved his art. Although Deidara was a funny idiot who loved art, the clay dragon he made was not slow in flying. It was slightly slower than the ancient dragon, but not too slow compared to other summoned beasts. It was just that there was a problem with safety. Repairing while flying was really a bit scary. According to the information obtained by Uehara, Nagato and Konan set out a little later than them, but considering the distance between the Hidden Rain village and Konoha, if they were riding the Archaeopteryx summoned beast, they should have almost reached Konoha, right? Uehara Naraku's estimation was not wrong. Just as Hatake Kakashi rushed to the Hokage's office to report that he had met Uchiha Obito and the information he had obtained from him, Nagato and Konan had already sneaked into the outer defense area outside Konoha village. Paper God technique. Konan slowly spread out her palms, manipulating pieces of white paper to form a thick tree hidden in the forest. This tree did not have any flaws. This will be Nagato's hiding place. Because this time they invaded Konoha to capture the Ninetales, they faced many enemies. The 6 Paths of Pain were the real main force, and they were more suitable to appear on the battlefield than Nagato. Nagato slowly walked into the cave and asked softly, Konan, do you want to participate in the attack on Konoha? If you participate, you should use the paper clone and the 6 Paths of Pain together. Okay. Konan nodded. It just so happened that she also wanted to meet a few people in Konoha. The next moment, countless pieces of white paper split from Konan's body, forming a paper clone that was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and walked into the ranks of the 6 Paths of Pain. Nagato slowly sat cross-legged in the tree hole, slowly raised his fingers, and a light flashed in his eyes. Then let's start. The 6th update. Okay, the debt is paid. The war will start tomorrow. Finally, I would like to thank Abijiang, Buxaski and Gangzaki Anji. I will write today's reward list tomorrow. Chapter 281 A Massive War. In Konoha Village. Hokage's office. After meeting Tsunade, Hatake Kakashi reported in detail everything he had encountered Uchiha Obito at the memorial, and told Tsunade about Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito had already left. Tsunade sighed quietly. It was meaningless to send people to contain Uchiha Obito now, not to mention that Akatsuki could invade at any time. Did Uchiha Obito say that only 2 people invaded Konoha? Tsunade clasped her palms together, looked up at Hatake Kakashi, and whispered, do you think what he said is credible? Strictly speaking, according to the information from Lord Jiraiya, it should be 8 people invading. After all, the power of Pain's 6 paths is also very strong. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he frowned and continued, Obito's words should be credible to a certain extent. After all, he now needs our help to get rid of Nagato, and he should not lie about this. If what he said is accurate enough. Tsunade slowly clenched her palms, looked at Konoha outside the window and said, after we get rid of the invasion of Nagato and Konan, do we still need to continue to prepare for the invasion of that brat Uehara Naraku? Yeah. Hatake Kakashi nodded and whispered, Hokage-sama, if Uehara Naraku's strength is really as powerful as Uchiha Obito said, we must be prepared to deal with it in advance. After all, we have all seen Uehara Naraku's strength. Yeah. Tsunade sighed quietly and said softly, the brat Uehara Naraku was able to defeat Yuengei, and even defeated Jiraiya's enemies in Sage Mode. He is a powerful ninja. I didn't expect that he still didn't use his full strength even so. That's right. Hatake Kakashi slowly pulled his ninja forehead protector, with a hint of lowness in his voice, because Uehara Naraku himself is the kind of ninja who will become stronger when he sees a powerful ninja, let alone anything else. Just when he was making trouble in the Chunin exam, Uehara could steal Might Guy's technique at will, and thus defeat Might Guy in the shocking state head-on. That ability is too powerful. If anyone's technique can be stolen by him, Who knows how powerful Uehara Naraku will be? What's more, his own strength is very strong, and he may also be hiding his own developed bloodline limit. Forget it. Tsunade frowned, glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and said softly, now the most important thing for us is to solve the troubles of Nagato, Konan, and Uehara Naraku, and wait until this war is over. Tsunade slowly clenched and kneaded her palms, and whispered, I'm just worried about when the Akatsuki guys will attack the outer defense area of Konoha village. A rustling sound of footsteps came over. The Konoha ninjas pricked up their ears in surprise, and each ninja involuntarily raised their vigilance. Their eyes gradually moved to the forest, watching the black shadows walk out of the forest. The sun gradually fell. 6 orange-haired men wearing auspicious cloud black robes and a light blue-haired woman wearing the same robes appeared in front of the group of Konoha ninjas step by step, and stood outside their defense line. It was the paper clones of Pain 6 Paths and Konan. That's Akatsuki. The 2 teams of Konoha ninjas responsible for the defense of this area looked at the 6 Paths of Pain with fear on their faces. They immediately divided one team to stop them, and the other team went to the village to report. Shirado Pain stretched out his palm, and cruise missiles flew out from his arm, blowing up all the Konoha ninjas. But this movement also aroused the vigilance of the surroundings. One of the Konoha ninjas was the first to launch the flare in his hand before the missile arrived. The red warning invasion flare flashed in the air for a few seconds. There must be someone in Konoha village who can see this red warning flare, and they will definitely be on guard. There is also a Konoha ninja who is lucky. He rolled quickly and fled into the forest, running towards Konoha. The 6 Paths of Pain didn't seem to care about all this. Originally, their plan was to launch a strong attack on Konoha directly. Konan frowned, glanced at the red flare in the air, and whispered, in this case, Konoha will definitely be alert and prepared. It doesn't matter. Tendo Pain shook his head gently and said softly, when they find that they can't defeat me, even if they try their best, they will realize what real terror is. Konan shook her head slowly. Tendo Pain saw that her expression was not very good, and explained again, Konoha has always been very vigilant, and the internal defense has long been in wartime and very strict. I will launch an offensive here with great fanfare. When their elite forces leave Konoha to intercept us, I will use the animal path to sneak into Konoha and send all of us into Konoha so as to lure the tiger away from the mountain. This explanation is barely acceptable. Konan frowned and glanced at Tendo Pain. Do you really have this plan? It's not just a temporary plan to deceive people. Human Path Pain walked up slowly, stretched out his palm, and pressed the head of a seriously injured Konoha ninja, and launched the heart layer diving technique. After Human Path Pain extracted the soul of the Konoha ninja, he slowly turned his head, and looked at Konan. The Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is now in Konoha village. It seems that this trip will definitely yield something. That's good. Konan nodded, and said with some worry in her eyes, I don't know how Uehara is doing. They are probably about to reach the hidden cloud village, right? They will be faster. Heavenly Path Pain said softly, maybe they have already captured the hidden cloud village. Reached, captured. In Konoha village, the boss of Akatsuki has already taken action. In the land of lightning, Uehara Naraku and his group are still struggling with Deidara's clay dragon. Because after the clay dragon flew over the border of the land of lightning, a huge wing fell to the ground, and the entire dragon began to disintegrate and fall apart, and countless clay fell from the sky. If Uehara Naraku hadn't been quick to grab Scorpion and Uchiha Sasuke, these 2 people would have been buried directly by Deidara's clay dragon. Hey, are you trying to kill us? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Deidara with anger on his face, and then looked at the broken clay dragon piled up into a white hill on the ground. If they were accidentally buried in it, they would probably be dead. Don't talk to me. Deidara landed on the ground with a sad face, looking at the completely broken clay dragon, with an unspeakable grievance on his face. He worked hard to make this, and he had been diligently adding to the clay dragon along the way. How come it fell apart just after crossing the border? How sorry for him. Uehara Naraku rubbed his eyebrows. According to the news from Kabuto Yakushi and others, the 6 Paths of Pain had already started to take action in the outer defense area of Konoha, and they were still at the border of the land of lightning, accompanying a mentally retarded funny guy to mourn his art. Damn, this is bullshit. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, looked at Deidara with a sad face, and asked for his opinion softly. How about we listen to the explosion? Uchiha Sasuke and Scorpion cast puzzled glances. Okay. Deidara's eyes lit up, and after nodding quickly, he put his finger on his lips. Then you can only see the true charm of my art. Art is explosion. Wait for us to go far away. Scorpion grabbed Deidara's clothes and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. Uehara, summon your summoning beast. Let's prepare for the mission quickly. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded hurriedly. The next moment, a huge ancient dragon landed beside them, took them into the air, and threw a huge fireball to detonate the clay mountain. After sitting on the ancient dragon, Uehara Naraku finally calmed down, raised his fingers little by little, and his will descended on Uchiha Obito, watching the War of Pain's invasion of Konoha on the other side. At this moment, Konoha village was in order. After receiving the information about Pain's invasion, the Konoha ninjas immediately began to act according to the original plan, organizing civilians to evacuate and going to meet the enemy. After Jiraiya got the news, he subconsciously frowned and said, only the 6 paths of Pain and Konan? No trace of Nagato? No. Tsunade shook her head and whispered, according to the information fed back from the front, there are only 6 orange-haired Samsara ninjas and a light blue-haired female ninja. TSK, they are hiding. Jiraiya tightened his clothes and said softly, let's go to fight the 6 paths of Pain and Konan first, and the other ninjas will go to search for Nagato's location, and see if he is nearby. Jiraiya slowly took off his oil-lettered forehead protector, took a vortex forehead protector symbolizing Konoha from Tsunade's hand, and put it on his forehead. Fukasaku and Shima, who were on the ground, jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. They have also stayed in Konoha, and are always ready to participate in the battle. Standing behind Jiraiya, all of them are Konoha's strongest single combat power. Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy, Rock Lee, and 2 foreign aides, the 5th Kazukage Gaara and the 5th Mizukage Meditarumi. What they have to do is to break the scattered siege of the 6 paths of Pain. The other Konoha ninjas, Sen ninjas, and Miss ninjas are divided into 7 battle groups, mainly to assist them in fighting against a certain Pain puppet at any time. Let's go. Jiraiya tidied up his ninja uniform that he hadn't worn for a long time and took everyone to jump out of the Hokage building one by one and headed to the area invaded by Pain. Jiraiya jumped beside him, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was following closely behind him, and asked softly, hey, Naruto, how are you preparing? Well, a dozen shadow clones are absorbing natural energy at Miyaboki Mountain. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly and responded loudly, the sage mode can probably last for a long time. There shouldn't be any problem. Then let's go. Jiraiya's figure jumped onto the wall of Konoha, looking down at the smoke coming from afar, and the others stood shoulder to shoulder beside him. Behind them, 7 huge battle groups, each with at least hundreds of ninjas, were ready to split up and support them at any time. Another area. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, led a perception team composed of ninjas from the Hyuga, Inuzuka and Aburame clans, searching everywhere for Nagato's location. On the Hokage Rock, Kabuto Yakushi led the reincarnated Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito, watching the ninja troops, led by Jiraiya and the other 7 people, rushing out of Konoha village like a tide. What a massive battle. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, chuckled and said, who will win the joint forces of Konoha, Sand Village and Kirigakure, the leader of Akatsuki? I'll update again in the afternoon. Anyway, 3 updates are no less. Thank you Abe-chan for the 10,000 rewards. Thank you Drunk Playing Beauty for the reward. Thank you Scarlet Blazing Wings for the reward. Thank you Haven't Thought of Your Own Name Yet for the reward. Thank you Yuguwu for the reward. Thank you Pretend I Don't Exist for the reward. Thank you Ahaja for the reward. Thank you Bijin Ziang for the reward. Thank you Dark Star Emperor for the reward. Thank you I'm a Sissy for the reward. Thank you for the reward. I didn't ask you to reply to my comment. Thank you all for the rewards, and thank you all for the support of all genuine book friends. Chapter 280 To the first person to die in battle. We must follow our plan. Jiraiya looked at the smoke of war in the distance, and said in a deep voice, everyone, don't be too stubborn. We must separate the 6 paths of Pain and Konan and defeat them one by one. Understood. The others nodded solemnly. The ninja battle group under the city wall was also listening to the instructions of their captain, because the ninjas of each unit would be responsible for supporting and assisting a ninja on the city wall. 7 ninjas with the strongest individual combat power. 7 combat units responsible for cooperating with these 7 ninjas. The solemn atmosphere before the war was a little scary. All 7 people present participated in the pre-war meeting. They also knew clearly how strong the opponent was. That was a person who stood at the top of the monsters of Akatsuki. Gaara, Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto had never experienced such a big battle before. The chakras of the 3 people could not be controlled and slowly began to burst out, attracting the attention of others. What a bunch of young and energetic guys. Meditarumi covered her red lips with her palm and chuckled a few times, then praised, "Do you all have girlfriends? Rock Lee, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto. Is it time to talk about girlfriends now? Not to mention the 3 young kids. Aren't Kakashi, Hatake, Jiraiya and Might Guy next to them still single? It's just that Meditarumi's teasing made the tension on the faces of Rock Lee and the other 3 young men slowly dissipate a lot. Okay, let's end our small talk here." Jiraiya suddenly closed his palms, and Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, who were sitting on his shoulders, closed their palms at the same time. The 3 voices shouted in unison, "Sage mode on." The next moment, Jiraiya's momentum suddenly surged. Everyone looked at Jiraiya, who had completely changed his appearance, with a little surprise. Only Uzumaki Naruto frowned and whispered, "The first shadow clone has finished absorbing natural energy. The second shadow clone should prepare to absorb natural energy. Sage mode on." Uzumaki Naruto's body instantly burst out with the same momentum. There was a touch of orange in his eyes, and his eyes gradually became a bit like a frog. This was the only stupid way to choose. Because Uzumaki Naruto had the 9 tails in his body, he could only transform into Sage mode independently, but it was obviously impossible to take this into account during the battle, so they discussed 2 plans. The first plan, Uzumaki Naruto condensed her shadow clones and began to absorb and store natural energy in advance. In this way, he could directly dissolve the shadow clones, so that the natural energy in the shadow clones would return to the main body and directly activate the Sage mode. The second plan, Uzumaki Naruto split out more than a dozen shadow clones in one breath, carefully calculating how much natural energy each shadow clone needed to merge with his body when it returned to the body. After the first shadow clone was dissolved, the second shadow clone began to slowly extract natural energy. Each shadow clone must remember the amount of natural energy to be absorbed, because the amount of natural energy they absorb is different. This is more troublesome. Once it is too little, natural energy will be wasted. Once it is too much, froggification will occur directly. Fortunately, there are still a few toads on the Myaboki mountain who are paying attention to the situation of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones extracting natural energy. Once there is a problem in any link, they will immediately kill those idle shadow clones to notify Uzumaki Naruto. This battle, Konoha has put a lot of thought into it. Lee, we can't fall behind. Might Guy gave Rock Lee a thumbs up, then clenched his fists suddenly, and the chakra aura all over his body began to riot. Rock Lee also gritted his teeth, and his momentum gradually began to synchronize with Might Guy. Yes, Mr. Gay. 8 gates of ninjutsu, 6th gate Kajaman open. Rock Lee can easily open the 6th gate, and if he wants to fight, he can also open the 7th gate, but the probability of losing his life is relatively high. Might Guy can easily open the 6th gate, and even opening the 7th gate is very simple, but the 7th gate is too energy consuming. It's really scary. Gaara stretched out his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He lowered his head to look at Rock Lee and Might Guy, who activated the 8 gates ninjutsu, and then looked at Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto, who activated the Sage mode. Gaara and Meditarumi's gazes gradually began to converge, and finally slowly stopped on Hatake Kakashi. They also thought that Hatake Kakashi should have a similar technique, right? Ahem. Hatake Kakashi pulled his forehead protector, coughed a few times, and said, "I don't have a similar technique. I only have the Manjaki Sharingan. I'm sorry to disappoint you too." Oh. Meditarumi and Gaara slowly withdrew their gazes. Okay, let's go. Jiraiya jumped off the wall first, led everyone to rush towards Pain's position, and shouted, "Lord Terumi Mei, attack Konan. I will attack the strongest Pain. Gai will attack the Pain who can absorb chakra. Kakashi will deal with the Pain who can transform into a weapon. You three little guys will entangle the other three Pains. Understood." The figures of the crowd quickly shuttled through the forest. Behind them, thousands of ninjas also entered the forest and chased in their direction. On the other side, Pain Six Paths was still slowly moving towards Konoha. Shirado Pain's body transformed into a radar that could sense chakra, and he whispered, "Konan, someone is rushing over." 7 of them have very intense chakra reactions, and there are thousands of people behind them who are also reacting. Oh. Konan frowned, waved his hand to scatter the origami, and said coldly, "So do you want to fight them head on now? The real body is behind." Tendo Pain slowly raised his palm and whispered, "It doesn't matter if we just fight like this. As long as the real body is still there, even if all 6 Pains are damaged, they can be repaired, so that they can also experience what it means to be despair. Let's clear the battlefield first." After Tendo Pain said this, a powerful repulsive force suddenly vented from his palm, and almost instantly overturned the forest in front. The soil and trees wrapped in sand and dust rushed towards the direction of Konoha under the push of repulsive force. "Then say hello." Shirado Pain spoke in a muffled voice, and opened his chest. Under his chakra radar, cruise missiles emerged, and suddenly flew into the air. Under his precise control, they shot towards Jiraiya and the other 7 people. Earth style, Earth flow city wall. Jiraiya was the first to close his palms, and solemnly formed a seal to release a wide city wall, blocking the rushing gravel and giant trees. Quicksand falls. Gaara stepped on the sand mat, looking at the missiles flying one by one, raised his hand, and turned the earth into pieces of yellow sand that swept into the air, swallowing the missiles one by one into the yellow sand. The first wave of Pain's attack was blocked by the 2 of them. Is this the power of Pain? A trace of cold sweat appeared on Terumi's forehead, and she whispered, "In just a short moment, it directly flattened all the obstacles in front of our sight. Just this one attack." Rock Lee also said with a serious look on his face, "It already has the destructive power comparable to that of Teacher Gai's Day Tiger." Jiraiya nodded solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "This is the ability of Pain created by Ehiko, repulsion. The bomb that just flew over is the ability of a hideous looking Pain." After that, Jiraiya said again, "Maybe Nagato just wants to clear out a suitable battlefield and say hello to us." Everyone fell silent. "Okay." The solemnity on Jiraiya's face faded away, revealing a smile. "Since the enemy has greeted us, we naturally have to return the greeting. Let's go." Everyone climbed rapidly along the wall of the Earth Flow City wall. When they stood on the wall, they also saw Pain Six Paths and Konan waiting for them. This time they were going to face a powerful enemy, and these were just puppets controlled by the enemy. Teacher Jiraiya. Tendo Pain slowly raised his head, his eyes motionless in his eye sockets. He just spread out his palms calmly. "Although it is a foolish act for a group of mortals to challenge God, your courage is worth me building a suitable burial place for you." Tendo Pain's eyes moved slightly, looking at Uzumaki Naruto next to Jiraiya, and whispered, "It seems that is our youngest junior brother Uzumaki Naruto. Then treat him as the trophy of this battle." Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth dully, looked at Tendo Pain and said, "I can't understand your actions. I heard from the lecherous sage that, if your so-called purpose is to bring peace to the ninja world, well let Uehara and Naraku destroy the sand village and the mist village." Naruto. Jiraiya frowned and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Jiraiya, but clenched his fists, looked at Tendo Pain and said, "This war is obviously unnecessary. If it is for peace." "Shut up." Tendo Pain interrupted Uzumaki Naruto, slowly raised his palm towards Uzumaki Naruto, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. "I don't like to listen to others telling me some nonsense. What you have to do next is to accept your fate and enjoy the punishment of God's courage." Is every person with yellow hair in the ninja world a chatterbox? Akatsuki's Deidara is annoying enough, and Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto also likes to nag. These yellow-haired people talk too much. Jiraiya patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and whispered, "Okay, Naruto, let's get rid of all the Pains present first." Nagato will not believe you unless he sees the power displayed by people who are enough to change this ninja world. Yes, lustful sage. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly. So, are you ready, everyone? Jiraiya clenched his left fist, hit the palm of his right hand, and shouted, if you are ready, we can go. Yes. After everyone responded loudly, they jumped off the wall and ran towards Pain 6 Paths and Conan. Hara, Might Guy and Rock Lee were the fastest. After opening the 6 gates, they were the first to find their respective targets and rushed towards the target Pain's position. Are you planning to defeat them one by one? Tendo Pain's eyes wandered slightly, staring at the 7 enemies, and sighed softly, still so naive. Jiraiya teacher. Click click. Shirado, who was standing in front of Tendo Pain, quickly changed his form, and thick gun barrels appeared on Shirado's body. The next moment, gunshots rang out. Countless bullets sprayed out from the muzzle. A series of bullets gathered into a line of fire, blocking all directions, where the 7 ninjas could rush, forcing them to dodge or resist. Then a particularly thick sniper barrel appeared on Shirado's chest, and a huge bullet flew out of it, flying directly towards Rock Lee in the front. This shot was too insidious. Kamiu. Hatake Kakashi instantly opened his main Jiki Sharingan and used his pupil technique to absorb the powerful bullet into the Kamu space. He turned his head and warned loudly, be careful. The weapon on that beam. Bang. The second bullet flew over. A blood flower bloomed on Hatake Kakashi's chest. Because Hatake Kakashi had just used his pupil technique to save Rock Lee's life, he had no time to use his pupil technique and was hit directly in the chest by Shirado's hidden second shot. The battle had just begun. The first sacrifice had already appeared. On the Hokage rock in the distance, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, chuckled and said, I didn't expect that the first person to die in the battle would be Mr. Hatake Kakashi. What? Uchiha Obito turned his head and looked at Kabuto Yakushi in disbelief and asked coldly, how is it possible? Kakashi is the most insidious and cunning guy. How could he die? It's hard to tell what Obito really felt when he heard this. Maybe he didn't want to see Hatake Kakashi die in the battle, or maybe he also wanted to slander Hatake Kakashi's character. Namake's Minato clenched his fists and smashed them to the ground with some powerlessness, and said in a low voice, no, Kakashi has indeed died in the battle, to save a young guy, to remind his companions. At this moment, Uehara Naraku and others were still on their way to the hidden cloud village. Uehara Naraku frowned slightly and rubbed his temples. He was watching the battle on the Konoha side from a distance and got the first-hand news. Did Kakashi die to save people after all? There is one more update, later. Damn, why is it another 4,000 words? Chapter 283, Go dig up Hatake Tsukumo's body. After Uehara Naraku got the news of Hatake Kakashi's death, he felt a little complicated. After all, Hatake Kakashi had a good relationship with him. Uehara Naraku sighed in his heart and gave the first order to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, you can go find Hatake Tsukumo's body. If you can, we should be able to get 1 or 2 more Masters of Impure World Reincarnation. Namake's Minato. Uchiha Obito. Hatake Tsukumo is Hatake Kakashi's father. Hatake Kakashi committed suicide when he was very young, which left a huge shadow on Kakashi's childhood and even affected his future ninja path. Now the two of them are still immersed in the sadness of Hatake Kakashi's death, but Uehara Naraku gave them an order to find the body of Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Is he planning to let Kabuto Yakushi reincarnate Hatake Tsukumo? Damn, Uehara Naraku, you bastard, are you still a human being? The soul of Hatake Kakashi might be in the Pure Land, looking forward to meeting his father, but you directly summoned Hatake Tsukumo's soul back for the impure world reincarnation. How can people not be reunited even after death? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, frowned, and whispered, Lord Naraku, I have tried to reincarnate Hatake Tsukumo, but it didn't work at all. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, after this war is over, I should be able to successfully reincarnate him. If I remember correctly, Hatake Tsukumo's soul has always been on the road leading to the Pure Land of the Underworld. Once the soul is not in the Pure Land, even the impure world reincarnation cannot find his soul, so Hatake Tsukumo cannot be reincarnated at all. If Hatake Kakashi died in the battle, he should first meet Hatake Tsukumo, who has been waiting for him on the road, right? After the father and son have a heart-to-heart talk, they will be freed from their shackles and rush to the pure land of the underworld, right? At that time, Hatake Tsukumo can be reincarnated and resurrected. Although Kabuto Yakushi didn't quite understand, he still followed Uhura Naraku's order and secretly dug out Hatake Tsukumo's coffin from the memorial. Outside Konoha village, the battle continued. No one expected that Hatake Kakashi would be the first person to die in battle. Or no matter who died first, it was unacceptable to everyone. However, the power of the Shurado sniper bullet directly penetrated Kakashi's chest, knocking his body back and falling heavily to the ground. Kakashi. Might Guy looked at Hatake Kakashi falling in disbelief, and his body was soon covered with blood. Might Guy never thought that his best friend would fall here. Mr. Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, Senior Kakashi. The others also looked at Hatake Kakashi falling in astonishment. Uzumaki Naruto was almost stunned by the scene, and Rock Lee also widened his eyes. Jiraiya's face flashed with a trace of grief, and he reminded in a cold voice, "Hey, don't be dazed, the battle is still going on. Kid, don't let Kakashi's sacrifice down." Hatake Kakashi slowly closed his eyes. If possible, it seems not bad to die like this. At least in this way, he can meet many people. No matter how many ties he has around him, sometimes Kakashi still feels that this world is too lonely. But when Hatake Kakashi's soul ascended to heaven, the first person he saw was his father Hatake Tsukumo. This strong man with the title of Konoha White Fang bound himself here with his own power, waiting to see his son on this road to the underworld. The father and son never thought that someone would plot against these two dead people. Outside Konoha village, everyone was suppressing the sadness of Kakashi's death in battle. Shock gate open. Only Might Guy suddenly burst out the power of the 7th gate shock gate and blasted his fist towards Pain Day Tiger. A huge air bomb was blasted out by Might Guy's fist. Under the pressure of the fist, the air bullet turned into a white tiger and pounced towards the direction of Pain's 6 paths, roaring and opening his mouth. The countless bullets fired by Shura Road were all shattered by the power of the Day Tiger and turned into chakra and disappeared. This scene made Shiandeo Pain frown. The moment the white Day Tiger transformed by the air bullet appeared, the figure of Hungry Ghost Road appeared in front of the white tiger and spread out his palm, sealing technique suction seal. The next moment, Hungry Ghost Road was directly defeated by the Day Tiger. How is it possible? This is not an ninjutsu. Shiandeo Pain's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly stretched out his palm, and a huge repulsive force burst out. Shinra Tensei. Unfortunately, the power of Shinra Tensei was not enough. The next moment, Shiandeo Pain's body couldn't help but fly backwards. The power of Shinra Tensei that Shiandeo Pain hurriedly used was too small to defeat the air bullet of the Day Tiger. The animal path immediately summoned huge summoned beasts to try to help them resist the power of the Day Tiger. The summoned beasts turned into smoke and dissipated. The white tiger gradually gathered and turned into a white sphere, and the energy in the sphere began to destroy everything around it. What a trouble. Shiandeo Pain frowned and stretched out his palm towards the broken body of Hungry Ghost Path. Shianain Wangxiang. Hungry Ghost Path's body was caught in his hand. The next moment, the remaining Pain and Conan's paper clones turned into smoke and disappeared on the battlefield. Nagato didn't want all his puppets to be destroyed by one blow. In the huge tree hole in the distance, Nagato slowly put away his palm, staring at the broken body of Hungry Ghost Path with an ugly look, and then looked at the few pains he brought back with a summoning technique, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that Konoha actually has such a level of physical skills, master." Conan also nodded with some lingering fear. The power and speed of the Day Tiger's explosion just now were so amazing that they didn't have any reaction time at all, and they were almost directly broken by one blow. It is worthy of being the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Even in terms of physical skills, they are absolutely different from the physical skills ninjas of other ninja villages. No, it should be said that those people from other ninja villages cannot be called physical skills ninjas at all. Nagato slowly lowered his head, his long red hair drooping down, and his voice gradually became a little gloomy as he said, "In this case, we can't attack by force. We must find a way to get rid of that powerful physical skills ninja. No, or get rid of them all at once. Nagato slowly turned his head to look at Shirado and made a decision. Plan it well. Let Shirado go and die with those people on the battlefield. When the air bomb dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, but all the pains in the field disappeared, and everyone couldn't help but frowned. Might Guy's face was a little ugly. The power of the bursting day tiger consumed him a lot. Didn't this move have any results? What's going on? Where are the people? Could they have been directly destroyed by Mr. Gay's day tiger? No. Jiraiya shook his head and analyzed the situation in an instant. It should be that Nagato saw that pain might be damaged by the day tiger's attack, so he summoned all the pains away in advance. After saying that, Jiraiya saw that the others looked a little depressed and said softly, "But this is not without results. I just saw that the pain who can absorb the spell was directly destroyed by Gay's spell." Might Guy took a deep breath and nodded hurriedly. "This is just right. Our personnel comparison is still the same. Now it's 6 people against 6 people. Then, let me deal with the opponent that Kakashi has to face next. Can you hold on?" "Absolutely no problem." Might Guy raised his thumb and said in a muffled voice, "Let me inherit Kakashi's will." "Okay." Jiraiya put his palms together, nodded with a gloomy expression. "Let's find them now." The memorial stone in the back mountain of Konoha. Kabuto Yakushi, Obito Uchiha and Minato Namikaze dug up Hatake Tsukumo's grave and carefully put his coffin into the sealing scroll. Although it is unknown why Uehara Naraku believes that Hatake Tsukumo can be reborn, it has been proven that this is not feasible, but Kabuto Yakushi still decided to follow Uehara Naraku's order and report to him what happened here. "Lord Naraku, I have followed your instructions and dug out the body of Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo." After Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, he continued softly, "Just now, Might Guy's attack almost destroyed all the pains. Lord Nagato seems to be planning to retreat. Now the people of Konoha are searching for their whereabouts all over the mountains and plains." After Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, he did not hear any reply from Uehara Naraku, and added, "After Might Guy's outbreak, the situation does not seem to be favorable to Lord Nagato." Uchiha Obito was a little surprised to hear what Kabuto Yakushi said. Has that Guy become so strong now? Originally, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were the two tails in the class. Unfortunately, Might Guy seemed to be a little different. Every time during the Chunin exam, he could beat Uchiha Obito to a pulp. Later, after Uchiha Obito got the Mangekyou Sharingan, he didn't pay much attention to Might Guy. Unexpectedly, Might Guy didn't fall behind them too much. Namikaze Minato shook his head and sighed softly. "Ninjas who find their own path and follow it unswervingly will definitely become very powerful." Okay. Just as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Uehara Naraku's will immediately descended on him, and he said softly, "Kabuto, I know everything you said. Before they fight again, you don't have to report some small things to me." The land of lightning. Above the hidden cloud village. This village is scattered among the towering mountains. Whether it is concealment or defense, it is far superior to other villages. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to attack this ninja village, which also makes the hidden cloud village powerful. Uehara Naraku sat on the ancient dragon, slowly raised his finger, and whispered, "Okay, let's get ready to attack the hidden cloud village." The third update is completed. Happy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Hidden Cloud Village. The war begins. The battle in Konoha village was temporarily stalemated. The battle in Kumogakure village had just begun. Just as Nagato and Konan were planning to deal with Jiraiya, Might Guy and others, Uehara Naraku, Deidara and others arrived at Kumogakure village. Due to the special environment of Kumogakure village, there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and flashes of lightning jumped in the clouds from time to time, which made people feel a little palpitated. Deidara hated the environment of thunder and lightning the most. He couldn't help but pick his ears, and pouted his mouth. The sound of thunder is so loud, how can those idiots in Kumogakure village who have muscles in their brains endure it? This place is very suitable for using lightning release Kirin. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at the thunder that came from time to time above Kumogakure village. His Sharingan could easily capture the traces of lightning in the air, and he only needed to guide it to release the S-level lightning release ninjutsu of lightning release Kirin. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and glanced at Uehara Naraku and asked softly, "Uehara Senior, let me use the thunder release Kirin to say hello to the hidden cloud village?" Say hello. Ever since Uehara Naraku led everyone on several missions, the Akatsuki organization has become popular with this saying. When meeting the enemy, throw a powerful S-level spell at the enemy first. This is the way to say hello. At the beginning, Nagato in Konoha village also manipulated Tendo Pain to say hello with Shinra Tensei, and Uchiha Sasuke in the Hidden Cloud village wanted to say hello with the Thunder Release Kirin. Say hello. Say hello. Can you beat them? Say hello. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Sasuke speechlessly, sighed and said, "Okay, then you try it." "Yes, senior." Uchiha Sasuke's palms suddenly closed and formed a seal, and his 5 fingers stretched to the sky. The thunder clouds in the sky began to gradually gather under Sasuke's guidance. The next moment, a huge thunder beast jumped out of the thunder cloud in the sky, and the target that this thunder beast is about to attack is the Reikage building of the Hidden Cloud Village. Above the ground, Hidden Cloud Village, the Reikage office. The 4th Reikage AI leaned on the sofa in the office, frowning as he flipped through the documents sent from the village. He didn't look like a person who liked to correct documents at all. This is the characteristic of the Reikage. Every generation of Reikage is a man with a rough life. They never like to sit on the chair at the desk, but like to find a spacious position casually. Their personality is just like this, and they don't like to be constrained. But there is another person in the Reikage office today. That is the sworn brother of the 4th Reikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Because he was worried that Killer Bee would be attacked by Akatsuki, the 4th Reikage AI planned to keep Killer Bee by his side during this period. To be honest, the 4th Reikage regretted it a little. Killer Bee was walking around and jumping in the office. Suddenly, he came over and stood on the table in front of the sofa, gesticulating with his fingers. "Brother, I'll dance and you'll sing. This is us, the ab combination." "Oh yeah." The 4th Reikage's face darkened. The next moment, the Reikage silently raised his head and looked at Kirabi. With a gloomy face, he took out an apple from the tray and squeezed it into crumbs. Kirabi looked at the 4th Reikage's actions, and a drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. He immediately waved his palm and changed his posture. "I'll dance and you'll sing. The Bay combination is also okay." "Oh yeah. B." The 4th Reikage's forehead jumped violently, and he looked at his sworn brother in front of him coldly. His fists clenched, and the joints creaked. "If you say another word, I will crush you into crumbs." After that, the 4th Reikage threw the apple residue in his hand to Kirabi's face and kicked Kirabi off the table. To be honest, since he had such a funny and mentally retarded brother, the 4th Reikage AI felt that he had lived 10 years less. Of course, if there was no brother like Killer Bee, the 4th Reikage AI might not even survive the Ninja World War more than 10 years ago. According to the tradition of the Hidden Cloud Village, each generation of Reikage will have their partner, that is, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the village. Only at this time can they inherit AI's name. Similarly, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki can inherit the name be passed down from generation to generation by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki because he can become the most suitable partner with the current Reikage. This is the ab combination of the Hidden Cloud Village. It is also the top combat power of the Hidden Cloud Village. To be honest, when the 4th Reikage AI was able to find Killer Bee as a suitable brother, he was still very happy. Facts have proved that Killer Bee has not lived up to the expectations of the Hidden Cloud Village. The combination of the two can also be said to be strong and almost invincible, except for the defeats to Minato Namikaze. Unfortunately, Killer Bee's personality is too jumpy. Kirabi, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, is different from the past. He has loved singing and dancing rap since he was a child. As a result, he likes to sing and dance rap even when he speaks now, and he often performs a headache-inducing impromptu performance. Because Kirabi, as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, has been discriminated against in the village since he was a child, he relies on this method to laugh at those who discriminate, humiliate, and even hurt him in the village. Therefore, the fourth Raikage has a high tolerance for Kirabi. However, even Buddha has a limit to his tolerance for a funny guy. Kirabi, this idiot brother, always inadvertently teases the fourth Raikage's nerves. Damn, has this guy forgotten the temper of each generation of Raikage? Now the fourth Raikage just kindly crushed an apple and kicked Kirabi off the table. In fact, this is already a very gentle approach. If it were any other time, Kirabi would probably be hospitalized now. Just when the fourth Raikage was about to scold Kirabi to make him behave for a few minutes, he suddenly heard the thunder in the hidden cloud village become a little wrong. There was something wrong with the thunder in the sky. There were also beasts in the sky. A dark-skinned beauty ninja quickly pushed open the door of the Raikage's office and said in a hurried voice, "Lord Raikage, the perception team reported that there was an abnormality in the sky. Someone seemed to be releasing a powerful lightning ninjutsu over the village." "I know." The fourth generation Raikage waved his hand impatiently, broke through the glass of the Raikage's office and rushed out. "Gather the combat troops in the village. Let me see who has such courage." This is the way the fourth generation Raikage went out. The fourth generation Raikage AI has no bad habits in his life. The biggest expense every year is to repair the glass wall in his office. "Brother, wait for me." Kirabi turned over and climbed out from the corner of the wall, rushed out along the glass gap that the fourth generation Raikage broke, and shouted, "Add combination, invincible. Yoho." After the two left, the beautiful ninja who had just rushed into the office also conveyed orders to others, requiring each combat unit to quickly gather and fight against possible enemies. Above the sky, a huge thunder beast appeared. Uchiha Sasuke stood on the ancient dragon, controlling his chakra to guide the thunder release Kirin to rush towards the hidden cloud village on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his thunder release Kirin falling, smiled complacently, hooked the corner of his mouth and said, "HMPH. The hidden cloud village that was born in thunder will disappear in thunder." In addition to Uchiha Itachi, is there anyone who can resist the attack of the thunder release Kirin? Even if there is, it is absolutely impossible for it to appear in the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Sasuke believes that he is the strongest thunder release ninja. The fourth Raikage raised his head and looked at the Kirin thunder beast rushing down from the sky. His temper suddenly became irritable, and a ball of rich chakra burst out from his body in an instant. "Are you looking for death? You dare to aim at the Raikage building?" The fourth Raikage's body was instantly filled with balls of lightning. The moment he saw the thunder beast appear, he entered the thunder release chakra mode. Standing next to the fourth Raikage, Killer Bee spread out his tails behind him. The chakra on these tails quickly gathered to form a black and purple tailed beast jade, which was ejected towards the thunder beast in the air. The black and purple tailed beast jade almost hit the thunder beast Kirin head on in an instant, and easily shattered the technique that could destroy the Raikage building. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee watched the thunder beast being destroyed by the tailed beast jade, and pushed his small sunglasses. This somewhat careless action made Killer Bee look very cool, especially after he had just easily resolved the crisis. Just when the fourth Raikage thought that his adopted brother was finally reliable, Killer Bee suddenly twisted his body and made a self-proclaimed handsome dance posture. "Sure enough, in the end, it still depends on me. Eight Tails Killer Bee uncle, yeah." "Shut up." The fourth Raikage's face darkened again. "Damn, this idiot is really handsome for only 3 seconds. Fortunately, the fourth Raikage didn't have the energy to continue scolding him. He just looked up at the huge monster flying slowly around the hidden cloud village in the sky. Akatsuki. The fourth Raikage AI immediately recognized the monster. The ancient dragon has become the signal of Akatsuki's external war. As the signature summoning beast of Akatsuki, every time the ancient dragon appears in a village, it means that a ninja village will be destroyed by Akatsuki. There has never been an exception so far. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists, looked at the ancient dragon still slowly soaring in the sky, and shouted to the people running in the distance, "Prepare the chakra cannon. Let those Akatsuki bastards know that, if they dare to enter the hidden cloud village, they don't have to leave here." "Yes, Lord Raikage." Several leading ninjas nodded hurriedly. The chakra cannon is the secret weapon of the hidden cloud village. Its power is absolutely beyond the imagination of any ninja. Unfortunately, due to its size, weight, and energy replenishment method, it cannot be transported. It has always been placed in the hidden cloud village as a defensive weapon. The ancient dragon in the sky suddenly flew down. Uehara Naraku was also very aware of the secret weapon of the hidden cloud village. He was not prepared to let his mount be used as a target, so he immediately rode the ancient dragon down. Uehara Naraku slowly disbanded the ancient dragon and jumped onto the top of the Reikage building. Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara and others also stood beside him. The 4 people in black robes looked at the group of hidden cloud ninjas standing opposite them. It seems that we are very lucky. A smile appeared on Uehara Naraku's face. Looking at the 4th Reikage AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee standing at the front of a group of Kumogakure ninjas, he continued with a smile. The famous sub-combination of the Kumogakure village is here, which should be able to bring me some fun, right? Well. Scorpion of the Red Sand shook his head helplessly. Uehara, are you so confident every time you meet an enemy? When can you show your confidence in front of your teacher? Uehara Naraku. Ha 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 ha. Deidara had a bright smile on his face and continued with a chuckle. Leave them to me. I will use my art to get rid of these big guys from the Kumogakure. Ha. Your clay bombs should not be able to exert any power, right? Uchiha Sasuke snorted disdainfully and continued contemptuously. This village is full of ninjas who can restrain you, so let me do it. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the 4th Reikage AI and Killer Bee with arrogance on his face. A red light flashed in his scarlet Sharingan. He said coldly, I want to let them see what the real lightning release ninjutsu is. I'll wait for you at the usual time in the afternoon. Thank you for the reward from Stupid and Cute. Thank you for the reward from Wadashua and Dog. Thank you for the reward from Shianshu Fie. Thank you for the reward from Niwuhenan. Thank you for the reward from Kang Chengan. Thank you for the reward from Pure Fiction. Thank you for the reward from Qiu Ruoji Anfan. Thank you for the reward from Bookfriend 201905061832187774. Thank you for the reward from Ramaz. Thank you for the reward from Great Demon God number 2. Thank you for the reward from Guofu Picture. Thank you for the reward from Langjun. Thank you all for the reward, and thank you all for the genuine support from book friends. By the way, the rewards from the big guys can be given to the characters. Chapter 285, Killer Bee provoking Uehara Naraku. Since he got the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's self-confidence has been increasing rapidly, and sometimes even Uehara Naraku can't persuade him. This person. Too much self-confidence is not a good thing. But Uchiha Sasuke just likes to fight with the opponent in the most powerful field. He likes to compete with Uchiha Itachi in Fire Escape Ninjutsu, which is simply courting death. Now Sasuke is clamoring to compete with the 4th generation Reikage in Lightning Escape Ninjutsu. After a while, after seeing Killer Bee's swordsmanship, he will probably compete with the swordsmanship master Killer Bee in swordsmanship, who makes Sasuke a versatile person. After seeing Uehara Naraku nodded, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth curled up a smile, drew out his ninja sword, and rushed towards the 4th generation Reikage. Arsehole, idiot. After seeing this, Killer Bee jumped a few steps, and his body was instantly filled with 7 ninja swords. He faced Sasuke who was rushing towards him, and said in a whimpering voice, I want to challenge Big Brother too. Just think about it, don't dare to do it. You are so long-winded. A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, and he dodged Killer Bee's charge, waving the ninja sword in his hand, and fighting with Killer Bee, and said contemptuously, is there anyone who dares to compete with Uchiha in swordsmanship? Clang clang clang. The sound of the sharp blades colliding was a little crisp. Killer Bee had 7 ninja swords on various parts of his body, but he manipulated them very flexibly, as if each ninja sword was in his hand. No, it is possible that each ninja sword is in his hand. This guy's swordsmanship is like a hedgehog. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat surprised at Killer Bee's swordsmanship. When his Sharingan turned back and forth and stared closely at Killer Bee's flying ninja sword, he suddenly felt a pain on his shoulder. A stream of blood splashed out. After Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed, he ignored the wound on his shoulder and smiled. Heh, interesting. Killer Bee did not answer. In this swordsmanship battle, Killer Bee seemed to have forgotten his vocal cords at home, and just buried his head in manipulating his 7 ninja swords. to launch a series of strong attacks. Uchiha Sasuke could only concentrate on resisting. In the camp of the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage hugged his arms and watched the battle, snorted coldly and said, Bizaragaki Heron felling sword is getting faster and faster. After all, he is Lord Killer Bee. The eyebrows of the beautiful ninja Mabuai curved with a smile. The fourth Raikage nodded slowly and said in a muffled voice, it seems that Killer Bee can deal with these guys from Akatsuki alone. The style of the Akatsuki organization is different. Everyone dislikes Sasuke to some extent. Scorpion looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a puzzled look on his face and whispered, hey, Uehara, is this the Sasuke you have always been optimistic about? It seems that his reinforcement cannot make up for the loss of Uchiha Itachi's death. Scorpion still recognized Uchiha Itachi. Scorpion was a little confused about Uchiha Sasuke. What kind of thing is this? Knowing that the other party is a master of swordsmanship, he is still fighting with swordsmanship here. Isn't it really seeking death? Deidara puffed up his mouth and said without any taboo, Sasuke, this idiot, doesn't he even know how to play to his strengths and avoid weaknesses? Uehara and Naraku didn't know what to say, but it seemed that nothing he said was right now. After thinking for a while, Uehara said softly, it's okay, I'm good at medical ninjutsu. No matter how badly Sasuke is injured, I can save him. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Akatsuki organization seemed to be having a fair duel. Both sides believed that they had a great advantage, so they allowed Uchiha Sasuke and Killer Bee to fight alone. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke was obviously not very good. Even though he learned the swordsmanship passed down from Uchiha Itachi, he could not resist the left and right rush of Killer Bee's 7 ninja swords, and Killer Bee soon found a flaw. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke had a few more wounds on his body. In an instant, Killer Bee immediately seized the advantage and kicked Sasuke in the chest, kicking Sasuke to the ground. Chidori Blade. A flash of lightning flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, and the lightning chakra instantly blessed the ninja sword, and he rushed towards Killer Bee again. However, Killer Bee was born in the Hidden Cloud Village. How could he not be good at the technique of attaching lightning? Supersonic shock. Lightning blade. A lightning chakra also flew out of Killer Bee's hand, covering the ninja sword in his hand, and facing Sasuke's attack. Boom. The two people were equally fast. When they fought again, a wave of air spread from their sides to the surroundings. Uchiha Sasuke and Killer Bee clenched their ninja swords, waiting for the other to give up. Unfortunately, both sides seemed to be able to hold on. A smile appeared at the corner of Killer Bee's mouth. He slowly raised a ninja sword between his inner knees and chanted in a low voice, flying. Turning into a butterfly. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan noticed all this. A light flashed in his eyes and immediately made Killer Bee fall into an illusion. Magical shackle technique. As a disciple of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's illusions were very powerful, causing Killer Bee to fall into the illusion without a sound. HMPH. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, stroked his eye sockets, and watched Killer Bee fall to the ground because of the illusion. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at the panicked Kumogakure ninjas, and his eyes moved to the calm 4th Raikage AI, and slowly raised his ninja sword. Raikage, come and compete with me. Poof. The next moment, Killer Bee on the ground suddenly turned over. A red chakra coat instantly covered his whole body. Killer Bee's arm slammed into Uchiha Sasuke's body, and the terrifying force brought by the high-speed movement almost broke Sasuke in half. Thunderblade. A string of blood flowers fell in the air. Uchiha Sasuke's body flew back and was caught by Uehara Naraku with a palm, which prevented him from falling directly from the roof of the Raikage building. Uehara Naraku looked down at Sasuke's injuries and saw that Uchiha Sasuke's chest had collapsed, and his chest was completely stained with blood, and there were even some broken flesh. It was obvious that Sasuke's body could not withstand the power of the Thunder Blade. What a shame. Scorpion and Deidara covered their foreheads at the same time. I thought Uchiha Sasuke could get off to a good start, but he was directly hung up and beaten by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and he didn't even have time to use his main Jiki Sharingan. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke speechlessly and reached out to help him use Star Infusion to heal his wounds. After that, Uchiha Sasuke had to get up and fight again. Uehara Naraku reached out to stop him and said softly, okay, let me do it next. You rest for a while. Senior, my injury has healed. Uchiha Sasuke had a pleading look on his face. Please give me another chance. I will definitely catch the Eight Tails Jinchuriki back. Well, I believe you. Uehara Naraku patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, chuckled and said, but since the Eight Tails Jinchuriki looks like a physical ninja, let me try it. Everyone present watched Uehara Naraku stand up. Just now, everyone saw Uehara Naraku treating the seriously injured and dying Sasuke. For a moment, they thought that Uehara was a powerful medical ninja. They didn't expect him to stand up. Do medical ninjas have to fight too? The fourth Raikage looked at Uehara Naraku with displeasure as he walked out. He seemed to remember another medical ninja in the ninja world, who had a bad temper, and was very powerful. Can't these medical ninjas stay behind, and help people heal? Do they have to stand up and fight? The fourth Raikage has envied the powerful medical ninjas for many years. He has seen the medical ninjutsu level of Uehara Naraku just now. To be honest, the fourth Raikage AI was a little moved. He looks like a good person. The beautiful ninja Mabu slowly covered her lips. This Akatsuki member who came out seemed to have a gentle temper, because even in such a tense situation, he still had a warm smile on his face. Especially he looked handsome. To be honest, Mabu was also a little moved. After all, the hidden cloud village is full of rough men with bad tempers, or lazy guys like Deru and Omoi. It is too difficult for Mabu to find a man who has a personality similar to hers. Mabu frowned slightly, glanced at the fourth Raikage next to him, and sighed softly. It's a pity that it's an enemy. Humph. The fourth Raikage AI couldn't help but glance at Mabu and shouted to Killer B. B, this medical ninja is quite capable. You can capture him alive. Killer B fell into silence. After a moment, the red chakra coat on Killer B fluttered slightly, and his voice became a little deeper, and he slowly responded, okay, big brother, no problem, if I can survive his battle. If possible, Killer B wanted to continue to jump out. However, the eight-tailed Ushiki in Killer B's body spoke solemnly, to remind him that he must be careful of Uehara Naraku who was walking over, because it felt a palpitation and panic. The battlefield is too small. Uehara Naraku looked at the top space of the Raikage building, frowned, and slowly closed his palms, forming a hand seal that people could not understand. Just when everyone was curious about what hand seal Uehara Naraku had made, the ground around the Raikage building suddenly rose, and a huge square arena was constructed in the heart of the entire Cloud Village with the Raikage building as the center. The width of this arena was far more than 1,000 meters. This was actually a super large scale earth release, earthquake core, especially in the Cloud Village, which is very restrained for earth release ninjutsu. Almost no one can use earth release ninjutsu to change the environment here. Even the third Tsuchikage Inoki could hardly say that he could create such a huge arena in such a place that was almost suspended in the air. However, after Uehara Naraku obtained the power of earth, it was not difficult for him to use the power of earth to create such a wide arena area. The fourth Raikage's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up and stared at Uehara Naraku. This level of earth release ninjutsu. Be careful, this guy's not simple. Don't be nervous. Uehara Naraku slowly put down his palm, looking at the others with a hint of tension and panic on their faces, and their vigilance was slowly raised. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. I like physical combat very much. Let's treat this as the arena for our fight. Before all members of one of us are killed in the battle, don't leave the arena, right? This sentence was said with a smile. However, this sentence seemed to directly raise the blood level of the battle. Both the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B and the fourth Raikage AI looked a little unhappy. Even though they had witnessed the cruelty of the Ninja World War, they were a little frightened by the calmness of the person in front of them when he said this. Was he treating the life and death battle as a game? Uehara Naraku made Killer B feel a little uneasy. Although Uehara Naraku in front of him was just speaking gently, people couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. He didn't mock or shout like Uchiha Sasuke, but just discussed the next battle casually like chatting about family matters. This gentle attitude made Killer B's heart pressure increase dramatically. Killer B slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. The young man in the black robe with auspicious clouds still squinted his eyes and smiled, but his uneasiness was getting bigger and bigger. He had a strength that even the cow ghosts were a little scared of. but he still spoke to the ninjas of the hidden cloud village so gently, as if they were all ninjas with similar strength. Okay, I have built the venue. Uehara Naraku smiled and squinted his eyes, looking at Killer Bee, whose face became more and more solemn, and continued, there will be no more rules for the battle between us, whether you come up as a group or by yourself. After that, Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and continued, although I have created a large enough battle venue, it is inevitable that someone will accidentally fall down. This ring is built on the top of the mountain. If they fall from this kind of ring, we can only hope that they will die more completely. Killer Bee also took a look at this wide ring. This area is larger than the original area of the center of the hidden cloud village, which also means that there must be cliffs around the ring. Killer Bee took a deep breath and slowly loosened his fist. He looked at Uehara Naraku, who suddenly stretched out his fingers and made a gesture, and then he improvised a rap. Your power looks so cool. Your people are really bad. This is how Killer Bee relieves stress. No matter how powerful the enemy is, Killer Bee will defeat him. After Uehara Naraku heard Killer Bee's rap, his smile gradually froze on his face, and his eyes gradually became a little dangerous. Sir Killer Bee, I actually have a good temper, but I don't like others to provoke me. Stupid bastard. Killer Bee breathed a sigh of relief and improvised a more exaggerated rap with a more exaggerated dance posture. I love this stage. I'll deal with you. The concert will be held here. Bastard, who do you think you are? Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment his figure suddenly appeared beside Killer Bee, and he kicked Killer Bee in the chest, kicking the 8 Tails Jinchuriki directly out. There will be another update later. Another 4,000 words. Chapter 286. Do you think my Thunderplow hot knife is authentic? So fast. At the moment, when Uehara Naraku made his move, Killer Bee just saw Uehara Naraku appear in front of him, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Killer Bee was kicked and rolled over and flew backwards. The 4th Raikage AI suddenly blocked Killer Bee's body, so that Killer Bee did not fall directly into the crowd. Hey, Bee, how are you? I feel still alive. Killer Bee stretched out his palm and touched his chest, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Brother, that guy's speed. As he said this, Killer Bee opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Just when the 4th Raikage AI wanted to call for a medical ninja, Killer Bee shook his head violently, looked at Uehara Naraku in the distance, and said in a deep voice, brother, I'm fine. That guy should require us to work together to deal with him. Well, I've seen it. The 4th Raikage AI nodded solemnly. Just now, when Uehara Naraku suddenly attacked Killer Bee, his speed was so fast that even he, who was known as the fastest lightning ninja, could not see his movements clearly. The instant body technique used by Uehara Naraku just now seemed to be the flying thunder god technique of the past. Uehara's figure disappeared, and the next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure appeared next to Killer Bee. Is it similar to the flying thunder god technique? The 4th Raikage AI clenched his fists suddenly, staring at the enemy who was slowly retracting his legs, and his eyes began to tighten little by little. No, that's not right. It's faster than the flying thunder god technique, or it's more secretive than the flying thunder god technique. Even when Namikaze Minato released the flying thunder god technique, he would use the special kunai of the flying thunder god mark as a medium, while Uehara Naraku almost teleported instantly. The beautiful ninja Mapu from the hidden cloud village stood beside them, her lips slightly parted in surprise. With the strength of that enemy, does it really require the combination of Raikage and Killer Bee to fight together? Yes. The 4th Raikage clenched his fists, looked at Uehara Naraku in the center of the ring, and explained in a low voice, Mabu, because that guy just defeated this guy in the speed that he is best at. Killer Bee has been practicing the lightning chakra mode since he was a child. In terms of speed, the two people in the ab combination have always been evenly matched. Moreover, Killer Bee had activated the blessed tail beast chakra coat in the state just now, but Killer Bee in this state could not resist Uehara Naraku's attack. Brother, let's fist bump. Killer Bee clenched his fist and stretched it out to the 4th Raikage, with a nostalgic smile on his face. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Really? The 4th Raikage stretched out his fist and bumped fists with Killer Bee, frowned and said, the last time was when we dealt with that guy Namikaze Minato. That's right. Killer Bee nodded hurriedly. The last time they joined forces to fight against the enemy was Konoha's Golden Flash Namake's Minato, but it was a pity that they ended up losing that time. This time, there will definitely be no more failures. Just as the two brothers were chatting about this, Uehara Naraku walked towards them step by step, tilted his head and asked, "Well, are you done with the small talk? Are you two ready to accept your fate?" How shameless. A ball of chakra in the form of substance suddenly burst out from the fourth Raikage's body, lightning flashed around him, and his hair stood up a little bit. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A blue lightning flashed in the venue. This is the full speed of the fourth Raikage, and it is also the result of his hard training for so many years, and it is also the confidence that he wants to fight with the past Minato Namakes again. His speed alone has surpassed most people in the ninja world. No, or in other words, in the current ninja world, there are really few ninjas who can match the speed of the fourth Raikage. Even if Minato Namakase is resurrected, he may not be absolutely sure to defeat the old opponent, the fourth Raikage. So fast, Uchiha Sasuke could only see a black shadow turning into blue lightning and disappearing. A trace of horror flashed across his face. The speed of the fourth Raikage is so fast that even the Mangekyou Sharingan can't see it clearly. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan can't see the speed of the Raikage, let alone the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. Deidara squinted one eye and used the other eye to use the instrument to try to see the figure of the fourth Raikage, but he couldn't catch it anyway. On this huge arena, everyone saw that before the shadow of the fourth Raikage disappeared in an instant, the shadow of another fourth Raikage appeared in an instant, as fast as teleportation. Even Killer Bee, who also practiced the lightning chakra mode, was slightly surprised. After all, he was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and occasionally practiced swordsmanship. He could not be as loyal to speed as his brother. Yilei Chen. Angry Thunder Axe. The fourth Raikage suddenly rushed to Uehara Naraku's side and kicked Uehara Naraku's chin from bottom to top. "Little boy, don't be so arrogant in the future." Snap. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and grabbed the fourth Raikage's calf. He only felt a huge speed and force hitting his palm. At this moment, even Uehara Naraku was a little surprised. Some people's efforts are indeed worthy of praise. Uehara Naraku took a step back carelessly, dodging the attack of the Raikage, and praised softly, "Just in terms of speed, perhaps except for the ninja named Might Guy in Konoha, your speed should be the fastest in this ninja world." The fourth Raikage waved his fist and chased after him and whispered in the air, "When will it be your turn, a little brat, to comment on me?" Snap. Uehara Naraku's palm fell on his fist, and his voice gradually became a little indifferent. "As long as I'm faster and stronger than you, of course I'm qualified to comment on you." What? The fourth Raikage's eyes became more and more unfriendly. What made the fourth Raikage even more horrified was that Uehara Naraku easily blocked his fist, which meant that Uehara Naraku's speed was comparable to his, and even surpassed him. Uehara Naraku twisted the fourth Raikage's arm with one hand, and after getting close to the fourth Raikage's body, he quickly bent a finger and placed it in front of the fourth Raikage's forehead. Asshole. The fourth Raikage's face suddenly changed when he saw this humiliating gesture, and he said angrily, "Little brat, what do you mean by this? You are insulting me." This is a head slapping. When the adults in the village bully the little guys, they like to flick the children's heads with their fingers, indicating that they only need one finger to defeat the little guy. Now this bastard dares to insult him like this. Bang. Uehara Naraku's finger suddenly popped out. There was a sound on the forehead of the fourth Raikage, and the next moment the Raikage was bounced back by this finger. An octopus tail quickly appeared and wrapped around the body of the fourth Raikage, saving the Raikage who was hit by Uehara Naraku's finger. Killer Bee had a smile on his face. His eyes were fixed on the forehead of the fourth Raikage, and he asked softly, "Brother, are you okay?" "Shut up." The fourth Raikage rubbed his eyebrows. The defense brought by the lightning chakra mode is very strong. The physical damage caused by Uehara Naraku to him is minimal, but the psychological damage to him is a bit serious. The fourth Raikage never thought that he would be bounced away by a finger. If this matter were to be spread today, he, the Raikage, would really have no face to stay in the ninja world. Unfortunately, this kind of thing seems to be impossible to cover up, because not far behind them, many ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village were watching this battle. Pa. As expected of Lord Drakeage, Uehara Naraku retracted his fingers, clapped his hands gently, and praised, compared to Lord Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, your strength is indeed better, at least you hurt my fingers a little. Shut up, kid. The fourth Raikage looked at Uehara Naraku in anger, and then glanced at Killer B who wanted to laugh beside him, and said angrily, B, let's both use the thunderplow and hot knife at the same time. I want to chop off that guy's head. Okay, big brother. No problem, big brother. After Killer B nodded hurriedly, the chakra coat on his body gradually became thicker, and he had entered the state of half-tailed beast. Now if he wants to keep up with the peak speed of the fourth Raikage as much as possible, Killer B can only do it by entering the half-tailed beast. Are you going to use a big move? Uehara Naraku squinted and looked at them, facing the surprised eyes of the fourth Raikage and Killer B. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm in the direction of the Raikage and said seriously, to show respect to the two of you, I will use the two of you best techniques to defeat you. A trace of a chain flashed from his hand. Uehara Naraku had already stolen the strongest technique of the fourth Raikage by using his own tricks. The next moment, the three people in the field moved at the same time. If the speed of the fourth Raikage is a flash of lightning, then the speed of Killer B is a red lightning. The two rushed towards Uehara Naraku. It appeared, among the cloud ninjas watching the battle, a cloud ninja who was usually quite lazy, now looked at the battle situation in the field with a serious face, and whispered, the ultimate skill of the combination of AI and B, the ultimate Kaureli hot knife, can definitely cut the enemy's body in half. This move can only be used by the AB combination. Just when everyone thought that Uehara Naraku's head and body would soon be split in half by the ultimate moves of the fourth Raikage and Killer B, the bodies of the fourth Raikage and Killer B flew backwards first. Just as the fourth Raikage and Killer B were charging, and before they had even chosen a direction, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared between them, spreading his arms and hitting their chests. Uehara Naraku's arms flashed with substantial chakra, and he used his arms to knock the two charging people back. Absolute Bull Thunder Blade. Uehara Naraku casually uttered the name of this ninjutsu, watching the fourth Raikage and Killer B fall to the ground. The fourth Raikage AI and Killer B each spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of the Thunder Chakra mode, their chests were slightly sunken, and even getting up was a luxury. Originally, this move was used to deal with the enemy. Unexpectedly, someone would use this move to attack them today, and defeated them both with this move of Thunderblade alone. Uehara Naraku smiled and spread his arms, saying, Lord Drakeage, do you think the Thunderblade I used is authentic? The third update is here. Happy. The Konoha battlefield will continue tomorrow. Prepare for a super climax. Chapter 287, The Luck Game of the Hidden Cloud Village. The battlefield was silent. None of the Kumo ninjas would have thought that one day, the fourth Raikage AI and Killer B would be defeated so quickly by the enemy, and even defeated by their own famous techniques. Raikage Sama and Killer B, defeated by the enemy. The Kumo ninjas swallowed their saliva subconsciously. It was the first time they saw the fourth Raikage AI and Killer B in such a mess, and they couldn't even do a decent defense or counterattack. Uehara Naraku stood in front of the fourth Raikage AI, twisted his wrist, and said softly, well, since you have already lost, I will accept the Eight Tails Jinchuriki next to you without any hesitation. After saying that, Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand and grabbed Killer B on the ground, but the next moment a huge octopus tentacle suddenly sprang out of Killer B's body and suddenly wrapped around Uehara Naraku's body. Killer B's lower body instantly turned into huge tentacles, supporting him to stand up. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki made a face at Uehara Naraku and said provocatively with a grin, stupid guy, I haven't lost yet. Killer B's upper body was also changing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely transformed into a tailed beast. The huge eight-tailed Jayuki stared at Uehara Naraku who was caught by his tentacles. What a trouble. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, and the whole person instantly disappeared in the tentacles, and appeared on the head of the eight-tailed Jayuki. Can't you tailed beasts just lie on the ground, and be caught by me? As soon as the voice fell, Uehara Naraku kicked the eight-tailed Jayuki in the head. This huge tailed beast was kicked in the head by Uehara, and the head of the Jayuki was a little twisted, and the next moment its body flew backwards and fell out. Naraku's figure disappeared again, and he flashed to the place where the cow demon flew backwards. He raised his fist and punched the cow demon on the head again. The 8-tailed cow demon was knocked to the ground by his punch. However, the body of the 8-tailed cow demon seemed to be more resilient than Naraku imagined. Even after suffering 2 heavy blows in succession, he still climbed up firmly. Naraku slowly twisted his fist, chuckled and praised, "Compared to the 5-tailed king, your body is really tough." This is true. The other tailed beasts basically could not withstand 3 or 2 punches from him. The body of the 8-tailed cow demon looked pretty good, and now it can still hold on. Asshole. The 8-tailed cow demon gritted his teeth and stared at Naraku closely. The fighting style of the smiling enemy in front of it reminded it of the 3rd generation Raikage who died early in the Battle of the Hidden Cloud Village. The strength of that Raikage made people have no desire to resist. No, that's not right. The strength of this enemy is stronger than the 3rd generation Raikage. If it were in the past, maybe I would have thought about having a good fight with you and enjoying the pleasure of using the tailed beast as a punching bag. Naraku rubbed his fingers, slowly walked towards the 8-tailed Gyuki, and continued softly, "Unfortunately, I don't like octopuses." Asshole. The 8-tailed Gyuki cursed angrily, and the 8 octopus tails under it drove it towards Naraku. The 8-tailed seemed to retch in its mouth. After a few violent coughs, it suddenly sprayed energy bombs at Naraku. "Are you crazy?" Naraku frowned, stretched out his palm, and quickly knocked away the flying energy bombs. Taking advantage of the 8-tailed's astonishment, Naraku suddenly rushed to the 8-tailed, clenched his fist, and punched the 8-tailed. The tailed beast flew backwards again. Earth style, giant stone hand. Naraku suddenly spread out his palms. Under the control of his earth power, huge brown stone hands suddenly jumped out from the ground and directly grabbed the head and all the tails of the 8-tailed Gyuki. Every time the 8-tailed Gyuki struggled to break free from the restraints of a stone hand, another stone hand would jump out. After a cycle, the 8-tailed Gyuki was soon completely pressed to the ground by the giant stone hands. Anyone present could see it. The 8-tailed Gyuki had no power to fight back in the hands of Naraku. The 4th Raikage AI looked at all this with a ferocious face. He was trying his best to get up from the ground, but the serious injury on his chest made him spit out blood again. Among the crowd of cloud ninjas, the 4th Raikage's female secretary, Mabu, gradually became nervous. Her eyes slowly moved and stopped on a certain cloud ninja, Daru. "Now we have no other choice but to continue fighting." Daru's dead fish eyes slowly stared at Naraku in the distance and said nonchalantly, "In the past, Raikage-sama and Killer Bee-sama have always used their lives to protect us. Now it is finally our turn to protect them with our lives." Daru was not serious when he spoke. This is his own personality. His laziness is comparable to that of Kakashi Hatake of Konoha, but this does not affect his strength at all. Just when the other cloud ninjas nodded and said that they were convinced by Daru, they saw Daru's figure flash by. The next moment, Daru, the ninja who was given high hopes by the 4th Raikage, had already rushed out at a high speed and suddenly stretched out his palm to shoot a series of laser waves in the direction of the 8-tails. Storm release, encouragement locking. The laser waves actually penetrated the giant stone hand directly. After a giant stone hand was broken, other cloud ninjas also rushed up directly like Daru. Under the attack of a group of storm release bloodline ninjas, a bunch of giant stone hands were directly broken, and the 8-tailed Gyuki was quickly freed. Since the 4th Raikage AI and Killer Bee were both defeated, the next battle would be the battle of their entire cloud village. Daru was not as strong as the 4th Raikage AI. However, his ability to mobilize was obviously stronger. Because he was not a Raikage yet, he did not have to care too much about face. Thousands of cloud ninjas stood densely on this wide arena, facing the 4-man team of the Akatsuki organization. "Hey, Daru." The 4th Raikage was supported by someone, and walked to Daru's side. He frowned and ordered, "You take people away from here immediately. I will entangle the enemy, and then you use the chakra cannon to directly blow this place to the ground." This is where the Raikage is more rigid. If they encounter an enemy that they cannot defeat on the battlefield, they don't mind using their lives to perish with the enemy. In order to cover the retreat of his subordinates, the third Raikage AI fought against tens of thousands of rock ninjas until he was exhausted and died. The fourth Raikage AI, as his successor, was no less capable. He would charge ahead and retreat behind in every war. He even personally carried out some dangerous missions. It was normal for the fourth Raikage to want to die with Uehara, Naraku and others. After a moment of silence, Deru suddenly persuaded Lord Raikage, please leave the battlefield to us. I believe that our strength can defeat the enemy. Yes, Lord Raikage. Mabu supported the fourth Raikage's arm and persuaded him softly, Lord Raikage, what you need now is rest and treatment. Okay. The fourth Raikage looked at Deru deeply and said softly, then everything here is up to you, Deru. Deru was originally the successor favored by the fourth Raikage. Now it seems that it is not wrong to give him the responsibility in advance. After finishing speaking, the fourth Raikage turned and shouted at the Eight Tails, hey, B, follow Deru's orders in the next battle, understand? Don't worry. The Eight Tails Gyuki nodded in a muffled voice. The Cloud Ninjas moved quickly under Deru's orders. Thousands of Cloud Ninjas were divided into combat teams and surrounded the four people of Akatsuki from the outside of the arena. If a single hard power cannot break through, then use the advantage of group numbers. Just as Uehara Naraku was leisurely watching the overall movement of the Cloud Ninjas, he curled his lips and closed his palms nonchalantly. I understand your ignorance, just like I would forgive ignorant ants for crawling over my feet. Looking at the anger on the faces of the Cloud Ninjas, Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued, but what I can't forgive is that you only sent more than 1,000 people to besiege me. Are you here to humiliate me? Uehara Naraku's face turned ugly in an instant. He stared at Deru in front of him and said in a gloomy voice, wind style, storm cut. 8 gusts of wind hundreds of meters high emanated from around Uehara Naraku. Each gust of wind was like a sword energy, leaving deep gullies on the ring and quickly piercing through the formation of the Cloud Ninjas. In a blink of an eye, thousands of Cloud Ninjas who had gathered were directly torn apart by the huge gusts released by Uehara Naraku. No matter what defensive ninjutsu, it is almost useless in the face of these hundreds of meters of strong winds. Especially the wind ninjutsu restrains the lightning ninjutsu. Okay. Uehara Naraku looked up at the sky and said softly, I don't have much time. There is no need to tease you anymore. What do you mean? Deru and the 4th generation Raikage AI frowned at the same time. This guy beat the leader of their cloud village to the ground. Does he want to leave just like that? That's what I mean. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his finger, and a ball of ice crystal chakra was shot into the air by him. Uehara Naraku said softly, while I destroy the cloud village, whether the people present can survive depends on his luck. Pa. A drop of rain fell on the ground. Then there was dense hail. Just as the Cloud Ninjas frowned and looked up at the sky, they saw the size of the hail falling from the sky. A hailstone of hundreds of meters suddenly hit the ring, and a group of Cloud Ninjas were knocked out. There will be 2 more chapters in the afternoon. I will write the reward list in the afternoon. Chapter 288 News from Konoha Battlefield. Uehara Naraku was right. When huge hailstones fell from the sky, it became a game of luck for the Cloud Ninjas on the battlefield to survive. All of these hailstones were created in the air by ice escape ninjutsu. Although the power of the hailstones was not as strong as that of meteorites from outer space, they were much stronger in number. When the disaster struck, the Cloud Ninjas could only quickly break away from each other. The senior ninjas tried to destroy the hailstones with lightning escape ninjutsu, but it was just a drop in the bucket. Even Deru couldn't help but show a trace of despair on his face. Even if he had more chakra, it was impossible to destroy all the huge hailstones that fell like raindrops. This was a devastating disaster. Deru glanced at his fallen companions around him, and his eyes slowly became a little depressed, as if they had no power to fight back in this war. In the face of this natural disaster, what could these ninjas do? That guy. Deru glanced at the enemy in a black robe with auspicious clouds. The guy walked towards the 8-tailed Ashiyaki, as if he was strolling in the garden. His movements were like a spring outing. Deru looked up at the huge hailstone falling from the sky and sighed. Our powers are really not in the same dimension. What do you mean, not in the same dimension? The 4th Raikage suddenly appeared beside Deru, and despite his injuries, he knocked away the huge hailstones and saved his favorite subordinate. The fourth Raikage looked at Deru and rebuked him loudly. Don't give up so easily, Deru. This is just a ninjutsu that uses the weather to release. Just let the chakra cannon break the sky. Lord Raikage. Deru's eyes trembled slightly. The fourth Raikage's guess was not wrong. When the hundreds of meters high hailstones fell, he had already ordered his secretary Mabu to write an order and use the sky sending technique to quickly send it to the area where the chakra cannon was deployed. They just need to hold on here for a while. The chakra cannon will definitely be able to blow away the dark clouds in the sky. It was just for a while. The fourth Raikage and Daru persisted. However, the eight-tailed Gyuki did not hold on. It was easily knocked to the ground by Uehara Naraku and turned into Killer Bee, who had already lost his strength. Uehara Naraku carefully checked and found that this Killer Bee was not the eight-tailed Gyuki that used his tentacles, so he threw him to Uchiha Sasuke. Okay, take the eight-tailed back. Yes, senior. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. Just when the Kumogakure ninjas on this side were killed or injured, Uehara Naraku was about to summon the ancient dragon to leave, waiting for the Kumogakure village to be destroyed by his ice escape ninjutsu. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from the distance. The dark clouds in the sky were blasted with a big hole by the energy in the blink of an eye. One after another, the energy shot through the dark clouds in the sky. The sun soon gradually fell down, and the hail finally stopped falling in the sky. The ice escape technique released by the enemy that was enough to destroy the Kumogakure village was finally resolved. Not only that, moreover, Mabu also ordered other troops to come to support, and soon a team of Kumogakure ninjas climbed onto the arena. In fact, their number seemed to be even greater than before. Are they looking for death? Uehara Naraku's eyelids twitched, and he waved his hand to summon his ancient dragon, and said softly, Scorpion Senior, Sasuke, Deidara, you take the eight tails back. I will deal with them. Senior, I will stay and help you. No need. Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked at Sasuke and said, the most important thing now is to bring the eight tails back. Do you understand? Yes, senior. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and looked at the ancient dragon falling from the sky. After Deidara jumped onto the ancient dragon with Killer Bee's body, he suddenly said, hey, Uehara, be careful. Be careful. Scorpion of the Red Sand nodded politely at Uehara. In fact, Scorpion of the Red Sand nodded purely out of courtesy. After all, Uehara Naraku himself was very powerful and destroyed so many ninja villages without any problem. In addition, even if he couldn't win, he could always escape. For these ninjas who can fly, the choice and innate advantages in the war are simply too great. Uehara Naraku watched them leave with Killer Bee riding the ancient dragon. This period of time was just the window period for the chakra cannon, and no one could threaten them. After they left, Uehara Naraku turned around and looked at the thousands of cloud ninjas. These cloud ninjas, led by the fourth Raikage and Daru, surrounded him. I thought you would run away. The fourth Raikage looked at Uehara Naraku and narrowed his eyes slightly. He ordered his subordinates in a cold voice, pay attention, this kid is very fast, don't let him escape. And be careful of his weather ninjutsu. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists and walked towards Uehara Naraku step by step. I have to admit that the strength of Akatsuki's ninjas is indeed weird, but it can't stop the thunder of the hidden cloud village. Then I will capture you first, and then torture you to find out the location of your Akatsuki. What a fantasy. Uehara Naraku looked at the fourth Raikage, spread his arms and smiled. If the hidden cloud village is destroyed by me, maybe I will run away. But now it seems that you have not realized the horror of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku smiled and narrowed his eyes. His palms suddenly closed. Originally, it was enough to simply destroy the hidden cloud village. But now it seems that your excellency the Raikage wants me to do something worse to the hidden cloud village. What do you want to do? The fourth Raikage stared at Uehara Naraku's actions closely. This time, no matter what ninjutsu Uehara Naraku wanted to release, he would risk his life to interrupt his seal and let the subordinates around him capture him. I don't want to do anything. Uehara Naraku looked at the fourth Raikage, and the smile on his mouth gradually became more and more weird. I just want you to see the horror of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his palm to the sky, and he released the technique directly without even making any seals. Since you were born with the sound of thunder, then disappear with the thunder. Lightning release. 10,000 thunder prison induction. Or thunderstorm suddenly appeared in the sky. After just a few seconds, this thunderstorm enveloped the entire range of the hidden cloud village, and even the idle peaks on the outermost edge of the hidden cloud village were covered. Countless lightnings were floating in the thunderstorm. Every cloud ninja couldn't help but look at the thunderstorm in the sky. The power contained in it even made them feel faintly terrified. This technique has surpassed all the lightning ninjutsu they knew. The eyes of the fourth Raikage AI were about to pop out of their sockets. He stared at the thousands of lightning bolts that suddenly fell from the sky and whispered, "Everyone be careful. Run." Uehara and Naraku watched the endless lightning bolts falling, striking the cloud ninjas and knocking them to the ground one by one. Uehara and Naraku looked down at the enemies who tried to use ninjutsu or physical skills to avoid lightning attacks, and his voice whispered softly on the battlefield, "Try to run away. Anyway, you can't escape anyway." Uehara Naraku slowly stroked his hair, watching the fourth Raikage AI standing, firm in the lightning bolts, but the cloud ninjas around him were knocked down by lightning, and even the senior ninjas tried their best, but couldn't save a few of their colleagues. 10 minutes later, the whole cloud village was filled with wailing. Fortunately, the people in the village have been living here, and almost every household is equipped with lightning protection facilities, so many people can survive. The ninjas sundering, created by Uehara Naraku, were not so lucky. In this area, they had no shelter and could only wait quietly for the lightning to fall. Even if they were good at attracting lightning, they could not withstand the attack of thousands of lightning. Only the fourth Raikage remained standing. With the powerful defense of the lightning chakra mode, he could almost completely avoid the lightning that fell in 0.5 seconds with his speed, and even withstood the attack of lightning. Uehara Naraku took a look at the superposition of the Dark Harvest, and then took a deep look at the fourth Raikage. "Sir Raikage, I wish you good luck. What else do you want to do, you bastard?" The fourth Raikage's face was almost full of uncontrollable anger. At this moment, he didn't care about the gap between his own strength and Uehara Naraku, and flew towards Uehara Naraku to fight for his life. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared, and the fourth Raikage just grabbed a ball of air. The next moment he felt a tremor under his feet. "This ring is shaking. No, this ring is about to collapse." The fourth Raikage AI immediately remembered that this ring was a masterpiece created by Uehara Naraku using Earth Escape ninjutsu, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. The central peak of the hidden cloud village was directly crushed by the collapsed ring. Even the fourth Raikage was powerless to do anything about it. He could only shout loudly to his surviving subordinates to immediately evade and exit the collapsed mountain. Uehara Naraku stood at the foot of the mountain, listening to the rumbling sound on the mountain, and looked at his system panel, which showed a series of completed tasks. Side quest: watch an impromptu performance of Killer Bee. The task has been completed, and the reward is 150 gold coins. This kind of task is quite common and very easy to complete. Uehara Naraku touched his chin. He was a little curious about the other task that asked the fourth Raikage AI to sing. It seemed that the reward should not be low, right? Side quest: defeat the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. The task has been completed, and the reward is a passive talent skill Swordsmanship Mastery. Swordsmanship Mastery: you can completely copy any swordsmanship you see. Uehara Naraku couldn't help scratching his head. Why is this kind of thing rewarded after defeating Killer Bee? Sword Mastery is a passive talent skill, which is obviously different from ordinary passive skills, and the description is also very simple. Whenever there is a talent in front of a passive skill, the reward must be extraordinary, and the description of Sword Mastery seems to be no exception. Can any swordsmanship be copied? Uehara Naraku looked at the next reward in silence. Side quest: defeat the fourth Raikage AI. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive talent skill Plateau Bloodline is rewarded. Plateau Bloodline: move with extremely fast body movements, increase your own movement speed and attack speed, and be immune to the deceleration effect in certain areas. It's really simple and crude. It doesn't matter if you increase your movement speed and attack speed. The speed of Uehara Naraku's own life energy blessing is amazing enough. The only thing is that he can move at super high speed in any position, whether it's on the water, on the ice, or even in the swamp. Uehara Naraku looked at his last reward, which is also the only reward he needs. Side quest. Successfully break through the hidden cloud village. The quest is completed, and the passive talent skill Lightning Force is rewarded. Lightning Force. You can freely drive the lightning attribute chakra, create and use lightning ninjutsu at will, and it is one of the components of the Seeking Deo Jade. Storm Force. Activated. You can drive the Storm Chakra of Lightning Force plus Water Force, and create and use Storm Ninjutsu at will. In addition to these, Dark Harvest also improved the 3-dimensional attributes by more than 40,000. These effects are not too big, and only increases overall attributes to about 460,000. This value is certainly stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. However, according to Uehara Naraku's own estimation, if Uzumaki Naruto removes the restrictions on the Nine Tails, his own chakra will be about 300,000 or more, so the value of half of the Nine Tails in his body must be more than 300,000. This ninja world is really outrageous. Once these cheaters can release their full strength, it can't be more outrageous. The power of wind, water, earth, and thunder are all in hand. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger, slowly brought his will upon the fourth Hokage, and said softly, "What is the current situation in Konoha?" Outside Konoha village. After hearing Uehara Naraku's voice, Kabuto Yakushi immediately said, "Lord Naraku, the location of Lord Nagato has been found by the Konoha ninjas." Kabuto Yakushi's voice sounded a little nervous beyond imagination. He continued to answer in a deep voice, "Lord Naraku, Lord Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, and Might Guy are very strong. Lord Nagato's action this time is likely to fail." Kabuto Yakushi's voice gradually trembled a little, and he whispered, "Just now, 3 pains were solved by Lord Jiraiya and his men at the same time. This is also normal." Uehara Naraku's fingers gradually tightened, and whispered, "I guessed it a long time ago. Except for Shirado and Tendo, the combat power of other peens is not that strong. You wait for me there, I'll rush over now." "Yes, Lord Naraku." Kabuto Yakushi, the pre-war reporter, was still a little nervous. Obviously, he must have seen something that shocked him. It's just that this battle between Konoha and the leader of Akatsuki is indeed worth shocking. The power that everyone bursts out is rare, especially the 3 major combat forces of Konoha now. Secret meaning. Mercy saves the soul. Uehara Naraku closed his palms at the foot of the mountain in the hidden cloud village. Circles gradually appeared under his feet, and a ray of light gradually enveloped his body. The next moment, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside Kabuto Yakushi. "There is one more update, but it will be later. Let's eat first." "Thank you Kyu, thank you for the reward. The numbers are always weird. I thought you gave me all your belongings as a reward." "Thank you Enchanted Sword for the reward." "Thank you Metaverse 27 for the reward." "Thank you Stupid and Cute for the reward." "Thank you Only You Are the Most Gentle for the reward." "Yes, I'm gentle." "Thank you As Before for the reward." "Thank you Dark Star Emperor for the reward." "Thank you Wolfengly Blade for the reward." "Thank you Zionatang Zai Ocean for the reward." "Thank you for the reward from There Are Fewer and Fewer Books to Read." "Thank you Earthling 1988 for the reward." "Thank you Emoru Odeo for the reward." "Thanks to Bookfriend 160,520,221,627,945 for the reward. Thanks to Bookfriend 2017051913035207 for the reward. Thanks to all the big guys for the reward, and thanks to all the book friends for the genuine support. Chapter 289. Strong in physical skills? It's because of my IQ. Outside Konoha village. When Uehara Naraku teleported here, a light flashed in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes, as if he had found his backbone, and he immediately pushed up his glasses. "Lord Naraku." After addressing him respectfully, Kabuto Yakushi began to praise Uehara Naraku's technique. "You are worthy of being Lord Naraku. You can even use this kind of space-time technique to instantly teleport across the hidden cloud village and the hidden leaf village. No need to praise, it's just basic operation." After waving his hand, Uehara Naraku looked up at the battlefield in the distance. After activating the hunting perception, his brows subconsciously frowned. Has the battle just begun? Yes, it should be less than half a minute. Kabuto Yakashi's face gradually became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Lord Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto's sage mode broke out, and the two of them instantly solved a pain each, and Might Guy also defeated the hungry ghost path who could absorb chakra in half a minute. Even before the offside spectators like Kabuto Yakashi could react, pain of the human path, pain of the hell path, and pain of the hungry ghost path had been solved. Pain of the hungry ghost path had been killed once before, but he was resurrected and repaired by Nagato using the power of the hell path. As a result, he was killed again just half a minute after he went into battle, and it was Might Guy who was only good at physical skills who killed him. The physical skills of this watermelon-headed guy are simply ridiculously strong. I guessed it a long time ago. Uehara Naraku shook his head, staring at the blue chakra steam that exploded in the distance, and his voice gradually became a little low and said, that guy Might Guy is far from his limit. Once he really explodes, he has the possibility of defeating Lord Nagato. If Might Guy really explodes, the power of the 8th gate, the death gate, is not something Nagato can contend with. On the battlefield, only the heaven path, the Shura path and the animal path of pain are still holding on. However, they are facing the siege of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy, Rock Lee, Gaara and Meditarumi. Behind these people, there are also ninja teams nearby, ready to support at any time. No matter how strong the remaining 3 peens were, they could only temporarily hold on to the siege of Jiraiya and others. As time went on, it was almost a matter of time before they lost. Jiraiya suddenly clasped his palms together, and the immortals Shinzu and Shima standing on his shoulders joined hands at the same time, working together to release a combination of ninjutsu. Senjutsu Gomen. A sharp light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. After the death of the hungry ghost peen, there was no more peen who could absorb chakra, and Jiraiya could finally start to fire at full power. With the blessing of the wind release ninjutsu, the flames burned the kerosene and swept towards the remaining 3 peens, and the majestic flames almost covered the sky. Shinra Tensei. The heavenly path peen stretched out his palms, repelled the flying fire release ninjutsu, and flew back to the back of the animal path. Teacher Jiraiya. Tendo Pain slowly raised his head, looked at everyone present, and said softly, your strength is really not to be underestimated. Give up, Nagato. Jiraiya slowly walked forward and persuaded in a deep voice, now the location of your original body has been discovered by our people, and there are only 3 of the 6 paths of pain left. In fact, you should know that you have no chance of winning. Teacher Jiraiya. Tendo Pain interrupted Jiraiya coldly, his voice still unusually calm. Isn't it too naive for mortals to ask gods to give up? The Byakugan female ninja who detected our location. Her name is Hinata, right? Huh. After Uzumaki Naruto nodded, when he was about to say something, he suddenly realized something. Wait, how do you know her name is Hinata? Because she is in my hands. Tendo Pain spoke slowly. After a mortal spies on the whereabouts of God and is discovered by God, what do you think will be her fate? Tendo Pain said in a somewhat indifferent voice, just when you killed the hungry ghost path, the human path and the hell path, that female ninja spied on us. I have to say that she fought very bravely. Release Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Tendo Pain with an ugly face, as if he wanted to see his position through the pair of reincarnation eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, don't be so naive all the time. Tendo Pain stared at Uzumaki Naruto and said coldly, if you want to save her, then defeat Pain and stand in front of me. Okay. Uzumaki Naruto immediately agreed, clenched his fists and said, anyway, I will definitely kill these guys. Really motivated. Tendo Pain stared at Uzumaki Naruto coldly and glanced at everyone present. The next second, the 3 pains suddenly went their separate ways. Everyone present couldn't help but frown at this scene. At the beginning, they did want to separate the 6 paths of pain to avoid the 6 paths of pain from fighting together. However, there are only 3 peens left now, so there is no need to continue to divide the peens, because the remaining 3 peens are very strong, and there is a possibility of being killed, even if they are 2 against 1. Since they are now in an advantageous position, they must want to avoid casualties, because the death of Hatake Kakashi is already a huge loss for Konoha. Now that the 3 peens are acting separately, how to distribute them has become a big problem, because the ability of each peen is very strong. Even the weakest animal path can reassemble the other 2 peens at any time. Naruto, let's go after the strongest Tendo. Jiraiya thought for a second and immediately selected the strongest Tendo pain. He then continued to order, Mizukage, Kazekage, you go after the animal path. Lee, you go after the Shura path. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he said in a serious voice, if anything unexpected happens, immediately seek support. If the chasing pain is summoned away, you must also immediately send a signal and support other companions. Understood. The 6 people instantly split into 3 teams and left. It must be said that their distribution was reasonable. Among them, the animal path was undoubtedly the weakest in terms of individual strength, but he could immediately summon Tendo and Shura path, which made the animal path particularly dangerous. However, at least if the animal path summoned and formed a seal, they could prepare to escape in advance. If they went after Tendo and Shura path, it would basically be a matter of life and death. Therefore, Jiraiya gave the most dangerous task of hunting down Tendo to himself and Uzumaki Naruto, the goal of hunting down Shirado, which belonged to Hatake Kakashi, to my guy, and the animal path, which was between danger and safety, to Gaara and Terumi Mei. Just when they had just separated, Nagato sat in another tree hole made by Konan. Because their position was discovered by the Konoha ninja, they had to change their position. At this moment, there was one more person in this tree hole. That was Hyuga Hinata, who was just captured by Nagato and Konan. It was also the wrong way for the perception team to think about the problem. When they finally found the trace of Peen, they should have left. Unfortunately, they decided to stay and monitor the position of Nagato and Konan for the overall situation. Unfortunately, Konan noticed the abnormality, and a group of perception ninjas were easily killed by Nagato, but Hyuga Hinata, the female ninja, was brought back. Nagato's Samsara eye flashed a light. The next moment, Nagato's face became serious. The plan was successful. They split into 3 teams, each chasing after the 3 pains. Do you need me to help? Konan frowned and asked. Yes. Nagato nodded and continued in a deep voice, use the Shura path to deal with those 2 weird taijutsu ninjas. Then use the animal path to summon you to deal with the 2 cages. Finally, deal with Jiraiya sensei and capture Uzumaki Naruto. Yes. Konan nodded. Nagato saw that Konan's face was not very good, reached out and touched the ring on his finger, and said softly, well, by the way, Uehara and Sasori have captured the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and are on their way back to the organization's base. Really? Naraku has also become a reliable ninja. Konan sighed. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and then this surprise slowly turned into a faint smile. Nagato couldn't help but smile, and whispered, I didn't expect to be outdone by the juniors. We can't let Uehara wait too long. In the forest outside Konoha village, Might Guy and Rock Lee, the master and apprentice, accelerated madly, competing to chase the Shirado pain in front of them. They didn't know that a trap was waiting for them. Strictly speaking, no one would have thought that Shirado pain actually had a terrifying self-destruct function, because Shirado pain was a puppet that could exert an incomparable advantage in conventional battles. Lee, let's have a match. Might Guy suddenly burst out with a faster speed, and he loudly encouraged his disciples, if one of us kicks pain first, we will carry the other on our backs and run 100 laps in the forest. Yes, Teacher K. Rock Lee gritted his teeth and nodded, and his body suddenly burst out with a faster speed. Rock Lee didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his bet with Might Guy. Maybe this is a world of the strong. Strong physical skills exchanged for IQ. This statement is a joke, because Rock Lee relied purely on his own efforts. In this world, in addition to those genius ninjas, some people who once worked silently behind the scenes to catch up with the geniuses have now surpassed them. For example, this time against Pain, the candidate that Might Guy recommended to Tsunade was not the genius Hyuga Niji in the team, but Rock Lee, who could easily open the 6th gate, and tried to open the 7th gate. Shirado Pain stopped in a canyon. The reincarnation eyes in Shirado's eyes looked at the 2 figures running quickly, and his voice was a little mechanical. Are you here? The 3rd update is here. I have to think about a question. Why have I been writing so late recently? Go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to write. Chapter 290. Don't just look at how powerful others are and go look for the corpses of their fathers. The air in the mountain stream was a little chilly. When Might Guy and Rock Lee chased after them, they only saw the tall figure of Sharingan Pain standing alone in the mountain stream. After Might Guy and Rock Lee noticed this scene, they jumped down without any hesitation. As a powerful physical ninja, neither of them cared whether the enemy had any conspiracy or traps set here. If there is a conspiracy, then break it. If there is a trap, then break it. This is how Might Guy and Rock Lee fight. Might Guy stretched out his palm, posed a gesture of inviting a fight towards Sharingan, and said solemnly, "Hey, I came to you to avenge Kakashi. Want to avenge Kakashi?" Sharingan Pain looked at Might Guy coldly and said in a muffled voice, "People are always trapped in a cycle of hatred and revenge. Since you want to avenge him, let me see how much strength you still have." The next moment, dozens of gun muzzles appeared on Sharingan's body, densely aimed at Rock Lee and Might Guy. Da 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 da. Countless bullets were sprayed from the muzzles. In a blink of an eye, this narrow area was completely covered by gunfire and bullets, but all these bullets hit two stones. Might Guy and Rock Lee quietly appeared behind Sharingan, and the two of them attacked almost at the same time, working together to kick Sharingan directly out. Might Guy still kept his legs raised, with a flash of confidence on his face. Don't think we only know physical skills. If we fail to pass the substitute technique training in Konoha Ninja School, we will definitely not be able to graduate. That's right. Rock Lee also kept his legs raised and said sternly, "Don't underestimate a ninja. Even if we may only use the simplest substitute technique." Sharingan Pain turned over and climbed up. He suddenly raised his arms, and all the gun barrels on his body were replaced with a series of cruise missiles. Sharingan looked at them and said in a muffled voice, "In the face of absolute power, cleverness is just cleverness after all, and it will never determine the outcome of the war." Cruise missiles flew out from Sharingan's body, flying towards the positions of Might Guy and Rock Lee along different flight trajectories. Towards the peacock, Might Guy swung his fist almost instantly. Countless flames flew out from the friction between his fist and the air, and in an instant, countless flames appeared around his body, as if a peacock was spreading its tail. The peacock is a bit beautiful, but also a bit dangerous. Balls of flames flew out from Might Guy's fist in an instant, covering the entire area in a blink of an eye, and detonated the missiles that were flying. Even Sharingan Pain had to put up a shield to block the flames that fell from the sky. Sharingan Pain carefully felt the impact of the flames hitting the shield, lowered his head and said, "Are all the powerful techniques of this guy pure physical techniques? Both the tiger and the peacock are indeed amazing." Sharingan Pain's voice was a little low. "What kind of monster is this Konoha ninja? It's not much worse than Uehara's physical techniques, right?" Sharingan Pain's conclusion is not nonsense. Because when he first saw Uehara Naraku and Konan fighting and practicing, Nagato used Tendo Pain to say that Uehara Naraku's physical techniques were quite poor. Since then, Uehara Naraku seems to have been practicing physical techniques very hard. Therefore, when he was in the Hidden Rain village, Nagato occasionally saw Uehara Naraku's efforts, and people who work hard are rewarded in most cases. Uehara Naraku's physical skills are indeed getting stronger and stronger. This is not to say that Nagato's filter for looking at Uehara Naraku is too thick. The guys in the Akatsuki organization, such as Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion, also praised Uehara Naraku's physical skills as being very strong. After all, Uehara used physical skills to beat the three-tailed Isafoshi and the five-tailed Muwang to the ground. Even Nagato personally fought with Uehara in the battle to recapture the Wind Shadow. Uehara Naraku's physical skills are still amazing. In Nagato's opinion, it is really worth Uehara's efforts for so many years, and it has definitely not let him and Konan down. Of course, if Nagato had seen the battle between Uehara Naraku and Might Guy with his own eyes, he would probably retract his ideas, because Uehara Naraku defeated Might Guy himself. Outside Konoha village, many people were surprised by Cheokank's outbreak. Uehara Naraku and others who were watching the battle from a distance were all amazed. Even though they had seen the air bullets of the day tiger, they couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the peacock. "Did you see it?" Naraku slowly closed his palms and sighed softly. In this world, as long as people work hard and practice with their hearts, they will definitely be rewarded. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded with admiration. As a ninja with the same mediocre talent as my guy, Yakushi Kabuto agreed with what Naraku said, but the direction of Yakushi Kabuto's efforts was different from my guy's. Yakushi Kabuto chose to work hard on scientific research. Yakushi Kabuto chose to work hard to hold on to Uehara's thighs. Obviously, Yakushi Kabuto's efforts have also been richly rewarded. His gains seem to be not much different from Might Guy's efforts over the years. He has the Kamu Manjaki Sharingan and the Raichido Sage mode. In less than a few years, Yakushi Kabuto has transformed himself into a powerful body that even Orochimaru would envy. Just when the resurrected Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito thought that the two behind the scenes masters finally had some positive energy in their hearts, Naraku suddenly changed the topic. Kabuto, can you find Might Guy's body? The resurrected Namikaze Minato. The resurrected Uchiha Obito. Why did Uehara's topic jump so weirdly? This guy was still talking about hard work before. Why did he suddenly jump to digging up corpses again? This guy just praised Might Guy here, and now he wants to dig out the body of Might Guy's father? It makes people a little confused. Might Guy? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, glanced at Naraku Uehara, and said softly, I seem to vaguely remember this name, and the relationship between him and Might Guy. He is Might Guy's father. After Naraku explained, he whispered, back then, Might Guy opened the death gate of the 8 gates of ninja, and kicked 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death in one breath during the 3rd Ninja World War. Even in their Akatsuki organization, there are only 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen even with the addition of Sujetsu Hazuki. It can't be found. Minato Namikaze suddenly interrupted and said, you don't have to look for it. Mr. Day's body cannot be found. After Minato Namikaze finished speaking, he continued, after the last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the death gate, is opened, the blood in the body will burn, and eventually the vitality will be exhausted. The body will turn into charcoal, and it will be reduced to ashes after the wind blows. What a pity. Naraku Uehara sighed and said softly, I saw the effect of this technique in the Book of Sealing before, but I didn't expect it to be even more tragic than what was described in it. Minato Namikaze slowly clenched his fists and whispered what Might Day used to say in the village, the real victory is to protect the things that are important to you until you die. You are already dead, don't think too much. Naraku Uehara patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder in a friendly manner, glanced at Uchiha Obito, chuckled, you did better. Even if you are already dead, you are still protecting the things that are important to you. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito lowered their heads together. For the two of them, one of them is most important to protect Uzumaki Kushina, and the other is most important to protect Nohararin. It must be said that these two people are really worthy of being master and apprentice. Now, in order to let their loved ones rest in peace in the underworld, they can only be manipulated by Naraku and become enemies with their own conscience. After a moment of silence, Namikaze Minato suddenly asked, wait, how did you see Konoha's Book of Seals? Oh, it was several years ago. Naraku told his story quietly. At that time, I lied to Orochimaru and asked him to help get a summoning scroll, but deliberately asked him to attract Konoha's attention, and then I went to steal Konoha's Book of Seals. After that, Naraku's face was full of nostalgia as he said, such a long time has passed in a blink of an eye. At that time, Mr. Orochimaru must have wanted to cooperate with me. Now I think about it, and feel really sorry for Mr. Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that Naraku had tricked Orochimaru so much that he even lost his body, they might have really believed what Naraku said. Yakushi Kabuto also looked at Uehara speechlessly. Lord Naraku, since you feel a little sorry and sorry for Lord Orochimaru, don't trick him anymore. Unfortunately, his boss said sorry to Orochimaru, but he was still secretly plotting to harm Orochimaru. Once Naraku cheated someone, in order to eliminate the trouble, he would definitely cheat the person to death, and even resurrect the person after the person was killed. Orochimaru was still alive in the Raichi cave with the body of the Yamato no Orochi, even if it was Kabuto Yakashi's plea. In fact, Uehara Naraku had already found his conscience. Even this little bit of conscience was about to disappear. Why are you looking at me like that? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, looked at the few people, and whispered, isn't Might Guy's fight good enough? Isn't the romance of men just this kind of hard fist? HMM. Kabuto Yakashi nodded after pondering. Although Kabuto Yakashi prefers to wear rubber gloves and some weird things, Uehara Naraku is his boss, and they must agree with the values proposed by Uehara Naraku. This is the basic quality of a capable subordinate. Kabuto Yakashi put his hands together to sense the chakra on the battlefield in the distance and changed the subject. Lord Naraku, the battle seems to be getting more intense. Does it look like they are going to use secret weapons? Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up slightly, and he whispered, it seems that Might Guy and Rock Lee's luck is really not very good. Their luck is indeed not very good. Shirado Pain's position has always been a critical moment, a character who will do anything to drag the enemy to death, and now it just happens to be a dangerous moment. And Shirado's single power cannot defeat Might Guy and Rock Lee. If conventional power cannot defeat the two, then Shirado can only use the last trick. On the battlefield, Shirado Pain's weapons suddenly gathered together quickly, and iron chains suddenly sprang out of his body. These iron chains quickly spread around, and the chains were stuck in the cliffs and the ground, stabilizing his body. However, this action made Might Guy and Rock Lee look slightly surprised, because this was undoubtedly a cocoon in front of the two physical ninjas. Just go for it. Might Guy couldn't figure it out. He just thought that, as long as the enemy was defeated quickly, no matter what the enemy wanted to do, it would be impossible to do it. This was the way to thwart the enemy's conspiracy. Rock Lee had the same idea. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. Two figures kicked at Shirado's body from two directions respectively. The huge force instantly kicked Shirado's head and body apart at the same time, and directly beheaded this pain. Gurgle gurgle. Shirado's body rolled in the mountain stream and stopped. Lee, perfect solution. Might Guy gave his disciple a thumbs up. Well done, Lee. You have grown up and become stronger. Rock Lee nodded his head a little stiffly. Just when Might Guy wanted to say something, Shirado's bound body suddenly began to click, and Shirado's body changed rapidly, and messy parts fell off his body quickly. In a few seconds, Shirado's body was left with only a huge bomb. The huge bomb looked round and cute, with a warning sign on it. It looks like a great ninja tool. Rock Lee touched his chin, and turned to look at his teacher. Teacher K. Chai-Anshin likes ninja tools very much. Let's take this ninja tool back for her to study. Rock Lee didn't blame him for not thinking much. After all, the bomb in front of him was oval in shape, and looked really cute. It was very exquisitely made, and there were no edges or corners. After thinking for a while, Might Guy nodded, shook his head and said, leave it here first. After the battle is over, let Chai-Anshin come over. After that, Might Guy patted Rock Lee on the shoulder and whispered, let's go. Go support other companions first. They may still be facing a fierce battle. Yes, Teacher K. Rock Lee nodded hurriedly. Just as Might Guy and Rock Lee turned to leave, the mechanical sound of Shura Road suddenly came from the inside of the super bomb. Goodbye, Konoha's physical ninja. The next moment, a brilliant and dazzling light bloomed. Damn, another 4,000 words. Here's the rule for extra chapters. One extra chapter for every 30,000 reward. Since the last extra chapter, everyone has raised 28,900 yuan, so there will be 4 chapters today. The remaining 3 chapters will be updated in the afternoon or evening, and I'll finish them today. Thank you to Zio Abe for the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you to Ake's Bizarre Adventure for the reward. Thank you to That Year of Cruel Death for the reward. Thank you to QIU FenQ for the reward. Thank you to Several Good Ways to Sing for the reward. Thank you to Wilk Richard 89 for the reward. Thank you to Earthman 1988 for the reward. Thank you to Slim Thin for the reward. Thank you to Tang Wulin and Guyuna for the reward. Thank you to Erwin Zero Rommel for the reward. Thank you to you hey for the reward. Thank you all for the reward, and thank you all for the genuine support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, My Guy, a man who used his life to stop a nuclear explosion. The bright light was blooming. It was a sign that the bomb was about to explode. Uehara and Naraku looked at the light blooming over there and whispered, I really should let Deidara come over to see it. His art is just clay. Is it the self-explosion of Shiradopine? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, just by feeling, the chakra over there is indeed very terrifying. Once it explodes, it's enough to easily destroy everything here. Uehara and Naraku said Kabuto Yakushi's speculation. He shook his head and continued, how many people do you think will survive this explosion? Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and did not answer. The area near the Shirado self-explosion. Might Guy and Rock Lee, who had just left Shirado, noticed something was wrong. They suddenly realized where the light came from. The round ninja tool just now was very dangerous. Might Guy pulled Rock Lee over with one hand, blocking his disciple behind him, and his face suddenly changed. Lee, stand back. Teacher K. Very dangerous. The sweat on Might Guy's forehead evaporated. He suddenly closed his fist, instantly compressed the air in front of him, and suddenly launched a super air bomb towards the place where the light bloomed. Daytime Tiger. The air pressure in Might Guy's hand turned into a group of white tigers and pounced on it, but the daytime tiger had no effect at all and was defeated by a greater force. The super bomb exploded completely. The earth began to shake violently in an instant. A very strong shock wave began to explode from the center and quickly spread outward. In a blink of an eye, this mountain stream was directly destroyed by the shock wave brought by the explosion. This power. Might Guy clenched his fist again, looking at the shock wave that was spreading everywhere, and suddenly clenched his teeth. This power is enough to destroy the entire forest, and it may even affect Konoha. No. The ninjas in the entire forest may be swept away by the shock wave brought by this explosion. Thousands of ninjas will be killed, and Konoha will suffer heavy losses. Might Guy and Rock Lee will definitely not be able to escape. Teacher Guy. Rock Lee's face flashed with anxiety. However, the shock wave of the super bomb explosion was about to sweep around them. Even if Rock Lee kicked out a series of energy, he could not stop the huge shock wave. Leave it to me. In just a few seconds, Might Guy immediately thought of the consequences, and he thought of a solution in an instant. Lee, step back. Leave this to me. But, the 8th gate. Might Guy looked at the shock wave that was about to sweep over, and the blood on his body gradually began to evaporate. The blue steam was quickly replaced by blood red steam, which was exactly the appearance of burning his own blood after the 8 gates of Dungeon opened the Death Gate. Death Gate open. Might Guy's body suddenly burst out with a resolute momentum. His body crushed the ground with one foot, and turned around, and blasted his fist towards the violent explosion. Zizang. Just the first punch immediately fired a white air cannon, blocking the position where the shock wave hit for a second. The next moment, Might Guy's body exerted force again, running around the shock wave that exploded, and blasting his fists continuously. Might Guy's speed was faster than the shock wave of the explosion. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the explosion began, and Might Guy had used one air cannon after another to confine the shock wave of the explosion in place. After each air cannon dissipated, he would add another punch. If the speed was not enough, then continue to speed up. Even Uehara and Naraku could not have thought that Might Guy could do this. How could anyone stop Shirado's self-destruction? The earth was shaking violently. A mushroom cloud slowly rose. But the shock wave of the explosion could not spread anyway, because the explosion, that was powerful enough to destroy everything around, and even Konoha was blocked by a man covered in blood with his fist. Can you still do this? Uehara and Naraku felt a vibration of the ground under his feet, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That Guy K actually used the air cannon blasted out by the 8-door extreme speed fist to stop Shirado's self-destruction? This world is too outrageous. The power of the explosion was so great, but Might Guy just kept hitting his fists, restraining all the shock waves that tried to spread outward. The air cannons that were blasted out by the fists formed a cage like a railing, trapping the mushroom cloud produced by the self-explosion of Shura Road in place. It's terrible. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were faintly solemn. His palm stroked the violently shaking earth and whispered, "Lord Naraku, the power of this self-explosion is enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people, and it can even easily destroy any ninja village, right? However, this explosion was blocked by my guy. Is this really something a ninja can do? No matter how you think about it, it's absolutely impossible." Uehara Naraku looked at the bloody man who kept firing air cannons at the mushroom cloud, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. "Have you finally reached the limit of the 8 gates of ninjutsu? It's amazing, my guy." "Lord Naraku?" Kabuto Yakushi's face showed a little doubt. Uehara Naraku smiled and patted Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder, saying softly, "I just thought of something happy. Maybe I found a way to deal with Uchiha Madara." In Konoha village, the whole village was like an earthquake. There were collapsed electric poles and houses everywhere. All the glass was shattered, but everyone was still alive. Tsunade looked at the violently shaking ground and shouted, "Go and check what happened." Yes, Hokage. But no one in Konoha knew what happened. The person who saw all this up close and knew what was going on was called Rock Lee. This young ninja, who was only 17 or 18 years old, knelt on the ground helplessly, crying and looking at the figure who was still running with blood all over his body. "Teacher K, don't despair for me, Lee." Might Guy's figure suddenly stepped on the air and appeared above the mushroom cloud. He even roared in a hoarse voice, "Look carefully, Lee, to protect the most important thing for yourself, that's the appearance of a ninja youth." Might Guy kicked out from the air fiercely, and his blood-colored steam instantly flowed along the direction of the kicked airflow and dived towards the ground. This is the ultimate secret of the 8 gates of ninja technique. It is also the result of Might Guy's efforts, since he was a child and more than 20 years of practice. Night Guy. The red steam slowly gathered into a huge dragon head. Driven by Might Guy, it roared and rushed towards the mushroom, instantly breaking the mushroom cloud. No matter how huge the shock wave was, it was kicked directly into the earth by the ultimate physical technique secret kicked out by Might Guy. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground instantly. The super explosion that was enough to destroy the entire Konoha and easily kill thousands of ninjas was completely neutralized by this bloody man. Perhaps only Uehara Naraku knew how extraordinary Might Guy had done. This guy used his speed and strength to prevent an explosion that was no less powerful than a nuclear explosion, although the price was his life. Just as Might Guy eliminated the threat of the super bomb explosion within a few seconds, a loud earth-shaking sound fell into everyone's ears. Boom. This sound was like a thunderclap. But when this sound made everyone's eardrums hurt, they didn't know that someone had already solved the crisis that would kill them. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands slowly and sighed softly. "Although I know that Might Guy is very powerful, just seeing all he did with my own eyes, I still can't help but want to praise him for being amazing." Well, after Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly, he suddenly said, "Lord Naraku, Might Guy's life seems to have been exhausted. He will definitely die." Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and said softly, "In case he turns into ashes, you go and steal part of his body and perform the impure world reincarnation on him first. If Might Guy's body turns into ashes, it would be a big loss. It doesn't matter if Hatake Kakashi dies, but Might Guy must be kept alive, no matter how he lives." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and chuckled. "Even if he can't use the destructive power he just used, he is still a very powerful force for us." "Yeah." A light flashed in Uehara Naraku's eyes, and he whispered, "Might Guy's role is more than that. If he is by my side, I can steal his technique at any time and use his Night Guy without any consumption." "Yes, Might Guy must be there. If so, Uehara Naraku can have another trump card to deal with Uchiha Madara. If he can use the Night Guy and the 8 gates taijutsu at any time, even Uchiha Madara at the 6 paths level cannot ignore his threat. At this moment, Might Guy's 8 gates ninjutsu time has finally ended. Now Might Guy is almost like charcoal all over his body, without any strength, and even his body is lifeless." Rock Lee sobbed and knelt beside him. Konoha ninjas came out of the forest one by one. They are all ninja troops responsible for supporting Might Guy and Rock Lee. Just now, these Konoha ninjas also felt the threat brought by the super explosion, and also saw with their own eyes that Might Guy's explosion solved the crisis. Hyuga Niji intent and walked out of it. They were also members of these two teams. The two walked to Rock Lee step by step in disbelief, slowly took off their ninja forehead protectors, and knelt in front of Might Guy. Teacher K. Teacher K. Rock Lee's eyes were a little dull, and tears were still unconsciously flowing down his cheeks. He murmured and whispered, "It has been sacrificed. To protect him. To protect the ninja team behind them. To protect the Konoha village behind them." Might Guy solved a big crisis by himself, but this price was too painful for their third team. Lee Hyuga suppressed the tears that wanted to burst out, looked at Rock Lee who was in a trance, and whispered, "The enemy has not been resolved yet, we have more important things." Rock Lee nodded silently. The next moment, Rock Lee punched the ground, staring at the body that had turned into charcoal, and said in a tough and powerful voice, "Teacher K, I won't let you down." Rock Lee slowly turned his head, his eyes revealing a determination. "Ninja, tell me, where is Peen's body?" Peen's body was still in the tree hole. Nagato sat in the tree hole. His face was not very good, and he was even a little bit unbelievable. What a joke. Shirado's self-explosion was solved by someone. This is the result of his hard work for so many years, and it was solved by Might Guy who opened the 8 gates. But that guy is too strong. Is that watermelon head really a physical ninja? Nagato? There was a little confusion in Conan's eyes. Nagato shook his head and sighed in a low voice. "Conan, I underestimated that Taijutsu ninja. His Taijutsu is stronger than Uehara's Taijutsu. That Taijutsu ninja from Konoha is an absolute monster." Even Nagato himself couldn't come up with a suitable solution to Shirado's self-explosion. Even Chibaku Tensei couldn't do it. However, the watermelon-headed Taijutsu ninja relied on his own Taijutsu to solve Shirado's superbomb self-explosion. Really, a monster. Nagato couldn't help but feel a little relieved. If it weren't for Shirado's self-explosion forcing the Konoha ninja to explode, he himself might have been killed by that guy. Fortunately, that guy and Shirado Pain died together. "Conan, I will control the heavenly path Pain to deal with Jiraiya Sensei and Uzumaki Naruto." Nagato looked at Conan and whispered, "As for the battle between the 5th Kazekage and the 5th Mizukage, I will leave it to you and the animal path." "Yes." Conan nodded calmly. "Then let's begin." Nagato suddenly closed his fingers, and his eyes flashed in the eyes of the Rinnegan. "Jiraiya Sensei, Uzumaki Naruto, let me see your power. There are 2 more chapters. I'm so tired." Chapter 290 To the Child of Destiny who can only be found by death. Gay has sacrificed himself. Jiraiya's voice was somewhat heavy. He sensed the sudden burst of Might Gay's chakra, and then completely disappeared from his sensing range. How could it be? Uzumaki Naruto looked up at Jiraiya in disbelief. After a moment, he slowly let out a long breath, lowered his head and said, "I know." The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils appeared in his eye sockets again, and the momentum of the fairy chakra burst out from his body again. Uzumaki Naruto bent his fingers and whispered, "The 4th shadow clone has absorbed the natural energy, and the 5th shadow clone has begun to absorb the natural energy." Jiraiya put away his sadness and said in a deep voice, "Then take advantage of this time to get rid of the strongest Peen first. According to our previous contact battle, the cooling time of the repulsion attack is about 5 seconds. Yes." Uzumaki Naruto also nodded slowly. Coincidentally, Tendo Peen is also waiting for them. This battle, which is destined to be more tragic, also broke out outside Konoha village. The viewing area. Kabuto Yakushi has secretly taken part of Might Guy's body and resurrected him through the impure world reincarnation. The speed is so fast that it is speechless. Might Guy, who had just arrived at the pure land of the underworld, has not yet reacted and immediately returned to the world and then was put into a coffin by Kabuto Yakushi. After Uehara Naraku secretly stole Might Guy's special move with his own way, his face changed involuntarily. He can only steal the day tiger? Is it because his current strength is not enough? Or is it the limitation of the body of impure world reincarnation? In any case, this is not good news. Uehara Naraku looked at the coffin with a complicated look. If the limitation of the death gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu is to burn the flesh and blood body, then Might Guy cannot open the 8 gates. Is it a problem with the skills of his own way, or Might Guy's problem? After Kabuto Yakushi carefully put away Might Guy's coffin, He rushed to Uehara Naraku's side and saw that Uehara Naraku's expression was different. "What's wrong, Lord Naraku?" Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, "Kabuto, find a way to revive my guy. I want to see a living my guy. If it's just a tiger, it's useless. Only by stealing night guy can it exert enough power." Yakashi Kabuto looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. To be honest, at this moment Yakashi Kabuto felt that Uehara Naraku was making things difficult for him. Unfortunately, as a loyal subordinate, Yakashi Kabuto had to find a way to solve any difficult problems raised by the superiors. Okay. Yakashi Kabuto pushed his glasses. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "I think of a way. Really need to think of a way." On the battlefield, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto caught up with Tendo Pain. Finally arrived? Tendo Pain looked at their figures and slowly spread out his palms. "Then let me see if you can get to me. I will get rid of you." A Rasengan appeared in the palm of Uzumaki Naruto's hand. He stared at Tendo Pain coldly and repeated word by word, "I will definitely get rid of you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nagato." A Rasengan also appeared in Jiraiya's hand. He also looked at Tendo Pain and whispered, "I won't let you make mistakes again. I will correct your mistakes." The next moment, Jiraiya rushed up first. A fight between master and apprentice began. This is a battle between a truly orthodox ninja, the first unexpected cheater, and the top bloodline samurai. Even Uehara Naraku dared not determine the winner. It has to be said, after Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto obtained information about Shinra Tensei, the two cooperated with each other and suppressed Tendo Pain for a time. The mutual exchange of ninjutsu made Tendo Pain a bit embarrassed. Except for the occasional gaps for counterattacks using Shinra Tensei, Tendo Pain could only allow the two ninjas in Sage Mode to attack him. There was no other reason, because Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were both good at attacking from a distance. Senjutsu, Thousand Hair Needles. Countless white hairs shot out from Jiraiya's hair, densely covering all parts of Tendo Pain's body. However, when Tendo Pain was about to use Shinra Tensei, Uzumaki Naruto in the distance was ready to release his Rasen Shuriken at Tendo Pain during the cooling time of Shinra Tensei. This master and apprentice really cooperated very well. After a moment of silence, Tendo Pain finally realized his troubles. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his two palms towards Jiraiya. 10,000 things heaven attraction. A gravitational force suddenly started. Tendo Pain instantly interrupted Jiraiya's technique. Unfortunately, that was all he could do. Tendo Pain frowned slightly and threw out a black stick, which was about to penetrate Jiraiya's body, but Jiraiya pushed the black stick away with his frog group hands. Before he could ensure that he could get rid of the two people, Tendo Pain must not use Shinra Tensei easily unless he used a super large level technique. Inside the tree hole, Nagato was still remotely controlling Tendo Pain. He looked at Hinata Hyuga next to him and frowned slightly. To be honest, the battle situation was not very good. Nagato felt that Tendo Pain's chances of winning against Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto's attacks in Sage Mode were not very high. The next moment, Nagato waved his hand and knocked Hinata Hyuga unconscious. This increasingly youthful and beautiful female ninja fainted with her eyes white before she could react. Hinata Hyuga never thought that this powerful enemy in front of her would sneak attack and knock her out so meanly. After seeing Hinata Hyuga faint, Nagato slowly closed his palms and whispered, "Earth Escape Technique, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique." Nagato's figure instantly dived into the ground. This technique allows him to quietly lurk near the battlefield. On the battlefield, Jiraiya forced back Tendo Pain with his frog group. Perhaps because Jiraiya thought that he and Uzumaki Naruto had the upper hand, he spoke in a deep voice to persuade them to surrender. "Nagato, for this war, enough people have died in the battle. Don't be stubborn. Is this really what you want now, Teacher Jiraiya?" Tendo Pain interrupted Jiraiya. The next moment, Tendo Pain's body gradually floated up, and he continued in a deep voice, "There is no need for too much nonsense between us. I will not give you another chance, and I will not waste my time anymore. Uehara Naraku has already caught the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Now everyone in the Akatsuki organization is waiting for his Nine Tails. Tendo Pain looked down at Jiraiya and continued in a cold voice. Now Uehara has broken through the hidden cloud village and captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. As long as I catch Uzumaki Naruto, the ideal world without war will soon appear. Jiraiya's brows suddenly frowned. This news is undoubtedly worse for them. If this is the case, then Konoha must never let Uzumaki Naruto get into trouble again. Otherwise, once Nagato gathers all nine-tailed beasts, the entire ninja world will be shrouded in terror, no matter whether it is Nagato or Hachihara who rules with such terror. Teacher Jiraiya. Tendo Pain's voice fell from the air, his palms slowly spread out towards the ground, and he said in a cold voice, "If you can't understand my thoughts, then please feel the pain of war from now on." Tendo Pain's face gradually fell into a shadow under the sun, and only the Rinnegan on his face could be seen. His voice became louder and louder. "When you really feel the pain, you will realize how right I am. Your chakra." Jiraiya looked up and saw that the chakra aura in Tendo's body was becoming more and more powerful, and his face gradually changed. He is preparing a more powerful repulsive force. Senjutsu Wine style Rasen Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto finally raised his hand and threw his own Rasen Shuriken towards Pain in the air, forcing Tendo Pain to use Shinra Tensei in advance. As expected of Jiraiya's disciple, Tendo Pain stretched out his hand hastily and used up the chakra he had just gathered to release a huge repulsive force. Although the power of the technique is far from my expectations, it is more than enough to deal with you. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force descended from the sky. Jiraiya quickly closed his palms and whispered, "Summoning technique." The pink-toed stomach wall quickly attached to him and Uzumaki Naruto. The soft-toed stomach wall wrapped their bodies and rifted with the repulsive force. Although the soft-toed stomach wall was far inferior to the body of the slug sage, it also greatly reduced the damage they suffered. After the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei ended, Jiraiya quickly released the summoning, not daring to waste any time. The stronger the power of the technique, the longer Nagato needs to recover. Now is the chance. The next moment, Jiraiya's feet gripped the ground tightly, regardless of the damage to his body, and jumped up with the help of the bouncing power of the frog palm under his feet. Unprepared, Tendo Pain was suddenly knocked down from the air by Jiraiya. Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. A Rasengan was then pressed on Tendo Pain's body. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto's movements were simply smooth, just like the tactics he and Uzumaki Naruto had secretly discussed. First, find a way to force the enemy to use a powerful repulsive attack to increase the cooling time of his technique. In this way, they will have enough time to launch an attack. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto watched Tendo Pain slowly fall down after being hit, and the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya slowly pulled out a black stick from the body of Tendo Pain and whispered, "Yahiko, this kid will never become like this. Nagato, you have defiled the remains of your friend." Jiraiya grabbed the black stick and inserted it into his body, holding back the pain and whispered, "Next, it's the last body. Let me sense this distance." Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused, Jiraiya suddenly pushed his disciple and pushed Uzumaki Naruto aside. Black sticks suddenly flew from the ground. 7 or 8 black sticks were inserted into Jiraiya's back. The sudden sneak attack from the ground made no one react at all. Teacher Jiraiya. A red-haired figure slowly emerged from the ground. He watched Jiraiya's tall body fall to the ground and whispered, "You once said that you can't let your guard down no matter what." It was Nagato, the body that controlled the 6 paths of pain. No one thought that Nagato would be lurking under the ground of this battlefield. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, controlled his neck, slowly turned his head to look at Nagato, and then looked at the stunned Uzumaki Naruto. In this life, he will accept the child of destiny predicted by the great Toad Sage as his disciple, and teach this disciple to grow up. Nagato, Minato, Naruto, or someone else? Who is the child of destiny? Jiraiya has been thinking about this question in his heart, because he thinks he can live for a long time, so he suspects that he may meet new disciples. Until now, he is on the verge of death. Only after he dies, there will be no other disciples in the future, and he can be sure who is the child of destiny. Jiraiya suddenly realized all this. Among the people he thought were the children of destiny in his life, Minato Namikaze had died, and Nagato had gone the wrong way. Then only Uzumaki Naruto was left. Jiraiya's face actually showed a relieved smile. He raised his head with his last strength, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "There is no doubt. It's you, Naruto. Then your senior brother. I will leave it to you. There is only one chapter left." Chapter 293 Nine-Tailed Fox. Your eyes are both kind and disgusting. The viewing area in the distance. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and glanced at Uehara Naraku, who had no expression on his face. "Sir Naraku, Lord Jiraiya also died in the battle." Namikaze Minato's face was a little gloomy. Konoha's loss this time was too tragic. Hatake Kakashi died in the beginning, Might Guy died soon after, and now it's Jiraiya's turn. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uehara Naraku and continued softly, "Do we need to reincarnate Lord Jiraiya?" "No." Uehara Naraku shook his head, and there was a hint of complexity in his voice. "Someone will give his life back to him. This is the ninja world. If you die, you can still be resurrected." After that, Uehara Naraku glanced at Namikaze Minato again and said, "But it depends on whether the son of the fourth Hokage can do what others expect. If Uzumaki Naruto's strength is not enough, then you can only wish you good luck." Everyone present fell silent. On the battlefield, Uzumaki Naruto's mind was still blank. He couldn't believe that Jiraiya died in front of him. Lewd Sage. Lewd Sage. Uzumaki Naruto stumbled a few steps subconsciously, knelt on one knee beside Jiraiya, and reached out to push his body. Lewd Sage. No matter how Uzumaki Naruto called, Jiraiya could not respond to him. Jiraiya had a relieved smile on his lips. After entrusting all his future to Uzumaki Naruto, he completely lost his breath. Uzumaki Naruto still couldn't believe what he saw. Little Jiraiya. Shima Sage's face was full of grief. "Naruto." Fukasaku Sage looked at Nagato next to him and hurriedly reminded him, "Naruto, old woman, the enemy is still here. Now is not the time to mourn little Jiraiya." Nagato did not move, but just lowered his head and stared at the stunned Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya's body, his face full of complexity. At this moment, no one knew what Nagato was thinking. The next moment, Nagato's face became completely indifferent. Nagato suddenly stretched out his foot and kicked Uzumaki Naruto away. He condensed a black stick and nailed Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, pinning this junior brother to the ground. "Teacher Jiraiya is dead." Nagato looked at Uzumaki Naruto, whose face was gradually becoming angry, and said indifferently, "Uzumaki Naruto, follow me now." "Arsehole." Fukasaku Senin's tongue suddenly stretched out and was about to tie up Nagato's body, but Nagato easily nailed it to the ground with a black stick. Shima Senin opened his mouth and was about to spurt out a stream of flames, fire style. Shinra Tensei. Nagato casually stretched out his palm, and with a move of Shinra Tensei, he directly defeated Shima Senin. As the main body of the outer path, Nagato can use all the abilities of the Samsara and even surpasses the power of the technique. Nagato just appeared on the scene and directly solved all the people present with various means. His actions can be described as neat and tidy. Just as Nagato was about to walk towards Uzumaki Naruto and pick him up and take him away, a loud shout from a distance interrupted his movements. "Let go of Naruto." Teams of ninjas appeared around. Due to Jiraiya's previous instructions, in order to avoid greater losses, these troops responsible for support behind the scenes did not appear on this battlefield. However, when the perception troops noticed that Jiraiya was killed in the battle, these support troops finally couldn't hold back and swarmed towards this battlefield. Thousands of ninjas densely surrounded this battlefield. Nagato frowned slightly, looked up at a group of Konoha ninjas charging, and whispered, "Shura Road." The next moment, two mechanical arms suddenly appeared behind Nagato, and the two arms turned into a rocket launcher. Countless rockets flew out rapidly, covering a large area of the battlefield in an instant. Countless ninjas were blown away. Nagato slowly stretched out his palm towards the group of ninjas who rushed to the front, and whispered, "Shinra Tensei." A powerful repulsive force broke out. All the ninjas who rushed in front of him were repelled by Nagato. A trace of fear flashed across the faces of the teams of Konoha ninjas. They had never thought that the enemy would be so powerful, and they treated the attack of thousands of people as nothing. In front of God, no matter how many mortals there are, they are still mortals after all. Nagato looked at the enemies who were panting and frightened to stop in place, and slowly closed his palms. Since you are Konoha ninjas, let you feel the power you want to see most. Nagato's voice became a little low, his palms suddenly closed, and vines began to grow rapidly from under his feet. Would release. Sea of trees birth. Countless vines and thorns began to spread outwards densely. One by one, the vines and thorns spread outward, quickly piercing the Konoha ninjas who wanted to cross the vines, forcing them to finally leave the battlefield. The faces of the Konoha ninjas were just more afraid of Nagato. However, Uehara Naraku, who was watching the battle from a distance, almost went crazy. It's funny, isn't it? Uehara Naraku punched the ground, staring at the vines and thorns that were gradually getting taller in the distance. His expression was extremely complicated. When did Lord Nagato awaken? Would release? Why did he hide this from me? Damn, what about the trust between people? What can't be said between the two of them face to face? Why did Nagato hide the fact that he had awakened? Would release? Did Nagato doubt him? Why did Nagato doubt him? Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and said sternly, Kabuto, help me write down this account and settle it with him later. Yakashi Kabuto glanced at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. Before saying these words, Lord Naraku couldn't think about how many things you had concealed from them. To be honest, it was an accident that Nagato awakened. Would release. Just when their Akatsuki organization was fully preparing for the battle against the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki, in order to ensure the smooth progress of his plan, Nagato secretly performed a transplant of Hashirama cells without telling Uehara Naraku. Because Nagato has the Samsara eye, he feels that he can transplant more Hashirama cells, so that he can gain more life energy, chakra and recovery ability. But Uehara Naraku has always disagreed. Although Nagato doesn't know why Uehara Naraku firmly disagrees with him transplanting more Hashirama cells, Nagato doesn't care. In order to get more power, as long as the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki are captured, the plan will succeed, even if there are any consequences of transplanting Hashirama cells. Besides, Nagato feels pretty good, especially since he has awakened the would-release bloodline limit, and now it proves that Nagato did nothing wrong, and the would-release ninjutsu is indeed very useful. The effect of the technique exists continuously, forcing the enemy not to get close. Just when Nagato was firing at full power to kill, a sharp claw suddenly flew out and suddenly tore the psychic arm behind him. That claw is the 9-Tails. Nagato turned his head suddenly, only to see a blood-red 9-Tails, but there were 6 tails swaying behind it. I don't know when Uzumaki Naruto actually released the 9-Tails in his body. Maybe it was because of Jiraiya's death that completely angered Uzumaki Naruto, so that he finally stopped hiding his violence and let the 9-Tails in his body directly out of the cage. But if the 9-Tails is released now, it may not be so easy to lock it up later, right? The 9-Tails flew to the ground. The 9-Tails' scarlet mouth suddenly opened, and one energy bomb after another quickly covered the surrounding vines, destroying a large area of vines directly. 9-Tails. Nagato frowned slightly, and suddenly stretched out his palm towards the 9-Tails, and a surge of repulsive force gushed out. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the originally violent 9-Tails was directly overturned by the huge repulsive force. Nagato waved his hand and threw out black sticks, nailing the 9-Tails tails one by one. But when he had just nailed the 6th tail, the 7th blood-red chakra tail grew again behind the 9-Tails. Still getting stronger? Nagato couldn't help but frown. Another black stick nailed the 7th tail to the ground. However, just as he was waiting for the 8th tail of the 9-Tails to come out, the violent 9-Tails suddenly sprayed a mouthful of energy bullets at him. What made Nagato's face even uglier was that the black sticks nailed to the 9-Tails were slowly breaking free at this moment. This chakra. Nagato's eyes tightened subconsciously, and he looked at the 9-Tails with 8 tails breaking free from his yin-yang escape black stick in disbelief. Nagato stared at the huge-tailed beast lying on the ground in an attacking posture, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Just in terms of chakra, even in its current state, it has far exceeded other tailed beasts. How did the tailed beasts come into being? This ninja world is too unfair. Is it possible that even the power of the tailed beasts is so different? Nagato had participated in the capture of the one tail and presided over the capture of the six tail, but he had never seen such a huge chakra as the nine tail. Even in terms of momentum alone, it far exceeded any of the tailed beasts from the one tail to the seven tail. At this moment, Nagato's mind actually thought of a very magical question. If the Ninetales chakra is to be absorbed into the outer path demon statue, it will probably take several times longer than absorbing other tailed beasts, right? The next moment, Nagato stopped thinking about this question. Therefore, the chakra in the Ninetale suddenly expanded, and 9 bright red tails fluttered behind it, and a huge fox stood in front of Nagato. The complete form of the Ninetale completely appeared in the world. Even the Konoha ninjas looked at the huge Ninetale's true body with some fear and anxiety, and retreated one by one involuntarily. They remembered the fierce night of the Ninetale. The Ninetale rebellion that night. Konoha suffered heavy losses, and has never recovered since then. The Ninetale did not look at those Konoha ninjas, because there was someone more attractive in front of it. The nine-tailed fox slowly lowered its head. A hint of cruelty appeared in its scholar eyes. It stared into Nagato's eyes, slightly opened its mouth, and revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. Your eyes may look very kind. The nine-tailed fox's eyes narrowed slightly, and its voice was even a little gentle. The next second, its voice suddenly became cruel. Humph, but it only looks like you, but the breath inside makes me feel sick. Extra chapter completed. 666,666. Chapter 294. The Art of Spiritual Communication. The Outer Demon Statue. Nine-tailed Beast. Nagato slowly raised his finger. When he heard Nine-tailed Beast say that his Samsararai was both friendly and disgusting, Nagato frowned and said, "The Samsararai is the eye of the Six Paths Sage in the legend. Has this Nine-tailed Beast been punished by the Six Paths Sage?" Of course Nagato could not think of it. The Six Paths Sage was the one who created the Nine-tailed Beasts in the ninja world. The Six Paths Sage was like a father to the Nine-tailed Beast. The Nine-tailed Beast was even a little surprised to see a person with the Six Paths Sage's eye just after he appeared. However, after carefully sensing the breath of those eyes, the Nine-tailed Beast had a hunch that something was wrong. The breath of the Samsararai actually made it a little manic. HMPH, it's clearly the same pupil technique as the old man. The Ninetales grinned and looked at Nagato's Samsararai. His eyes gradually filled with fierceness. Those eyes give me an ominous feeling. The next moment, the Ninetales suddenly opened its mouth and condensed a huge tailed beast ball. Anyway, it didn't care who the tailed beast ball killed. So fast. Nagato's face suddenly changed. Looking at the tailed beast ball flying towards him, a solemn look flashed in his eyes. What a joke. How could the Ninetales condense the tailed beast ball so fast? This is not scientific at all. And it's not a ninja at all. Nagato has also seen the Six Tails Jinchuriki condense the tailed beast ball, but the speed of the Six Tails is completely incomparable to the Ninetales. Why is the Ninetales condensing the tailed beast ball so fast? Nagato could only hurriedly stretch out his palm, quickly stretched out his palm towards the air, and shouted coldly, "Shinra Tensei." The huge repulsive force burst out instantly. The next moment, this repulsive force stopped the tailed beast ball from moving forward. Nagato's brows were getting more and more furrowed. He just stared at the tailed beast ball that was slowly pushed to a hillside by the repulsive force he released and exploded. He whispered, "Even if you use the hungry ghost path to absorb the tailed beast ball, it will take a long time to absorb." The power of the Ninetales is stronger than he imagined. Especially the Ninetales directly sprayed the tailed beast ball at the beginning, as if it didn't care about its own chakra at all. Didn't it know that this should be a technique used when the tailed beast is in the most dangerous time? Now it's very tricky. Nagato finally realized the trouble he was facing. Unless he used the Chibaku Tensei, there was a possibility of defeating the Ninetales. Other abilities seemed to be a little insufficient to face the Ninetales. But the Ninetales didn't give Nagato time to think. After watching Shinra Tensei push the tailed beast ball away, it grinned its huge mouth and rushed towards Nagato. A battle between the owner of the Samsararai and the strongest tailed beast in history began. The viewing area in the distance. Has the Ninetales come out? Uehara Naraku stared at the huge beast in the distance, rubbed his wrist, and said with a smile on his face, TSK, I really want to try out the quality of the Ninetales. The most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world. It must feel good to fight. This sentence was really a bit arrogant. Nagato was still fighting with the Ninetales in the distance. As the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, the Ninetales is completely not in the same league as other tailed beasts. When the Ninetales was just broken, the entire Konoha was helpless. Especially now that they have a murderer who caused the Ninetales rebellion. His name is Uchiha Obito. There is also a victim of the Ninetales rebellion. His name is Namikaze Minato. These two people are still very familiar with the power of the Ninetales. But the two of them did not object to what Uehara and Naraku said, because they both knew that the guy in front of them really has the strength to challenge the Ninetales. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and chuckled. Compared to Lord Naraku's power, the Ninetales is indeed a little bit weak. Only the Ten-Tails mentioned by Lord Uehara can be Lord Naraku's opponent. Don't. Naraku Uehara shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "You're exaggerating too much. I may not be able to beat the Ten-Tails now." Naraku Uehara thought he was a little bit weak. Although Naraku Uehara has countless life-saving skills and the Ten-Tails can't do anything to him, it doesn't seem realistic for Uehara to get rid of the Ten-Tails. Kabuto Yakushi's mouth curled up slightly, and he praised softly. Even though his strength has reached the top of the ninja world, Lord Naraku is still so humble. A string of question marks flashed through the minds of Minato, Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. How did Kabuto Yakushi know that Naraku Uehara was humble? Okay. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Kabuto Yakushi and said softly, "Although the Ninetales is powerful now, it is unlikely to defeat Lord Nagato. You can go and help in a while." Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly, looked up at Uehara Naraku and said, "Lord Naraku, does this mean that I have betrayed Akatsuki? What is the purpose of doing this?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded and suddenly said, "This is not only a betrayal of Akatsuki, but also a betrayal of our Moonai plan." After saying that, Uehara Naraku chuckled and patted Kabuto Yakushi on the shoulder and said softly, "From now on, everything you do is for Orochimaru. For Orochimaru to get Lord Nagato's Rinnegan." Uehara Naraku shook his head and corrected his statement. "No, it should be said that you have always been for Orochimaru. You endured humiliation just to seize the bloodline of the Rinnegan for Orochimaru. So you joined Akatsuki. That's why you joined the Moonai, and that's why you attacked Nagato." Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku's script doesn't sound very friendly to Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku wants to reshape him into a loyal person who endures humiliation for Orochimaru. And Uehara Naraku personally designed Orochimaru. Obviously, Orochimaru's fate will be very miserable, right? If the script written by Uehara Naraku is followed, Orochimaru will probably find that he is surrounded by enemies in the ninja world after his resurrection. Whether it is Konoha or Akatsuki, there is even the sinister Black Zetsu hiding nearby. Uehara Naraku raised the corner of his mouth and continued with a smile. "I really want to see what expression Black Zetsu will show when he finds out that you have also betrayed the Moonai project. Kabuto, he has always placed his hope for Uchiha Madara's resurrection on you." Uehara Naraku sighed faintly and said, "I hope our Mr. Black Zetsu realizes a problem. I'm the only one who has been unwavering in the Moonai project." Yakushi Kabuto nodded speechlessly. To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi felt that Orochimaru and Black Zetsu would be killed or driven crazy by Uehara Naraku sooner or later, and this date was getting closer and closer. No. It should be said that the entire ninja world, according to Uehara Naraku's actions, if the ninja world knew what he had done in the future, they would probably all go crazy. Don't be too anxious to go on stage. Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and whispered, "We must prepare in advance. We must not let others, or even Orochimaru find out. We must not let Orochimaru find out that I was behind your betrayal of Akatsuki and your return to him. Lord Orochimaru is very suspicious." Kabuto Yakushi was still a little hesitant in his heart. "It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku spread his palms, tightened them a little bit, and said, "Just do your best. Anyway, Orochimaru can't escape from my palm." Kabuto Yakushi. "Get ready." Uehara Naraku's face showed a solemn look. He looked at the battlefield of Nagato and the Ninetales in the distance and whispered, "Their battle is just about to begin." On the battlefield, Nagato felt a little powerless when facing the Ninetales. Nagato could not bring out the full power of the Rinnegan. His ability could indeed crush ordinary ninjas, but when facing the Nine Tails, except for the Chibaku Tensei, the power of other techniques was not enough. The human world, the hungry ghost world, the hell world, the animal world. These abilities were basically useless when facing the Nine Tails. Even if he wanted to use the hungry ghost world to extract the chakra of a tailed beast ball, it was very difficult, not to mention binding the Nine Tails and extracting its chakra. The one standing in front of him now was not some half-tailed beast Jinkriki, but the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, the Nine Tails. Taking advantage of the interval between fierce battles, Nagato finally bought himself a little time. A small black hole slowly appeared in his palm. The black hole seemed to be a star, floating up to the sky. Nagato's palm suddenly closed, watching the Nine Tails rushing towards him violently not far away, and whispered, "Chibaku Tensei." The next moment, the Nine Tails' body was sucked up by the black hole out of thin air. Countless broken stones and cracked soil on the ground were also attracted by the gravity of the Chibaku Tensei and flew into the sky, slowly wrapping the Nine Tails' body. These broken stones trapped the Nine Tails firmly in the huge stone ball made by the Chibaku Tensei. The ninjas who were watching all this nearby couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Even Kabuto Yakushi looked at the stone ball made by Nagato with some surprise and uncertainty, and he even looked at Uehara Naraku with some doubts. Is Nagato so strong? He actually sealed the Nine Tails so easily. Since Nagato is so strong, then if he takes action later, won't it be a bit like sending himself to death? But the shock of these people did not last too long. Not too long after, the nine-tailed fox rushed out of the Chibaku Tensei with a fierce attitude, raised his head, and blew up the Chibaku Tensei with a tailed beast ball. This is the strongest tailed beast. Uehara Naraku watched the nine-tailed fox show its power and whispered, even if the nine-tailed fox now only has half of its chakra in its peak period. Because when the nine-tailed fox was in chaos, Minato Namikaze used the Shikifujin to split the nine-tailed fox's chakra into two, sealing half of the nine-tailed fox in his stomach, and the other half of the nine-tailed fox is now the fierce beast. Uehara Naraku slowly tilted his head and whispered, facing such a powerful tailed beast, Lord Nagato, do you have any other way? On the battlefield, Nagato's face slowly revealed a gloomy look. The nine-tailed fox, which was completely out of the cage, was really a big trouble for him, especially after fighting for so long. The nine-tailed fox seemed to have no consumption at all. This tailed beast still looked so lively. Then let's try this trick again. Nagato slowly began to close his palms, and calmly began to make his own hand seals, not even looking at the nine-tailed fox that was rushing towards him. After making his hand seals, Nagato looked up at the nine-tailed fox that was charging at him and suddenly slapped his palm on the ground with a hint of sharpness in his voice. Spiritual summoning technique, outer path demon statue. Shit, I guess there will be 6 chapters today. Thank you to the leader of the Darksmail for the reward, and I will add 3 chapters for the leader. Thank you to the Crimson Blazing Wings for the reward. Thank you to Shenyang_ for the reward. Thank you to the Dark Star Emperor for the reward. Thank you to the reward of only bowing when kissing you. Thank you to Aingzun for the reward. Thank you to number 1 Zifui for the reward. Thank you to Kingguazhou for the reward. Thank you to Earthling 1988 for the reward. Thank you to Great Demon God number 2 for the reward. Thank you to Arctic Amundsen for the reward. Thank you to Skradina's Reality for the reward. Thank you to Aki for the reward. Chapter 295. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire will never stop, and the flames will burn the village to the ground. Bang! A puff of smoke floated on the battlefield. Just when the Konoha ninjas who were watching the battle thought that Nagato was about to be torn into pieces by the Nine Tails, and they were going to find a way to seal the Nine Tails next, they saw a tall figure, the Outer Path Demon statue. This ugly and huge monster shell appeared in front of Nagato, not only blocking the Nine Tails attack, but also slapping the Nine Tails away with one palm. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at the suddenly appeared Outer Path Demon statue. It must be said that the Nine Tails body was really smaller in front of the Outer Path Demon statue. However, the Nine Tails didn't care that it was slapped away by a blow. Instead, it looked up and stared at the outer path demon statue that suddenly appeared in front of it, and the 7 eyes that lit up on the head of the outer path demon statue, as well as the familiar chakra in its body. Inside the outer path demon statue, there are already chakras of 7-tailed beasts in it. The 9-tails eyes slowly changed. It stared at Nagato's Samsurai and finally realized what Nagato was trying to do. "You are really brave." The 9-tails eyes gradually began to regain their rationality. At this moment, it completely understood what Nagato was going to do. This guy wanted to gather all the chakra of their tailed beasts and revive the outer path demon statue in front of him. At that time, the outer path demon statue in front of him would transform into the 10 tails. Nagato flew and floated to the top of the outer path demon statue, looking down at the 9 tails, slowly spread out his palms, and whispered, "What God wants to do is naturally different from that of mortals." At this moment, when the outer path demon statue descended, confidence returned to Nagato, because in Nagato's cognition, the outer path demon statue would never fail. When the outer path demon statue was just an empty shell, it relied on the extraction of his body's vitality and chakra to exert unimaginable power. Now the outer path demon statue has the chakra of 7-tailed beasts in its body, and there is no need to use Nagato's chakra. Even with the huge size and powerful strength of the outer path demon statue itself, it can suppress the 9 tails. The only trouble is, every time Nagato uses the power of the outer path statue and the Samsurai, he is actually consuming his own life energy. After hearing what Nagato said, Kyuubi seemed to have heard something funny, and said with a grin, "Humph, idiot, you don't really think that you can be on par with the 6 Paths Sage, just because you have the eyes of him." Kyuubi's eyes became dangerous again. It stared at Nagato above the outer path statue, and its eyes tightened slightly. "It's really interesting. Humans are becoming more and more ignorant." The next moment, Kyuubi pounced on Nagato. However, the outer path statue held its head tightly, and the huge outer path statue and the fierce Kyuubi started a fight. Although the outer path statue was huge, the movements on its palms were a little stiff. Although the Kyuubi was smaller, its body was extremely flexible. It got rid of the grip of the outer path statue with a few jumps, and began to condense and gush out a tailed beast ball. Shinra Tensei. Nagato stood on the head of the outer path demon statue, raised his hand, and released Shinra Tensei towards the tailed beast ball, and the powerful repulsive force pushed the tailed beast ball to a distance and detonated. Boom. A large area of forest was instantly drowned by the explosion. This fierce battle was something that no one else could intervene in. The tailed beast ball and Shinra Tensei could break out at any time, and no one knew when a tailed beast ball would suddenly fall. The Konoha ninjas who were recently responsible for scouting the battle situation also watched the battle with their lives. Teams of Konoha ninjas began to retreat one after another under the command of their captains. After they retreated to the periphery, they set up several layers of encirclement to prevent the enemy from escaping after the battle. It felt a bit like deceiving oneself. Unfortunately, the source of this order was the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade in Konoha village. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened to all the battle reports sent from the battlefield, including the death of Hatake Kakashi, the sacrifice of my guy, and the death of Jiraiya. Tsunade frowned and gave a few orders, asking everyone else to leave the Hokage's office and return to their posts. Now there was no one else in the Hokage's office. Tsunade stood in front of her desk, calmly watching the last ninja who left, and closed the office door from the outside, and then her body collapsed on the ground with some weakness, her back leaning tightly against the desk. The 5th generation Hokage, who had just issued orders in an extremely tough attitude in front of others, slowly stretched out his palm and covered his eyes. Tears began to flow down her face little by little along the gap. After hearing the news that Jiraiya had died in the battle from the mouths of those intelligence ninjas, Tsunade's emotions finally couldn't bear it. Her body trembled slightly. Even if she was just crying, she didn't dare to make a sound, but slowly opened her mouth and tried her best to breathe deeply. This woman wanted to vent her grief from her chest like breathing air. Tsunade's palm tightly grasped her chest, suppressing the tightness and pain in her chest. After many years, she once again experienced what it meant to be deeply sad. From today on, she is the only one left among the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya. After a long while, Tsunade took a few long breaths and began to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes quickly with her palms. She slowly stood up and walked out of the door of the Hokage's office. Tsunade glanced at the Anbu stationed there and said softly, "Immediately transfer Narashikaku to guard the village and guard against Uchiha Obito's sneak attack." "Yes, Hokage." The Anbu ninja flew away. Just as Tsunade was about to leave, Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen suddenly appeared and blocked her way. "Tsunade, where are you going?" "I'm going to take over the battle from Jiraiya." Tsunade looked at the two old men and said in a deep voice, "The village has reached the most dangerous moment now. There is no need for me to stay here and continue to wait for Uchiha Obito who may appear." This was their original allocation of manpower. Tsunade will stay in the village to avoid sneak attacks from Uchiha Obito or others. Jiraiya will lead the strongest ninjas to fight against Pain Six Paths and Nagato. The battle has now reached the most dangerous stage. Pain Six Paths have all been eliminated, and the corresponding prices are deaths of Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy and Jiraiya. The 5th Mizukage Meditarumi and the 5th Kazukage Gaara are still on the battlefield to fight with Konan. On the most important battlefield, the liberated Ninetales and Nagato, who summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, are still fighting fiercely, and now their battle has reached a fever pitch. Except for the strong ones at the level of Cage, other ninjas are not even qualified to intervene. Utatane Koharu slowly retreated a path. She looked at Tsunade's back as she walked down the Hokage building past them, and couldn't help but say, "Tsunade, you must come back alive. You're so long-winded." Tsunade frowned and waved. After a while, Tsunade suddenly stopped her steps, turned her back to Utatane Koharu and Mizuto Kadokomen, and said softly, "If anything unexpected happens, I nominate Narashikaku as the 6th Hokage of Konoha." Tsunade. Mizuto Kadokomen's face changed suddenly. Utatane Koharu looked at Tsunade's back and nodded silently. Just as Tsunade left Konoha and rushed to the front battlefield, Uehara Naraku was also watching all this. He just stretched lazily. "Okay, Mr. Obito." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito next to him and whispered, "It seems that Konoha has sent all the ninjas to deal with Lord Nagato. Then let these Konoha ninjas fight fiercely in the front, and you can burn Konoha to a white ground in the back." "What?" Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato looked at Uehara Naraku in disbelief. What on earth is this guy thinking? He just said that Yakushi Kabuto should help Konoha resist Nagato in the most dangerous time, but now he suddenly wants to destroy Konoha. "Don't look at me like that." Uehara Naraku gathered his palms together, and his voice gradually became more gloomy. "Now, immediately execute the order I gave you." After saying this, Uehara Naraku stared at Uchiha Obito closely, and said in a muffled voice, "You should know where we are. Konoha's memorial is not far from here." "Yes, I know." Uchiha Obito's palm stroked his mask. Whenever he showed a little hesitation, this bastard would threaten him with Nohararin. "Is this interesting?" "Very good." Uehara Naraku nodded to Uchiha Obito with satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, "Then go and burn this Konoha filled with the so-called will of fire." "Yes." Uchiha Obito's figure turned into a vortex of time and space and disappeared. Just after Uchiha Obito left, Namikaze Minato frowned and asked, "I don't understand. What exactly do you want to do?" "I just want to destroy Konoha." Uehara Naraku explained casually, and said softly, "And now all the cage level warriors of Konoha are going to deal with Lord Nagato, so I don't have to worry about losing Konoha's combat power when destroying Konoha." "I can't understand." Namikaze Minato frowned tightly. To be honest, Namikaze Minato is really hard to understand. Uehara Naraku hopes that all the cage level warriors of Konoha will go to fight Nagato, and even defeat Nagato, but after all the cage level warriors leave Konoha, he sends people to destroy the entire Konoha. What on earth does this guy want to do? However, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said in a cold voice, "All the orders issued by Lord Naraku were never for the purpose of protecting Konoha. How could the 4th Hokage have such an illusion? Lord Naraku just needs to use Konoha to make Lord Nagato withdraw." Uehara Naraku nodded dully. Originally, his plan included destroying Konoha, because this time destroying Konoha was a rare opportunity, and destroying Konoha could bring him the last extreme change of mainstream chakra, the power of fire. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his fingers, and manipulated Uchiha Obito to appear on the Hokage rock. His face gradually became a little serious, and his eyes became more and more serious. Tell them the result of the will of fire. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, go, tell them that where Konoha flies, the fire will also continue. The flames will illuminate the village until the whole village is burnt to ashes. There are 4 more. Chapter 296. Isn't it natural for Jinchuriki to mobilize the chakra of the tailed beasts? Konoha was more empty than ever before. A large number of Konoha ninjas were sent outside the village to build a circle around Nagato and the Ninetales, because no matter who won or lost, Konoha didn't want to let them go. If Nagato won, these Konoha ninjas would desperately protect the Ninetales. If the Ninetales won, these Konoha ninjas would also desperately suppress the Ninetales. It was too early now, and the battle was extremely fierce. It was impossible to judge who would win or lose. In order to control the situation of the war and solve the crisis Konoha was facing, Tsunade, the 5th generation Hokage, the last strong man of Konoha, rushed to the battlefield. In addition to Tsunade, the entire Konoha could not find anyone who could intervene in the war between the Ninetales and the Outer Path Demon statue. Even with Tsunade's power, she could only find a way to make herself a straw that overwhelmed the situation. When Tsunade left, the entire Konoha village no longer had any value to the battlefield situation. Uchiha Obito stood on the Hokage rock, slowly closed his fingers, and the Kamu Sharingan in his eye sockets emitted bursts of tornadoes. Fire style, explosive wind dance. The raging flames quickly expanded under the blessing of the tornado. The flames circled and landed on the Hokage building on the ground. In an instant, the Hokage building was completely ignited. The raging flames were like torches. Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen were still in the Hokage building. The 2 consultants only had time to rescue some urgent information before they flew out. The ninjas who were still stationed in the village could not help, but swarmed after seeing the flames. Advisor. A Konoha ninja frowned. He looked up and saw Uchiha Obito on the Hokage rock. He couldn't help but whispered, should we notify the Hokage? Uchiha Obito is here. No. Utatane Koharu shook his head and said in a deep voice, send someone to tell Tsunade that we will protect Konoha. Let Tsunade go to fight with peace of mind. Yes. The ninja could only obey the order. Uchiha Obito. Mizuta Manen looked up at Uchiha Obito above him and shouted, what are you doing here? Isn't your purpose to kill Nagato outside? Yes. Uchiha Obito flew down and stood on the ruins of the Hokage building that was burned by the flames. He ignored the flames under his feet and looked down at the Konoha ninjas on the ground. But I have another purpose for coming here. That is to practice the will of fire of Konoha. What do you mean? It means. A red light flashed in Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, and a trace of terrifying evil laughter was mixed in his voice. Burn this village to ashes. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared on the ruins. Just when the Konoha ninjas underground were still confused, Uchiha Obito appeared in another position, opened his mouth, and spewed a stream of flames towards a tall building. Go and stop him. Mizuta Manen commanded the ninjas around him to put out the fire. However, Narashikaku, who came in a hurry, could not help but frown and whispered, let the civilians in the village disperse in the safe zone first. Don't let them be affected. Because there were only a few ninjas in the village who were responsible for maintaining the evacuation of the masses, and there were not even a few ninjas who could pose a slight threat to Uchiha Obito. In just a few minutes, the whole Konoha was completely set on fire by the elusive Uchiha Obito. Narashikaku was at a loss and could only avoid losses as much as possible and rescue some precious documents and equipment. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito did not kill anyone. That crazy guy seemed to be just venting his anger. I didn't expect that Konoha would have to thank the enemy for its kindness one day. Narashikaku looked at Konoha in a sea of fire and Uchiha Obito who left the village, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, the civilians and students in the village have evacuated in advance. This was probably the most correct thing they did before the war. Compared to the financial losses suffered by Konoha now, the villagers of Konoha and the students who have not yet grown up are more precious. Observation area. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, looked at the system task he had completed, rubbed his forehead, and his mood was a little subtle. Originally, I thought I had to do it myself. I didn't expect that. If the person I controlled did it, it would also be considered as completing the task. Side quest. Successfully break through Konoha village. 1/1. The task has been completed, and the passive talent skill firepower is rewarded. Firepower. You can freely drive fire attribute chakra, create and use fire escape ninjutsu at will, which is one of the components of the Seeking Truth Jade. Burning escape. Activated. You can freely drive the burning escape chakra composed of firepower plus wind power, and create and use burning escape ninjutsu at will. Boiling escape. Activated. You can freely drive the boiling escape chakra composed of firepower plus water power, and create and use boiling escape ninjutsu at will. Melting escape. Activated. You can freely drive the melting escape chakra composed of firepower plus earth power, and create and use melting escape ninjutsu at will. Melting release. Activated. Branch bloodline. Can freely drive the melting release chakra composed of firepower plus earth power, and create and use melting release ninjutsu at will. Explosion release. Activated. Branch bloodline. Can freely drive the explosion release chakra composed of firepower plus earth power, and create and use explosion release ninjutsu at will. Dust release. Activated. Can freely drive the dust release chakra composed of wind power plus firepower plus earth power, and create and use dust release ninjutsu at will. Can it be played like this? Uehara Naraku never thought that the fusion of fire attribute and earth attribute chakra, in addition to two different melting releases, can also derive explosion release. It seems that this is quite normal. If I remember correctly, Deidara's explosion release secret technique is actually almost at the threshold of dust release. One of his techniques seems to be able to turn people into ashes, but it cannot be split into atoms. What's wrong, Lord Naraku? Yakashi Kabuto instantly noticed that Uehara Naraku's expression was different. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. I just thought of something unhappy. The Konoha ninjas are fighting desperately in the front, but we are collecting profits for ourselves and destroying their village. I feel a little guilty. Yakashi Kabuto. Namake's Minato. Damn, how dare this guy say that? Aren't you the one who insisted on sending Uchiha Obito to destroy Konoha just now? Who are you showing this to now? On the other side, when Tsunade rushed to the battlefield of the Ninetales and the Outer Path Demon statue, she also received the news that Uchiha Obito attacked Konoha, but she also knew very well that the most important thing now was the battlefield outside the village. It doesn't matter, as long as the people in the village are not hurt too much. Even so, Tsunade still issued an order from the Hokage to transfer two groups of hundreds of ninjas back to Konoha to protect civilians. Besides, Tsunade even took the time to ask about the battle situation in other places. How is the battle situation of Lord Kazekage and Lord Mizukage? With the strength of the two of them, haven't they taken down Konan yet? Konoha-Ranbu lowered his head and whispered that blue-haired woman is very good at using exploding talismans to fight. Her exploding talismans seem to be endless. Now Lord Kazekage and Lord Mizukage can only hold her back as much as possible. To be honest, the Anbu thought that the battlefield on the other side might be even more outrageous. Not only this Konoha Anbu thought so, even the 5th Kazekage Gaara and the 5th Mizukage Meditarumi were somewhat helpless, because Konan's ninjutsu was too outrageous. Now on their side of the battlefield, there were only 3 people left, Konan, Gaara and Meditarumi. The animal path pin had already been solved by them. The only troublesome person was Konan. That woman. Meditarumi gritted her teeth and looked at Konan flying in the sky and took a deep breath and said, is she the teacher of that hateful kid in Uehara? According to the information given to us by Konoha, that's right. Gaara's face was still very solemn, and balls of yellow sand were floating in the air. These yellow sands suddenly formed a giant hand of sand and grabbed towards Konan. However, Konan just stretched out his hand expressionlessly and mixed a detonating talisman with the paper plane and manipulated the paper plane and the detonating talisman into the range of the giant hand of sand. After watching this scene, Konan slowly closed his fingers and shouted in a low voice, Ninjutsu multiplication detonating talisman technique. The next moment, the roar of detonating talismans rang out. In an instant, the giant hand of sand was directly blown up by dozens or hundreds of detonating talismans led by the multiplication detonating talisman technique. Konan's fighting style is so simple and crude. No matter what ninjutsu Meditarumi and Gaara use, she will directly use the detonating talisman to solve it. To be honest, Meditarumi and Gaara were a little speechless. I'm curious. Gaara looked at his offense of being resolved again, frowned and looked at Conan and said, as a former enemy of Uehara Naraku, I know how powerful he is. You are his teacher. You should not have only these means, right? After a moment of silence, Conan stretched out her hand to touch the hair on her temples, but her face was still so cold and ruthless. Conan slowly looked at Gaara and Meditarumi and said in a cold voice, these means are enough to deal with you. The reason why she didn't use a large amount of detonating tags to drown them is because Conan had to save her chakra. She would be the last line of defense to protect Nagato. While they were still entangled here, Tsunade had arrived at the battlefield. She looked at the fierce battle between the Ninetales and the Outer Path Demon statue and said in a deep voice, the most important battlefield is still the Ninetales. Send someone to summon the sealing squad to follow me. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Enbu ninja nodded and hurried to summon the sealing squad. Teams of sealed ninjas rushed to Tsunade's side. They were waiting for the opportunity to launch an attack, but that opportunity never came. On the central battlefield, the ground was shaking. The Outer Path Demon slammed the ground with a fist, and then suddenly flipped the Ninetales to the ground with its palm. Just as its palm was trying to clamp the Ninetales, an energy bomb was ejected. When the Ninetales used the Outer Path Demon to avoid the energy bomb, it stood up and rushed out again, grinning at the Outer Path Demon. Humph, it's really a difficult guy. What a trouble. Nagato's face was not good either, because the Ninetales was too difficult to capture. In addition to the Outer Path Demon's attack, other means were simply tickling for the Ninetales. Even if the Shinra Tensei was used to attack the Ninetales, it might be injured by the repulsive force from the recoil. At this moment, Nagato felt a little regretful. If he had listened to Uehara Naraku's advice, and first captured and collected the 8-tailed Gyuki, and then brought the Outer Path Demon statue to capture the Nine-tailed, it would definitely not be so troublesome. Now Nagato is really in a dilemma. Little did he know that the Nine-tailed on the other side was also very anxious, because it knew very well how difficult the Outer Path Demon statue was. This huge monster was once the body shared by the chakra of their tailed beasts, and its power was very strong. It was very easy for the Nine-tailed alone to fight the Outer Path Demon statue to a draw, but it was really a little difficult to defeat the Outer Path Demon statue. Well, more than a little, because there was an equally threatening Nagato on the head of the Outer Path Demon statue. If you are not careful, you are likely to be caught by the two of them. If you are taken into the Outer Path Demon statue at that time, the Nine-tailed knew that he would definitely disappear. We still need to use the body of that kid Uzumaki Naruto to merge the chakras of the two of us. The Nine-tailed looked at the huge Outer Path Demon statue and couldn't help but snorted. Why is that kid so long-winded? Hasn't he finished talking to that woman Kushina yet? In the spiritual world, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto met because it happened to be the time when Jiraiya died in battle. Uzumaki Naruto was in the most violent mood. In order to avenge Jiraiya, he completely opened the seal under the instigation of the Ninetales. This time, there was no obstruction from Minato Namake's, but after completely opening the seal, Uzumaki Naruto also saw the chakra of his mother Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto reported to his mother everything that happened in the ninja world, including the news that Uchiha Obito created the Ninetales Rebellion. The Akatsuki organization was wreaking havoc in the ninja world and capturing tailed beasts everywhere, and Jiraiya had just died in battle. Just when they had just finished chatting, and Uzumaki Kushina was sad, both mother and son heard the Ninetales words and couldn't help but curiously pulled the Ninetales into the spiritual space. Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto stood together, and they both looked at the huge Ninetales at the same time. The expressions of the mother and son were exactly the same, full of curiosity. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the huge Ninetales and stretched out her hand. Hey, Ninetales, we can talk as long as we want. It's none of your business. Do you want me to tie you up? Damn it. The Ninetales lowered his head and looked down at the mother and son. There was a hint of disgust in the Ninetales' huge eyes. The more I look at this mother and son, the more I hate them. No matter how many times I look at them, I still think this mother and son are really annoying. The Ninetales couldn't help but glance at Uzumaki Kushina and said, huh. Then you continue to chat. After I extract the body of this kid Uzumaki Naruto, this kid will die and go to the underworld to reunite with you. At that time, you can talk as long as you want. Uzumaki Kushina was silent. Now the safety of Uzumaki Naruto is the most important thing, but there are powerful enemies in the outside world. If they want to defeat the Outer Path Demon statue and Nagato outside, the Ninetales and Uzumaki Naruto must work together to exert a stronger force. Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head and asked, is there something wrong outside? Then mom and I will seal you up again now, and I will continue to fight. Damn it, why do you still want to seal it? The Ninetales glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, who spoke half a human sentence and said in a muffled voice, the enemies outside are so difficult even for me at my full strength. Do you think you can do it? Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a moment. The Ninetales snorted coldly and said arrogantly, okay, I need your body to fight now, and then I will lend you all my chakra to use. What do you mean by lending? Uzumaki Kushina muttered dissatisfiedly, isn't it natural for the Jinchuriki to mobilize the chakra of the tailed beast? Ninetales, what do you mean by that look of grace? Asshole. The Ninetales couldn't help but bared his teeth at Uzumaki Kushina. Do you think this kid is you? As long as I don't lend it to him, he can't get any power from me. Uzumaki Kushina pouted her lips immediately. As the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina really controlled the Ninetales. Unexpectedly, after her death, the Ninetales, who had been restrained by her, turned over. The Ninetales looked at Uzumaki Kushina's face full of regret and displeasure, and couldn't help but bared his teeth. Arsehole woman, if you want your son to survive, let him go out and fight. There are 3 more. Chapter 297. No, Chief, Uehara Naraku misjudged you. When it was in Uzumaki Kushina's body, the Ninetales was also thinking. In fact, dying together is also a good choice, because it can be reborn. It just has to enjoy less happiness and do less evil for a while. Unfortunately, it couldn't even die together at that time. Uzumaki Kushina, the pure-blooded princess of the Uzumaki clan, not only has a huge amount of chakra in her body, but is also proficient in all kinds of messy sealing techniques. She can easily tie up the complete Ninetales in her body and beat it up. Now that the Ninetales has changed its landlord, it can die together. However, there is now an Outer Path Demon statue outside that can absorb its chakra. If it dies, there will be no chance to be reborn in the future. The Ninetales can only pinch its nose and accept it. It plans to temporarily help the little brat Uzumaki Naruto. At least let him learn to borrow his chakra first. Then I'll go out. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly closed his fist. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared in the spiritual world, leaving only Uzumaki Kushina and the Ninetales still confronting each other in this space. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto disappear, the gentleness on Uzumaki Kushina's face gradually disappeared. She turned into a mother who wanted to protect her child in front of the Ninetales. Ninetales. Uzumaki Kushina stared at the Ninetales with a gloomy look in her eyes and said, I see, the hatred in your body seems to be getting deeper and deeper. The Ninetales' eyes were also a little gloomy and said, if it weren't for you, the human pillars, why do you think the hatred would expand? How happy it was in the land of fire back then. Because the Ninetales has a huge amount of chakra in its body, no one in the entire ninja world dared to provoke it. It ate whatever it wanted every day, and played however it wanted. Until one day, a guy named Uchiha Madara appeared in the ninja world. This guy named Uchiha Madara used illusion to control it, and fought with a bastard named Senju Hashirama. As a result, Uchiha Madara lost his own people, and putted it before he died. The Ninetales began his life as a tenant from then on. How could the Ninetales' hatred not expand? Uzumaki Kushina obviously understood this. She sighed and said, forget it, these are all old things. Get along well with Naruto in the future. It just so happens that I still have chakra left. I will help you get rid of these hateful chakras. Are you still human? Ninetales gritted his teeth fiercely, stared at Uzumaki Kushina in front of him and cursed. You bastard woman, don't you know that the stronger the hatred of the tailed beasts, the stronger our power will become? You are on the wrong path. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were cold. At this moment, she was a determined mother. Kushina Uzumaki stared coldly at the blood-like chakra bubbles that gradually emerged from the Ninetales body and said in a cold voice, "These hateful and evil chakras will affect Naruto and will plunge Naruto into darkness. The darkness in that kid's heart has been born." The Ninetales' eyes gradually widened, staring at Kushina Uzumaki, and said in a gloomy voice, "Kushina Uzumaki, do you think your son has experienced the same life as you? That kid has been isolated and brainwashed since he was a child. It was not until he was 12 that he discovered his life experience and the truth about the world. If it weren't for that bastard Minato Namikaze that day, he would have become one with me long ago." Kushina Uzumaki was silent for a while. After a moment, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly shook her head and said, "No matter what you say, my decision will not change. Naruto's darkness, I believe he will break it by himself, but your hatred and evil must not be left to grow. Diamond Seal." After saying that, Uzumaki Kushina closed her palms, and countless golden chains spread out from her body and tightly inserted into the body of the Ninetales. The next moment, these golden chains forcibly pulled out another Ninetales with a more terrifying appearance from the body of the Ninetales, and its body was full of blood-red bubbles. Uzumaki Kushina's palm suddenly covered the body of this Ninetales, and said in a deep voice, "Ninetales, let me use my last chakra to die with your hatred." Uzumaki Kushina tried her best, swung her fist, and slammed it into the body of the hateful Ninetales, smashing it into pieces with one punch. As for the real Ninetales in the spiritual space, watching his hatred and Uzumaki Kushina perish together, he began to curse. "Uzumaki Kushina, you are still such an idiot. As long as the tailed beasts have not recognized the Jinchuriki, even if our hatred disappears now, it will grow again sooner or later." Unfortunately, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer hear it. In this space, only the lonely Ninetales was left. After a long time, the Ninetales slowly closed its claws, lowered its head and said, "Forget it, just regard it as the price I paid for killing you back then. I will forgive you this time." Outside the battlefield, the huge Ninetales' real body began to shrink gradually, just as everyone was watching in surprise as the Ninetales' body was shrinking rapidly, until it finally turned into an Uzumaki Naruto covered in a golden chakra coat. That is. Tsunade looked at this scene in disbelief, staring at the reappearing Uzumaki Naruto. This reappearing kid was too amazing. The surging chakra momentum almost instantly swept everything around. No matter who saw Uzumaki Naruto's current state, they couldn't help but feel a little frightened. The golden chakra coat was completely different from the blood-red tailed beast coat in the past, and it was even more terrifying than the chakra coat. Especially Uzumaki Naruto's current state is very rational. When Uzumaki Naruto saw Tsunade's figure, he waved his palm at her. "Tsunade-chan. It's me." Tsunade sensed Uzumaki Naruto's breath, and her mind relaxed a little bit. "Naruto, did he finally succeed in controlling the Ninetales? Now Konoha has hope of victory again." "No, at least, Konoha can also control the situation of one of the parties." Because the enemy Nagato standing in front of them still had that arrogant look on his face, as if Uzumaki Naruto's successful transformation into the tailed beast mode made no difference to him. Nagato looked down at Uzumaki Naruto, who was wearing a golden coat with chakra, and whispered, "If you were a tailed beast, I might really think it would be a bit troublesome, but if you are in the Jinchuriki state, then I will accept the Ninetales chakra without hesitation." Nagato suddenly stretched out his palm in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto and shouted in a deep voice, "Tenzaiang Shianayan." A powerful gravitational force emanated from Nagato's palm. Uzumaki Naruto's body flew towards them involuntarily, but this time he was not panicked at all. Golden palms emerged from the golden chakra coat and quickly condensed a Rasengan. When these golden palms approached Nagato, they suddenly wanted to press the Rasengan in their hands on Nagato's body. Shinra Tensei. Nagato could only change his technique helplessly, and the repulsive force suddenly started from his hand, and he was about to blow Uzumaki Naruto away. But this time, the power of the Shinra Tensei he used was too weak. Uzumaki Naruto's giant chakra hand tightly grasped the outer path demon statue, resolutely fighting against the Shinra Tensei released by Nagato. The next moment, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei rebounded and actually bounced Nagato away first. However, Nagato did not give up easily and controlled the outer path demon statue to slap Uzumaki Naruto who was holding it and directly flew away. Is this the power you got? Nagato stood up slowly, looking at Uzumaki Naruto who stood up at the same time in the distance, and said calmly, "It's really an interesting power. But this power is just interesting." "Really?" Uzumaki Naruto clapped his palms indifferently, waved his hand, and pointed to the distance, and suddenly said, "I can feel that there are other people spying on this battlefield. Are those people also members of Akatsuki? Are they spying on you or us?" Nagato couldn't help but look in the direction he pointed. The place they were looking at was exactly where Uehara, Naraku and others were hiding. Observation area. Uehara Naraku's palm instantly rested on Minato Namikaze's body, and the two suddenly disappeared from the battlefield, leaving only Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Obito. I almost forgot that the Ninetales chakra mode can sense malice. Uehara Naraku only left one sentence before leaving, and whispered, "Whoever has malice towards Uzumaki Naruto, go and get rid of it. Anyway, I'm a kind person and I don't have any malice." Kabuto Yakushi who was left behind. Uchiha Obito who was left behind. Obviously you are full of malice towards everyone in the ninja world. But just when Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Obito were helpless, Uchiha Obito's mouth came out with Uehara Naraku's new order. "Okay, since you have been discovered, it's your turn to appear. Since they have been discovered, they might as well take this opportunity to join the battlefield. Anyway, this battle is almost coming to an end." "Yes, Lord Naraku." After answering, Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, slowly stood up, and revealed his figure, and Uchiha Obito, who was hiding beside Kabuto Yakushi, also slowly stood up, and revealed his figure. These two people who have been hiding and spying in this area since the start of the Konoha War finally revealed their figures. The next moment, Uchiha Obito stretched out his palm, grabbed Kabuto Yakushi's body, and took him into the Kamo space. On the battlefield, a space-time vortex slowly opened. The figures of Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi appeared one after another. This scene made Nagato frown slightly. He didn't look at his nemesis Uchiha Obito, but just stared at Kabuto Yakushi, and said in a deep voice, "Kabuto Yakushi, you are the spy sent by Uchiha Obito to join Akatsuki." "Really?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to be discovered by the leader at this time." Kabuto Yakushi's smile bloomed more and more. He continued with a smile, "However, I'm not Mr. Obito's spy, I'm just an undercover for Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru. After this name appeared, everyone frowned involuntarily. Both Konoha and Nagato obviously hated this name very much. Tsunade slowly clenched her fists, walked up, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the rumor that Orochimaru died in the experiment has always been a lie you spread. A disaster can cause harm for 1,000 years. Sure enough, how could that bastard Orochimaru die so easily?" Kabuto Yakushi curled the corners of his mouth, smiled and spread his palms and said, "But if I don't do this, how can I successfully join Akatsuki?" Kabuto Yakushi said here, smiled and looked at Nagato and said, "Do you want to recall who introduced me to Akatsuki? It was Uehara who misjudged you." Nagato's face was a little ugly. If he remembered correctly, Uehara Naraku recruited many people for Akatsuki, and these unloyal guys would indeed cause problems. However, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but push his glasses and continued with a smile. "No, it should be said that Uehara Naraku misjudged you. He often promoted your strength and your dreams, and worked hard to recruit many people." When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he couldn't help but look around and continued, "It's a pity that Uehara Naraku recruited so many people to join Akatsuki for the leader, but the leader didn't seem to bring anyone else with him." Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nagato with an unpleasant expression, and continued with a smile, "I'm so glad. If it weren't for the fact that only the leader was left, I wouldn't dare to appear here. There are 2 more chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Enemies carefully prepared for you. What Kabuto Yakushi said was half true and half false. Nagato could not help but frown. He had to admit that he was too careless this time, which resulted in him fighting alone. When Pain's 6 paths were all destroyed, and his main body was still entangled with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the enemy Uchiha Obito appeared. There was even Kabuto Yakushi, a spy lurking in Akatsuki. The situation seemed to be not so good. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan under the mask stared at Nagato, and he said in a gloomy voice, "Nagato, I have always had high hopes for you. When you betrayed me, because of that brat Uehara, you should have thought of today." "Shut up." Nagato frowned, looked at Uchiha Obito, and said without hesitation, "Uehara is the successor of Akatsuki. When you wanted to kill Uehara, we became enemies. Don't be so impatient." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and closed his palms, saying softly, "Chief, why don't you continue to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? We can talk about our business later." This is too fake. How can there be such a person as Kabuto Yakushi? Whether it is Tsunade, Uzumaki, Naruto or Nagato, the faces of the 3 people can't help but become ugly. Even if a new enemy appears, the hostile relationship between them has not changed at all. The situation on the battlefield suddenly became subtle. Tsunade clenched her fists suddenly, stared at Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Obito, and said in a deep voice, "Are you here for Naruto?" "No." Uchiha Obito shook his head, then nodded and said, "The Nine-Tails in Naruto Uzumaki's body is only part of the reason. I don't mind temporarily storing the Nine-Tails chakra in this kid." A red light flashed in Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, and his eyes looked at Nagato, staring at Nagato's Samsurai, and said, "I appeared here to take back the eyes that I once gave to Nagato." Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly rushed towards Nagato, stretched out his hand to grab the Samsurai on Nagato's body, and said coldly, "I also have to thank you Konoha for helping me solve the 6 paths of pain. Otherwise, I would not dare to attack him rashly." Shinra Tensei. Nagato's palm stretched out subconsciously, and a repulsive force suddenly erupted from his side, but Uchiha Obito's figure easily passed through the repulsive force, and continued to grab his body. Nagato's face changed. The next moment, after Nagato turned over and avoided Uchiha Obito's attack, his figure suddenly floated up out of thin air and appeared above the head of the Outer Path Demon statue. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. He turned over and followed the body of the Outer Path Demon statue and appeared on the shoulder of the Outer Path Demon statue with a few vertical jumps. No matter what attack the Outer Path Demon statue launched, it could not hurt him. Uchiha Obito stood on the shoulder of the Outer Path Demon statue, looked at Nagato and said contemptuously, "Do you think you can escape?" A mechanical arm slowly emerged from behind Nagato, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a machine gun. Nagato's voice gradually calmed down. "Uchiha Obito, do you think you can challenge me? In front of these eyes, no one is the opponent of the Sage's Eye." Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito smiled grimly, snorted coldly and said, "I don't know what you mean. The Sage's Eye, you think, is just the end point of the Uchiha clan's evolution." Uchiha Obito looked at Nagato and said coldly, "Now it seems that you still have it, but in fact you have reached a dead end. Every time you use the power of the Samsurai, it consumes your life, right?" Nagato's heart tightened. This matter has always been his biggest headache. Even if Uehara Naraku has been treating him, he can only gradually restore his body to its peak, and cannot replenish the life he has consumed. Even after transplanting the cells of Hashirama Senju, he only felt that every time he used the Samsurai, the burden on his body was indeed reduced, and the chakra consumption was also reduced, but his lifespan was constantly consumed. Because those eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito said this secret without any care. He continued calmly, "Those eyes are placed in your body just to preserve his vitality, and by the way, to let you use the Samsara to revive Uchiha Madara." Nagato's face changed. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. Because of these immortal eyes, he always believed that he was the real chosen one, always believed that he would be able to become a real god, and always believed that he would definitely bear greater responsibilities. Everything he did now was because of the confidence brought by these Samsara eyes. Without these eyes, he would just be an ordinary boy from the rain-hidden village. Nagato suppressed the shock in his heart, stared at Uchiha Obito coldly, and tried his best to calm his voice. "Nonsense. Nagato guessed in his heart that what Uchiha said was true. The Samsara is the biggest secret. Apart from the user of the Samsara, no one else would know about this forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to life unless someone tells him the technique. Moreover, when Uchiha was active in the Akatsuki organization as a mysterious masked man, he also claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and it seemed that he was very familiar with the power of the Samsara more than once. Nagato. Uchiha didn't care about what Nagato said, but just said calmly, "Whether I said it is true or not, you should know it very well in your heart." After Uchiha finished speaking, a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Since you are about to die, I will tell you. The plan of the ultimate weapon is fake, and the real plan is to become a god." Uchiha kicked the outer path demon statue under his feet, and his voice gradually became a little cold and said, "Only people from the Uchiha clan can load the Samsara without pressure, bear the power of all the tailed beasts, and become the gods who rule this ninja world." Nagato's face remained calm. Even though his heart was already filled with turbulent waves, his face was still very calm at this moment. The news he got today was too shocking. For so many years, Nagato has been insisting on carrying out the ultimate weapon plan. Even Konan and Uehara and Naraku have been supporting him. This is the dream of the real members of Akatsuki. By making the ultimate weapon, the ninja world can become peaceful under the deterrence of the ultimate weapon. Someone denied their plan. Someone suddenly told him that they were just pawns for others to become gods. If all this is fake, then what are they working hard for? Those who sacrificed for this, those who were killed by them, and those wars they started for this are all wrong. Especially in the past 2 years, they have never stopped the war. Almost every major country in the ninja world has been destroyed by the Akatsuki organization led by Uehara and Naraku, just to collect the tailed beasts and spread the deterrence of Akatsuki. Just today, Uehara and Naraku sent him a message that he had just destroyed a cloud village and captured the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of the cloud village. Nagato's fingers pinched a little bit. He suddenly remembered that Konan had hoped that Uehara and Naraku would never have any connection with the Akatsuki organization. He just wanted him to be the leader of the Hidden Rain village and let Uehara and Naraku live a bright life on their behalf. As a result, because he doted on Uehara and Naraku too much, he not only persuaded Konan many times, but also often assigned Uehara and Naraku some commanding tasks, and let Uehara and Naraku completely destroy the Hidden Grass village, almost triggering a war between Konoha and the Hidden Rock village. Uehara and Naraku was involved in too much darkness. Now no matter how he washes it, it can't be washed clean. Just as Nagato was thinking about it on the top of the outer path demon statue, Uchiha seemed to want to see his pain and struggle. Not only did he not take action, but he stroked his mask leisurely. While they were communicating above, the battle below had already begun. Tsunade waved her fist and rushed towards Kabuto Yakushi, asking coldly, "Kabuto Yakushi, where is that bastard Orochimaru? How can I tell you such a secret?" Kabuto Yakushi flew to avoid Tsunade's fist, watching the ground being smashed by Tsunade's fist and a huge crack. His eyes couldn't help twitching. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi now has some trump cards and the strength to challenge Tsunade. After avoiding Tsunade's attack, he pushed his glasses and chuckled. Lord Orochimaru is in a very safe place, no matter who can find him. Even if he was killed, he couldn't be killed. Because Orochimaru's current Yamato no Orochi is his soul body. Unless someone is good at soul rituals or sealing rituals, it is possible to get rid of Orochimaru. What's more, the Raichi cave is also very secretive. Tsunade slowly clenched her fists and said sternly, "When I beat you until you only have one breath left, I believe you will definitely tell it." "Really?" Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms, chuckled and said, "Then let me test the quality of the 5th Hokage. Ninja method, summoning technique." A coffin floated up from Kabuto Yakushi's hands. A watermelon-headed ninja wearing a green tights walked out of the coffin. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the people present, and scratched his head. "Aha, I'm not dead yet." It was Might Guy who had just been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi suddenly raised his finger, chuckled and said, "Because of a kind-hearted person like me, you can be resurrected." K. Tsunade clenched her fists subconsciously, looking at Kabuto Yakushi with resentment on her face. He just died, and you bastards had disturbed his soul. Thick-browed senior. Uzumaki Naruto also watched all this in doubt. His eyes slowly moved to Kabuto Yakushi, and a Rasengan appeared in his hand. Grandma Tsunade, come and help me stop thick eyebrows. I will take care of this guy. Tsunade nodded slowly. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kabuto Yakushi with some unconcealed anger in his eyes. I will never let you go if you blaspheme these heroes who died for the village. Don't be too anxious. Kabuto Yakushi put his finger to his lips, chuckled and said, Uzumaki Naruto, you are in a state that even I don't want to face easily, so I specially asked Lord Orochimaru to carefully prepare an enemy for you. Facing Uzumaki Naruto in Ninetales mode, Kabuto Yakushi was indeed a little struggling. When Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, a kune with the symbol of the sword of ninja love suddenly fell between Kabuto Yakushi and Uzumaki Naruto. The next moment, a figure wearing a golden tailed beast chakra coat like Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. Sorry, Naruto. Minato Namikaze lowered his body and held his flying thunder god kune in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. A flash of apology flashed across his face. I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. Chapter 299 Yang Jiui, the power of Yang, is the correct way to open. When Minato Namikaze appeared again, everyone's expression changed slightly, and Uzumaki Naruto looked a little surprised. Tsunade frowned slightly. In fact, she had already guessed that Minato Namikaze might appear, because Minato had appeared once before. That bastard Orochimaru. Tsunade slammed her fist on the ground, looking at Kabuto Yakushi with a cold face. He made a father and son who have never met each other kill each other. Is he still a human being? You can't say that. Kabuto Yakushi smiled slightly and spread out his palms and said, this is the kindness of Lord Orochimaru. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru, would Naruto have the chance to see his father? Would Lady Tsunade have the chance to see the second Hokage? Tsunade's expression became more and more ugly, and her face was almost ugly to drip water. You bastards who blasphemed the souls of the dead are still full of twisted theories. What we say is always the truth. Kabuto Yakushi closed his palms, chuckled and said, if Lady Tsunade wants to see Lord Jiraiya resurrected, I can help. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Her heart beat a few times. After hesitating for just a second, Tsunade raised her fist and rushed towards Kabuto Yakushi, but was stopped by Might Guy next to her. Might Guy kicked Tsunade who was rushing up. He continued to attack and explained, Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I'm not. I can't control my actions. I understand. Tsunade raised her arm to block Guy's attack and shouted loudly, hey, people from the sealing class, come to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Konoha ninjas holding sealing scrolls rushed up one by one. However, before they rushed over here, a kune suddenly appeared around them, and golden light flashed in an instant. Before others could react, these ninjas from the sealing class covered their throats and fell down one by one. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these ninjas from the sealing class were killed cleanly, and even others did not react. There was only one ninja who could have such speed. Namikaze Minato's palms trembled slightly, and the flying thunder god kune in his hand was bleeding. A trace of grief and bitterness appeared on his face. I'm sorry. Dad, this is not your fault. Uzumaki Naruto took a long breath and stood in front of Namikaze Minato. He slowly clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, this is all Orochimaru's fault. I won't let that bastard go. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, he had no way to explain it all, because the person who manipulated all this behind the scenes would not allow him to say a single word. As long as he dared to make any unusual moves, their family of 3 would be reunited in the ninja world. A family of 3 reuniting sounds good. But at that time, it should be the father and mother who joined forces to beat their son. After Minato Namikaze sighed, his expression gradually became serious. He looked at his son and said softly, Naruto, come on. Let me tell you the difference between the Ninetales chakra mode and the Kurama mode. A small black-tailed beast ball appeared in Minato Namikaze's hand. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared next to Naruto Uzumaki. When you can understand each other with the Kurama in your body, you can truly merge with Kurama. Minato Namikaze suddenly pressed the tailed beast ball in his hand. A golden chakra giant hand suddenly emerged from Naruto Uzumaki's body, trying to block the rushing Minato Namikaze. However, the tailed beast ball easily defeated the chakra giant hand, and an explosion sounded, knocking Naruto Uzumaki away cleanly. This is the tailed beast ball? A look of surprise flashed across Naruto Uzumaki's face. Namikaze Minato nodded calmly. He was a little surprised that Uehara Naraku didn't stop him from teaching Uzumaki Naruto how to become a perfect Jinchuriki. But since Uehara Naraku didn't stop him, Namikaze Minato simply took this opportunity to teach his son. Kurama is the name of the Nine Tails. When you truly understand it, you will be in sync with each other and use each other's power. Namikaze Minato's arm suddenly stretched out, turning into a golden demon fox claw, and directly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. The Jinchuriki in this state is the so-called perfect Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto was hit and flew away by a claw. In the distance, Uehara Naraku remotely controlled Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito. He tilted his head and personally brought his will to Namikaze Minato's spiritual world. 4th generation Hokage. Pay attention to your own measure, that is your own son. Namikaze Minato was at a loss. What nonsense is this? Isn't the person who is controlling him and Uzumaki Naruto to fight now the incompetent bastard Uehara Naraku? It's just that Uzumaki Naruto is no match for his father. Minato Namikaze in the perfect Jinchuriki state can use any power of the Nine Tails including the tailed beast ball, while Naruto Uzumaki's Nine Tails mode can only simply borrow the Nine Tails chakra at will. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally ambitious, was a little hit at this moment. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto has learned from his father what path he will take in the future. However, when Uzumaki Naruto was blown away by Minato Namikaze again, the Yang Nine Tails hidden in Uzumaki Naruto's body finally couldn't hold back. Kid, you are no match for him. If you continue like this, lend me your body temporarily. Let me deal with him. Uzumaki Naruto. To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto felt that the Nine Tails wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate. More than a decade ago, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the entire Nine Tails was cut into two halves by Minato Namikaze. One half was the Yin Nine Tails, which was sealed in Minato Namikaze's body. The other half was the Yang Nine Tails, which was sealed in Minato Namikaze's son's body. The Nine Tails must want revenge. But now Uzumaki Naruto really has no power to fight back against his father. Facing the crisis, that failure may lead to the destruction of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate to lend his body to the Nine Tails temporarily. Mental space. Leave it to you, Kurama, right? Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head. The Nine Tails' mouth twitched involuntarily, and he snorted coldly. Huh. Minato Namikaze is really a talkative guy. Because Minato Namikaze told Uzumaki Naruto its name, the Nine Tails couldn't help but secretly hate that guy for being too talkative. After saying this, the nine-tailed fox looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some curiosity. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will take your body away? No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said softly, because dad just said that he wants you and I to trust and understand each other. After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto added, even if you take my body away, I can take it back from you again. Kurama, I'm very strong now. Nine-tailed fox. It was a waste that it was really moved for a second just now. This Uzumaki Naruto is as annoying as his mother. On the battlefield, Uzumaki Naruto's chakra changed again, and the nine-tailed fox's huge red body appeared again. This behemoth appeared on the battlefield again. The nine-tailed fox slapped Minato Namikaze on the ground with one claw, grinned and said in a muffled voice, Humph, Minato, it's time to change people from now on. Is that so? Minato Namikaze nodded calmly. The next moment, Namikaze Minato's body suddenly turned into a golden nine-tail, and he rushed towards the attack of the red nine-tail. The two huge nine-tails immediately fought in a ball. The battle became more and more intense. Even if the situation on the battlefield was fierce, it still did not escape Uehara Naraku's control. He was still watching the situation of the battle like a show. Uchiha Obito and Nagato were still confronting each other. Tsunade, the reincarnated might guy, had stopped their actions, and the two of them watched the two huge Ninetales fighting each other with vigilance. Perhaps because of the perfect Jinchuriki, Namake's Minato seemed to be better at controlling the Yin Ninetale. With the help of a move of the Flying Thunder God technique, he released a tricky tail beast ball and knocked the Yang Ninetale to the ground. After the Yang Ninetale was defeated, it could only reluctantly shrink back into Uzumaki Naruto's body, cursing and providing chakra for Uzumaki Naruto again. Just as Uehara Naraku was monitoring everything on the battlefield and was very happy watching this battle of the Ninetale, the system panel suddenly prompted him to complete a task. Side quest, defeat Yang Ninetales, 1/1, quest completed, rewarded with passive talent skill Yang Power. Yang Power can freely drive Yang attribute chakra, create and use Yang escape ninjutsu at will, and give life, which is one of the components of the Seeking Dao Jade. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually changed. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's mouth twitched. Who can tell him why after Namake's Minato defeated Yang Ninetales, the system would specially reward him with Yang Power? Wait, this situation seems to be very normal. In this world, the Ninetales in Uzumaki Naruto's belly has actually always been the protagonist. Uehara Naraku slowly rubbed his forehead. What Uchiha Madara, what Senju Hashirama, no matter how popular they are, can they still match the Ninetales? What Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, what Ashura Indra reincarnation, except that their strength can hang up the Ninetales and beat them. What else can they compare with the Ninetales? It was a pity that Uehara Naraku was still guessing before. Is it to defeat Uchiha Sasuke at his peak or to defeat Uchiha Madara? Is it to defeat Uzumaki Naruto at his peak or to defeat Senju Hashirama, that one can obtain Yin Power and Yang Power? I didn't expect the answer to be so close. It's not surprising that, after defeating the Yang Ninetales, one can obtain Yang Power. Originally, Uehara Naraku just wanted to watch a father-son duel between Minato Namake's and Naruto Uzumaki, and by the way, watch a battle between the Yang Ninetales and the Yin Ninetales. Unexpectedly, what he got was Yang Power. So how to obtain Yin Power? Minato Namake's. No, it should be said that it is the Yin Ninetales in Minato Namake's body. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead. When he was about to call Minato Namake's back immediately, Nagato's voice suddenly came from the ring on his hand. Uehara, Konan is in your hands. You must protect your teacher in the future. Damn, the 6th update is completed. 666,666. The Leader Reward Extra chapter of the Dark Snail Shell Iron Master is complete. Happy. Go to sleep. I have something to do tomorrow, so it may be a little later. But there will definitely be 3 chapters. Chapter 300. Hello, are you okay? Nagato finally chose to accept the reality and all the truth. He wanted to exhaust his life to solve the hidden danger of Uchiha Obito. However, before the final battle with Uchiha Obito, Nagato had to arrange his own affairs after his death. Fortunately, he had already prepared to face this day, and Uehara Naraku has never let him down. Therefore, before his death, Nagato chose to entrust Konan to Uehara Naraku. Nagato-sama. Uehara Naraku's chakra was injected into the ring, and his voice was a little hesitant. Why do you say that? Did something happen to you? There was no more response in the ring. Nagato did not say much to Uehara Naraku, because he had to immediately arrange for Konan, who was still fighting on the other side, to evacuate. On the battlefield, Nagato's finger stood on his lips, and through the ring on his hand, he contacted Konan, who was still entangled with the 5th Kazekage and the 5th Mizukage. Konan. Nagato's fingers trembled slightly, and then he slowly regained his composure. Konan, leave the battlefield here immediately, and return to the Hidden Rain Village. What? Konan frowned and thought for a second, then suddenly said, Nagato, what's wrong with you? I will deal with these 2 people immediately, and rush over to join you. There is no need for that. After thinking for a while, Nagato said in a deep voice, Konan, obey my orders, leave this battlefield immediately, and return to the Hidden Rain Village. Konan on the other side of the ring was silent. Obviously, Konan's intuition was sharper than Nagato thought. After a while, Konan suddenly said, Nagato, these are meaningless words. We will never abandon our companions until we die. Tell me, what happened? You never lie to us. After Nagato pondered for a while, he said softly, yes, because I'm going to use a powerful technique. that I have never used before. If you stay on the battlefield, I will be more worried that you may be affected. Since he has never lied, let him lie once. Once the truth was revealed, Conan would definitely not agree to his request. But before Nagato could finish his words, a piece of origami turned into a paper butterfly and appeared on his shoulder. At this moment, Nagato's face changed. Nagato, you are so full of loopholes when you lie. Conan's voice came from the paper butterfly. Because you never lie to us, you will tell us every samurai technique. Nagato, there is no need to say so much. Summon me to fight together. Nagato shook his head and whispered, Conan and Uehara. Conan's voice was unprecedentedly firm. Naraku is a spark of Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain village. It is because of him that we can fight with our lives. Nagato fell into silence. At this moment, he vaguely thought that Conan was right. They already have a successor, so there is no need to worry about anything. Conan's voice gradually became calm, and she said in a cold voice, Nagato, don't be too pessimistic. Summon me to your side immediately. As for the truth, I have already found a way to pass it to Uehara. Yes. Nagato was convinced again. This person is always so easily convinced. Nagato stared at Uchiha, and after looking at the battlefield, he said loudly, Your Excellency the 5th Hokage, I now declare that the war between Akatsuki and Konoha is over. Now I want to clean up the hidden dangers of this ninja world. Tsunade gritted her teeth. To be honest, she really didn't want it to end like this. This bastard killed Kakashi, killed Might Guy, and attacked Jiraiya. Many Konoha ninjas also died in Nagato's hands. Unfortunately, the current situation is very unfavorable to Konoha. Therefore, Tsunade did not answer Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. On the other side of the battlefield, after Conan's figure suddenly disappeared, the 5th Kazekage Gaara and the 5th Mizukage Meditarumi looked at each other in confusion. Was this war a failure or a success? Meditarumi and Gaara did not hesitate for too long. After thinking for a while, they quickly rushed towards the direction of the final battlefield. The final battlefield. Conan's figure appeared beside Nagato with a puff of smoke. When she saw Uchiha, she attacked Uchiha without hesitation. Conan's palms overlapped and produced pieces of origami. These origami were mixed with detonating tags and swept towards Uchiha. Uchiha. Conan slowly raised her palm, and countless origami wrapped around Uchiha figure. 8 years ago, when you attacked Naraku, your fate today was already determined. Really? Uchiha held his mask in the air, his body turned into nothingness, and said coldly, what a troublesome woman. The next moment, Uchiha figure was virtual, and passed through the encirclement of white paper, rushing towards Conan and Nagato. It was obviously just one person who was going to die, but I didn't expect that two people would come to die together. A big battle began. Compared with Nagato's samurai and Conan's paper escape secret technique, Uchiha Kamu seemed to be invincible. Nagato instantly lifted the summons of the Outer Path demon statue. He and Conan were able to float in the air, watching Uchiha fall to the ground, and briefly took advantage of the terrain. But this advantage did not last too long. Because Uchiha could also use his own time and space technique to briefly appear in the air, and he could even call for support at any time. The next moment, a space-time vortex appeared next to Nagato. Both Conan and Nagato had a gleam in their eyes at the same time. When Uchiha appears using the space-time technique, his body must be a physical entity. The opportunity has come. Unfortunately, it was not Uchiha who appeared in the space-time vortex, but the second generation Hokage Senjutsu who was reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation, another enemy who was good at the Flying Thunder God technique. There are many people stored in the Kamu space. This move of sending Senjutsu with Kamu is really hard to defend against. The second generation Hokage Senjutsu ignored Conan's stacking of detonating tags on his body and just appeared behind Nagato in an instant, reaching out to grab Nagato's shoulder. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's palm. A majestic repulsive force burst out, instantly knocking Senjutsu away. At the same time, the countless detonating tags summoned by Conan blew Senjutsu into pieces. The next moment, Senjutsu body began to gather again. The characteristic of impure world reincarnation, that he will never die, means that he does not need to fear the power of the multiplied detonation tag, because these two techniques are originally used in combination. Can't kill? Nagato condensed a black stick of yin-yang escape in his hand and was about to shoot it towards Senju Tobirama, who had temporarily recovered his body. However, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed Nagato's arm. It was Uchiha Obito. Asshole. Nagato could only dodge and retreat helplessly. The fierce confrontation between them could only be temporarily suspended. The melee on the ground was also erupting. The impure world reincarnation body of Minato Namikaze was almost invincible and was ravaging all ninjas, whether it was Uzumaki Naruto, who had just activated the Nine Tails mode, or other sealing teams who wanted to seal him up. It's troublesome. Tsunade glanced at the appearance of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Obito, and then at the super exploding Minato Namikaze on the battlefield on the ground, and frowned more and more tightly. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. Konoha Village, Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto, and the Konoha ninjas that kept coming in. Akatsuki, Nagato, Konan, the mastermind, Kabuto Yakushi, Uchiha Obito, Impure World Reincarnation Might Guy, Impure World Reincarnation Senju Tobirama, Impure World Reincarnation Namikaze Minato. What Tsunade didn't expect was that the second wave of enemies they had to face was stronger than they thought, and they actually used the Impure World Reincarnation to suppress both Konoha and Nagato. But Kabuto Yakushi still felt that it was not fierce enough. Mr. Obito. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uchiha Obito leisurely, slowly closed his palms, chuckled and said, "If the enemy in the air is difficult to deal with, I can help you arrange a companion who is good at flying." Humph. Uchiha Obito glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, snorted coldly and said, "Then hurry up. Orochimaru asked you to obey my orders throughout the process." Okay. The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi formed a hand seal of summoning, and a smile gradually accumulated on his face. Ninjutsu summoning technique. Another coffin floated out of the ground. A ninja who is good at flying. The second generation Tsuchikage. No. This war will become more chaotic. When the second generation Tsuchikage joins the battlefield, Konan and Nagato's air advantage will disappear. Dust release original realm separation technique. A white light bloomed in the hands of the second generation Tsuchikage and suddenly flew towards Nagato. This light was so gorgeous that people dared not open their eyes to look directly at it. Hungry Ghost Path. Nagato waved his palm, using the ability of Hungry Ghost Path to absorb chakra to absorb all the chakra of dust release. He didn't need to care too much about this threat. The second generation Tsuchikage Mu suddenly frowned and disappeared from their sight. Just when Nagato and Konan's faces changed slightly, the second generation Tsuchikage appeared beside them in a hidden figure, and the second generation Tsuchikage Mu also carried the flying thunder god mark of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. These two guys together are not as simple as 1 + 1. The next moment, a kunai shot at Nagato, and a sharp shout sounded, and the figure of Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared beside Nagato. Flying thunder god / Shinra Tensei. Nagato waved his hand to release a repulsive force and was about to knock the figure of Senju Tobirama away. However, before the repulsive force attacked him, the figure of Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God again and disappeared in front of Nagato. Just when Nagato and Konan looked alert, Wu's figure quietly appeared behind Nagato, and Senju Tobirama also appeared beside him. These two guys appeared too suddenly. Be careful. The origami in Konan's hand flew. Unfortunately, Nagato was kicked away by Senju Tobirama after all. Nagato suddenly fell from the air, and Senju Tobirama chased him. Just when the kunai in Senju Tobirama's hand was about to fall on Nagato, a figure wearing a golden chakra coat quickly appeared in the air, grabbed Nagato's shoulder, and took him away from Senju Tobirama's attack. Hey, are you okay? The first update, a little late. There may be no update this afternoon, and there will be an update in the evening, because I have something to do in the afternoon. Anyway, there will be no less than 3 updates. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.